love being on the land and not on the sea. Like, I really hate the sea. Like, all the salt water and all of, like, the clouds and all the deep man. That is, like, really bad. And I really like the mountains. Oh, my God!
Class dismissed. And now class is back in session, everybody. Oh, it's me, best guy ever, here to do another friendly lecture, now about One Piece. Yeah, I know. We all feel the same way. Well, first of all, I am the best guy ever. I run a YouTube channel with this guy, Give and Take, aka Hypocrite. We are co-gay captains of the Podcast Pirates, aka the best hippo ever pirates, something along those lines. Yeah. You should check out the podcast and all the other stuff we do too.
What is it? Why would we want to do that?
Why would you want to do that? Because One Piece is a very beloved manga series by one Eiichiro Oda, a handsome young Japanese man in the prime of his youth, just trying to make ends meet and get his mom money so she can afford that operation. And let's see how it goes over his 23-year-long quest to do so. So, One Piece manga series, it's about pirates. Why would you like it? Piracy is immoral. It's absolutely true. Nonetheless, Oda loves that shit. All right, let's start at the beginning. Yeah, what a badass. Let's start at the beginning with the man behind the series. So Eiichiro Oda began his career as a very young man with a passion for manga. Read Bakuman to get an idea of the kind of guy this dude is. He's literally the basis for, what's it, Nizuma Eiji? Eiji Nizuma is literally inspired by Oda, so there's your frame of reference. So as a young man, he played soccer, he liked team sports, he loved manga, especially Dragon Ball, and this weird German-Austrian-Japanese production called Vicky the Viking, which was about a Viking and his crew of miscreants who traveled around and just got into adventures. And Vicky was like a little kid who used his smarts to survive and stuff. So in themes, Oda has said he's not like 100% sure, but he feels that is what inspired what One Piece would have inevitably turned into be. So it was like a Viking show, not specifically a pirate, but two things are pretty similar anyway. So since he was in 7th grade, as a 12 or 13-year-old or something, he has been drawing manga. And he got into the industry real early with, if you're familiar with the series Kinnikuman, or what's known in the West as Ultimate Muscle. When he was a young man, he submitted a fan design of the character Panda Man, who got into the series. If you read Shonen Jump, you'll see, like in Toriko or in all kinds of series, the authors will take fan suggestions for characters or monster designs, and one of his, Panda Man, was in the pages, so he really got in there early and was already getting a positive feedback loop that would carry him a good long ways. At 17, having been drawing manga for so long, he submitted a series of short stories called Wanted, which got him many awards, including 2nd place for the Tezuka Award, and that was in 1992. He didn't quite make it there, and this was when he first was submitting his own work, his own published manga, or it wasn't published yet. The Tezuka Award is the award for bestest manga man in the world at that time. I think it's for what is it, rookies who are coming up, right?
I think so.
Yeah, okay. So he, as a promising young youth, got 2nd place, not first, but 2nd place, but he won a bunch of other awards, so pretty good. That's like the Oscars for manga.
Well, it's like winning specifically like
for best new, yeah, that's right. So, propelled by that success, he kept at it, and I believe it was around 1996, he got Wanted, or rather 2 versions of Romance Dawn were, I'm skipping ahead just a little bit. It was before those got published. He got a job off of his success with Wanted at Weekly Shonen Jump, his favorite series, where things like One Piece and Naruto and Dragon Ball were all published, JoJo, etc. And he became an official assistant working on many series throughout history. Well, he worked on probably 3 or 4 over his relatively a couple of years working here. And Rurouni Kenshin is one of the projects that he worked on. And if you know the character of Honjo Kamatari, who's like a very effeminate a male person who's in love with Shishio, the bandage-wrapped fire guy from Rurouni Kenshin, he is credited with designing that character. And he would go on to make other Okama-style characters in other series as well. So, catapulted by the success of everything he's been doing up to this point, Eiichiro Oda in 1996 got his first actually published work just by him in Jump, because other stuff had just been awarded, not published. 2 versions of Romance Dawn were published. And what Romance Dawn is basically the version 1.0 and version 2.0 of One Piece. So the first one was very similar to what One Piece would ultimately come to be. Second one, also very similar, but like some characters were swapped around. But then ultimately, It was beloved by people. In 1997, the serialization of One Piece, the actual serialized version of Romance Dawn, became a real thing. One Piece 3.0. Munchie?
So I just want to say about Romance Dawn.
Yeah.
So when you say it is One Piece version of 1.0, was that intended by Oda as like a test run of what One Piece will be?
It's a very common thing for mangas to do what's known as a one-shot, which is, it's like a single issue release of a series that they hope to get picked up. Things like Death Note were first created in that way, and lots of series get that kind of treatment.
So it's like a pilot, like a cartoon
It's a pilot, that's basically correct.
Okay.
So was he like 22 when One Piece was published?
What's the math? He was born in, I think, 75. I think he was
extremely young, no matter what.
very, very young. Yeah, like 19 to 20s, something along those lines. Yes, he was a very young man. But as you can see, he's been doing it since he was like 12. It has been his sole passion in life in that very Japanese style, and he's just been chugging along ever since. And you may know, it is now the year of our Lord 2020, and One Piece is still ongoing. Oda has been doing the same series since that point. A lot of people say, could it still be that good? We will explore that in time as we go through our lecture. Now, let me see, other interesting notes about that, production stuff. In 1999, an anime got picked up. One Piece was doing very well, and they wanted to keep it going, by Toei Animation, who has held onto that with an iron grip, and they will never let go. I'm sure they have a lifelong contract or something. And in 2004, a big moment when One Piece first debuted in the West on the 4Kids dub on the Fox box. And this is where the famous ya-yo, dreamin', do not give it up, Luffy. And it would run him a long ways along. The issue as a result of that was that in the West, One Piece was considered a very childish series. It was interpreted that way by the dubbers, and I mean, that's what the Fox box is, and that's what 4Kids did. They just don't understand these things, and it has never really recovered. Munchie?
At what point in this lecture do you want us to go, ya-yo, instruct us to?
Hang on that. Hang on that. Ben?
What were some changes made in the 4Kids dub?
Oh, there's so many changes. I mean, for one example, one of the earliest ones, the dialogue is incredibly goofy and silly. Everyone has a ridiculous accent. But here's one moment. There's a legendary moment where, Ben, could you join me here for a sec to illustrate? There's a legendary moment.
Hands-on learning.
This is like episode 2 or 3 where there's a guy Helmeppo who's like a spoiled brat, and he's having a conflict with this guy Kobe, and Luffy is standing there and like threatening him, and Helmeppo, as a bad man, holds a gun to Kobe's head and is going to shoot him in the brain if Luffy does not back off, do whatever he wants. Luffy says, "I don't give a fuck, I'm going to punch you anyway." And then he does it. But in the 4Kids, instead what he's holding is an elaborate contraption of a spring-loaded boot on like a contraption that he's going to shoot him with this like boot Wile E. Coyote type device. And you know, there's things like that. There's an amazing moment when Luffy's fighting this guy Don Krieg later, where they're in the 4Kids dub. There's a cut where you see Don Krieg shoot a bunch of poison needles. You can see the poison needles going, but the next cut, we just see Luffy, in canon, he's been stabbed many times by poison needles, but he pulls them off and says, there's little suction cups. Ooh, these poison suction cups are really infecting my body. Yes, Ben.
Can I mention a couple?
Please, go for it.
Sanji smokes a cigarette in every scene. In 4Kids, they turn it into a lollipop in every single scene. Smoker.
2 cigars.
Smokes 2 cigars with a big trail of smoke coming out of his mouth. In the 4Kids dub, the cigars are gone, but the smoke is still there. And then that one time that Sanji's got a bottle of wine, but in the 4Kids dub, he has to loudly proclaim, "This is pomegranate juice."
The Marines, like the police force of the world, they all are holding super soakers instead of rifles throughout the entire series. These are the sorts of changes that had to be made. It was not a good idea, did you?
Are American children retarded?
I give American children credit, way more credit than 4Kids does, thinking that they...
Because the series didn't succeed in America. It's not that popular.
It really fucked things up, especially for those of us who got into the series due to the 4Kids dub, such as myself. So I am deeply grateful an effort was made to bring it to the West, but the damage has been long-lasting. And in the West, One Piece's reputation has still not recovered, as far as I'm concerned, even though it's been, 15 years?
I was a kid who thought One Piece was fucking gay and stupid.
There you go, there you go.
And I still do.
We'll see if we can do anything to change that. And let me see, last couple of notes on the pre-production stuff is, right, okay, so to date, One Piece, in the field of manga, is the #1 best-selling manga of all time. It's not even close.
What about Dragon Ball?
Dragon Ball is kitty baby shit by comparison.
Fuck.
Not to mention, One Piece is like twice as long as Dragon Ball now, or something along those lines. So older manga generally lasted a lot less time. For whatever reason, we will discuss this, but One Piece is, in my opinion, it's my favorite thing ever, I always say, but also, it is the series that was, in my opinion, the best designed to perfectly capitalize on what Shonen Jump wants of a long, ongoing series that you can keep it going as long as it's marketable. Now, Oda's been doing this a long time. We're looking to wrap things up over the next 5, maybe less years, something like that. But considering the nature of it that we'll get to when we get to the Grand Line and the progress and Goldorak and all these things, it's just perfectly designed, and it could have been ended way sooner than it has been with a completely satisfying ending, which people have mixed feelings about. But I think it's done a very good job with the format. And people seem to agree because they sure like it a lot. And let me see, last other points. Let me say, in 2004, Eiichiro Oda married, I forgot her name, Inaba, I forgot her first name, I think, but an actress who played Nami, who is like the leading lady of early One Piece and kind of, Oda always puts like the same kind of body type girl. He married his wife in real life. He made her, then he made a human being resemble her in real life, and then he married her. So he's really living the American dream. It's incredible.
Yayo.
And One Piece has now been going for over 23 years now, and it's still going strong. One Piece, Eiichiro Oda has been unbelievably consistent in his ability to get it out. Other people take breaks. I mean, very few series have ever lasted this long. We're getting close to One Piece being the longest of all time, which it probably will be by the time it ends. Some are still longer. Hajime no Ippo, Kochi Kame, however the fuck you pronounce that. I think those are still technically longer, but we're getting very close. And the only other thing to note is that in recent years, since there was a time skip that happens around chapter, I think 600 or so, and or maybe 500, the Oda has slowed down a little bit just for quality of life reasons. So like a man after 23 years, instead of getting a chapter done every single weekend, almost never missing a beat, he'll now maybe take maybe 2 weeks on, 1 week off, or 3 weeks on, 1 week off. So things have slowed down, but compared to many other people, he's still an unbelievable machine, and God bless him for it. There you go. That's the stuff about Oda. We can leave him now. He's a 45-year-old man. He's been doing this his whole life. Thank you for your service, sir. We'll see you on the other side. Okay, now before we get to the actual stuff of One Piece, there was one thing I wanted to say to everybody, and it was, first of all, that now is the time. Now that you've heard that pre-production stuff, maybe that interests you, maybe it doesn't. One Piece is a story about pirates, about freedom, about exploration. If you are even slightly tempted to go and take that journey for yourself, I would highly encourage now would be the time to just dip out, take the month or two it'll take you to read, and then go back and enjoy reliving the experience with all of us. Because everything that's here right now, almost every single thing is a spoiler. It's a series where it's like it's designed to be like a treasure hunt. It's designed to be, this is a world where there is no world map. One of the characters is designing the world map as they go. People don't understand how things work, like what all the features we're going to talk about are. In experiencing that with the characters is a major component of what makes One Piece fun. So if you're on the fence, you guys have to stay. But if one of you out there is tempted to go read it first, I would really encourage you to do so, because I think it's best experienced not knowing what's coming, because that's really plays into the strengths of the series. It's about adventure, it's about exploration, it's about personal treasure, and you really should take it blind if possible. Okay, so there's your warning, and away we go. So first of all, just to touch on it, the original version of One Piece, as I said, were the two versions of Romance Dawn that were published in 1996. And it's interesting to note the little bit of changes in there. Those featured, let me see here. The first version of Romance Dawn featured, it was Monkey D. Luffy, a stretchy, or he might have just been called Luffy in that, a stretchy rubber man who fights against the Crescent Moon Gyari, who is a magician pirate, right. And Luffy was, Oh, no, I'm sorry. I'm confusing with the other one. He fights some pirates. Shanks is in that. There was a guy named Shanks who was a pirate who inspires Luffy. He gets his arm bit off, and Luffy gets inspired to do things based on that, to become a pirate, to live by his example. Ben.
Who's Luffy?
Who's Luffy? Monkey D. I'm gonna do a big reveal when we do that. But Monkey D. Luffy is the protagonist. He is our leading man. He wears a straw hat like this, so we call him Straw Hat Luffy. And he's just a simple man who wants to adventure in the world and explore what the heck is going on. And he's following the footsteps of Gold Roger, the Pirate King. But we will get to him in a moment. Just for fun, the other version of Romance Dawn, version 2.0, instead of Shanks was not in that. Instead, his dad or his grandfather Garp was a pirate who had a straw hat and was just, basically it swaps Garp's and Shanks' roles. It's kind of fun. He fights a magician. There's a bird. It's cool. Tom?
Is there any known reason why the title was changed from Romance Dawn to One Piece?
Editorial input? I'm not sure. Romance Dawn would have been a perfectly appropriate title as well, because it's a series about romance, meaning adventure and exploration.
I'm gonna guess that they figured like we don't want people to think this is a romance.
A romance?
Series.
That would probably be it. Yeah, in One Piece, the theme of like a man's romance is where it comes up a lot, which is supposed to mean adventure and like a lust to see what's beyond the next horizon and chill out with your bros. But there's like a little bit of weird translation stuff going on there, a little bit of Englishy stuff. And anyway, and now in 1997, boom, One Piece, the series that we all know. About adventure, exploration, being free, personal treasure. Luffy is a very selfish young man. He is a pirate. He is not a hero. This is made explicitly clear, and we're going to get into all of that good stuff. So here we go. Let's talk about what One Piece is, who Gold Roger is, what is the golden age of piracy that began Luffy's quest, and then we'll talk about who Luffy is. So, what is One Piece? Okay, to know what One Piece is, you have to know who Gold Roger is. Gold Roger was the king of the pirates. He was executed when he was captured by the Marines, and he had one final quote as he was stabbed to death on the gallows. They're not the gallows, they're some platform. He was publicly executed, and he said this as he was being killed. "Do you want my treasure? You'll have to find it first. I left everything in that place." That's all he said. Yes?
You mean that place?
That's exactly what I mean. I mean that place. Now, the ambiguity of that incredibly annoying Japanese cliched phrase begins the entirety of this adventure of One Piece. Because it's that phrase, the Pirate King being executed, this man who has the reputation of having acquired everything in life. He says, "My treasure's out there, go find it." That makes a fire burst in every human being's soul. And this is the man's romance we're talking about. That quest for everything begins the golden age of piracy. Whereas the government doesn't want there to be pirates and stuff. They just can't stop them. They're just going to find Gold Roger's treasure. Now let me see. Do we want to touch on what that means? Okay, really quick. What that basically meant was the world has a very specific flow to it. There was a place that only Gold Roger ever got to. And that is this place, Raftel. Raftel, we'll talk more about that later. It's the final location on the Grand Line, which we'll speak about in another moment as well. So, Roger began the golden age of piracy. What is a pirate? What is a pirate? Because one of the things people have trouble with when they go into One Piece is they're like, a pirate manga. Think of Blackbeard in real life. Think of all those guys. It sounds silly. What does it mean by pirate? Because it's a little bit different than what we would think of stereotypically. So, interesting to note, in those first two versions of One Piece, and there are actually some older demo versions too, but in the original version of One Piece, Oda explicitly wrote in two different types of pirates, two different categories that existed. And these are called Morganeers and Peace Main pirates. Those are not in the One Piece we know, but they're very useful for learning about what we're talking here. So a Morganeer is the classic kind of pirate that you think about, like the rape, pillage, and plunder kind of guy who will just go wherever, take whatever he wants, and leave. A Peace Main pirate is a little bit different, and that's what Luffy is. That's the kind of pirate that he likes. A Peace Main pirate is someone who also values freedom and adventure, but, instead of fucking up just random people and doing the raping and plunder thing, they just survive by capitalizing on Morganeers. So basically, they're kind of like vigilantes who just, they value the same sort of sense of freedom, but they don't want to hurt anybody. They're basically good guys and they just punish bad guys in order to survive.
Oh fuck, that's really cool.
It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. And so that distinction in One Piece never becomes like explicit because it was written out in version 3, the one that we know. But it's very useful to think of like Luffy is not like that kind of pirate like a Blackbeard or whatever. He is a peace main, like kind of like a vigilante, sort of. Ben?
It's I think, isn't it officially the case that to be a pirate, you raise a pirate flag and basically declare yourself not to be a part of the world government?
That's exactly right.
That's the real crime of piracy.
And
is that
yes.
you are declaring I am not subject to the world government.
That's exactly right, because we're just about to discuss what is the world government, which we've only touched on a little bit. So everything about One Piece is about basically two opposing factions. The pirates, which are not an organized group in any way, they're just everybody who wants to do whatever the fuck they want and not let the man keep them down. This is directly opposed to the other like big force in the world, which is the world government.
God, it's the Citadel and the Traverse.
Is that Mass Effect? Yeah.
He doesn't know Mass Effect.
It's almost like you can think of one as like chaos and one as law, and like your alignment terms or whatever. This is the battle going on in all of One Piece between these two factions. So the world government, what it is let's just take a quick look over here. Here is the globe as it looks like in One Piece. As you can see, there's lots of little landmass. Most of the world is covered in water. But there's tons of islands on there all over the place. There's continents as well, but it's largely like a seafaring, like 1600s, 1700s kind of society, pre-industrial age. And so what the world government does is it unites over 170 countries the world over in basically like a UN-style agreement that they will kind of sail their ships in the same direction. Now, this does not include every country. There are countries in the world that are not part of the world government, but the world government controls the vast majority of everything of like legitimate governments are run by the world government. And they basically decide international policy, but they do allow like internally every country to run their own shit for the most part, which is, it doesn't seem initially overly oppressive. One of the things they have to do is they have to pay taxes or like tribute. And that tribute goes to the leaders of the world government, which is broken into a few factions. So there is, first of all, the Marines. We already touched on the Marines. They are the arm of the state. They are the controlling force. And what they do is a few things. One, they just enforce the laws. And they're viewed generally favorably by your average citizen. But the other thing they do is the world government is way into absolute justice. They really want to control everything. And they're way lawful, maybe even lawful evil sometimes. So they hate pirates. If you are a pirate, as Ben was saying before, if you declare yourself a pirate, that is an instant death sentence. You cannot be allowed to live if you are a pirate, because just by doing so and expressing your desire to be a free, independent human being, not subject to what the world government says, they consider that a threat to their order, and they will kill you. This is why they hate Gold Roger so much. When Gold Roger was about to be executed, he did the worst possible thing to the world government and inspire, basically, everyone to become a pirate. That was the opposite of what they were going for by killing the man. And they really fucked up with that one because it created the golden age of piracy, which is where our story takes place. Millions of pirates everywhere. So, other parts of the world government. So there's the Marines. They're the police, basically. They're the guys who like chase Luffy and the gang. They hunt pirates, etc. There is Cypher Pol. Cypher Pol are basically the covert spy agents. They're similar to the Marines. They just do more covert assassination, that kind of stuff. There is the Shichibukai. The Shichibukai are, it means like the 7 warlords. And what they are 7 pirates, pirate crews, specifically hired by the world government to suppress other piracy activities. So let me see real quick. Do I have the list of those guys? They are, here we go. There's Hawkeye Mihawk. We'll get to these guys later, but just to tease you, because this is one of the fun things to discuss, or to discover. Hawkeye Mihawk, Jinbei Knight of the Sea, Sir Crocodile, Don Quixote do Flamingo, Bartholomew Kuma, Gecko Moria, and Boa Hancock. And just again, if you're still with me and you haven't read One Piece, one of the super fun things is to even learn who the Shichibukai are, to learn who the government agents are, and we'll discover each of their roles in the story a little bit here and there. So it's still not too late to back out if you still want to go discover on your own. Ben?
What a bunch of weird and wacky names.
They're so weird and wacky, and I can't wait to be best friends with all of them.
They sound like 80s wrestlers.
Oh, you know what? That's true. I'm sorry. I forgot to say at the very beginning of this thing. This time we're going to do 2 keep engaged, and we're going to say, let me see, what was it?
Yeah.
Ahoy, mateys. And we're not going to go yayo yayo. This is the other point I wanted to make. When I say ahoy, mateys, we're all going to go yo ho ho ho, yo ho ho ho, yo ho ho ho, yo ho ho ho. That is a plot-relevant song that I guarantee by the end of this lecture you will love. You will love that that song exists, and you will be best friends with that song. So let's all do it one more time. Ahoy, mateys! Yo ho ho, yo ho ho ho, yo ho ho, yo ho ho ho. All right, makes me want sake. Okay, so world government. We talked about the Shichibukai 7 pirates. Great. There are 2 more main factions. One is the Ten Ryubito, or the World Nobles. We meet these guys way later. But basically what they are the ruling class. They are just a group of people that was involved with the founding of the world government a long time ago, and they are just privileged above everybody else, and they basically decide policy. Because from the Ten Ryubito, which means celestial dragon, by the way, they're very God-themed. Each individual one has a title called Saint. They're called like Saint Mosgard and Saint Don Quixote and stuff.
Saint
Ben?
How did they get to be the Tenryubito?
We will talk about that a little bit later, but we will get there, because there's a whole bunch of stuff going on with that. And from the Tenryubito, or the world nobles, are seemingly elected, chosen, something like that, the Gorosei, or the 5 elder stars. And what those are the supreme authority of the world nobles that they tell the Marines what to do, they tell Cypherpole what to do, and they tell the Shichibukai what to do. So those guys are the ones who really run the entire world. And that's fun for all of us to be a part of. So you can kind of trace everything bad to the Tenryubito, or rather everything that the Marines do as their controlling force and the whole world government. You can kind of just blame it on the Tenryubito. Obviously, Luffy, as a pirate, doesn't like them. He opposes them. Luffy's a very passive character, or rather, in his opposition to the world government, he's never doing any of it intentionally. He just doesn't give a fuck and wants to do what he wants to do, and won't let anybody stop him, which inevitably butts heads with the world government, which is what happens with all pirates. Okay, so moving on from there, Ben?
ACAB.
Ahab. Whale. Right? Okay. You know what? We actually are going to talk real quick about where the world government came from right now. So, again, this is a big mystery that's revealed later in the series. Everything I'm saying comes in bits and pieces throughout the series, and is a joy to discover. So where the world government came from, now get ready for this shit, all right? 800 years before the series currently began, there was, or rather, if you go back 900 years rather, there was a 100-year period of time in which no one knows what happened. It is called the blank century. It is a completely mysterious block of time which there are no records from.
I thought it was called the void century.
Oh, yes, that's right. I'm sorry. It's the void century.
You have it written up there under poneglyph.
Do I? Oh, great. Yeah, this is what we're talking about right now. Yes, he is correct. The void century. And so 2 things came, technically 3 things came as a result of the Void Century, or rather on the tail end of that. So like 800 years ago, the Void Century ended and then history documentation began again. 3 things happened. 1, the world government suddenly existed. How strange. And I want to say like 80 countries that were allied. There's a number of countries. It might have been like 10 or 15. It doesn't really matter. Some amount of countries had banded together and formed the world government. I want to say 20, actually. Okay, it doesn't matter. Thing number 2, a certain country had been wiped off the map, and we don't know which one it is. A country had disappeared. This is known. And the third thing is the poneglyphs had emerged and had been scattered throughout the entire world. And what the poneglyphs are a unbreakable literal cube of stone that's very large with a mysterious writing on it that no one can read, as far as we know. There are no people who can actually read what appears to be written on the poneglyphs. So 100 years pass. No one knows what happened. The world government came into existence, a country disappeared, and the poneglyphs, with some mysterious writing on them, existed. Even to this very day, that's basically all we know. But we're getting to the crucial point in the story now, so answers are coming very soon. And real quick, let's talk into what the poneglyphs are. The poneglyphs, they contain, okay, spoilers, some people in the story do figure out how to read the poneglyphs later, as we discover. And there are 3 different types of poneglyphs. Now here we get into big spoilers, because this stuff happens later, it's figured out throughout the series. 1, there's historical poneglyphs that have historical information. These are very relevant for finding out what happened during that void century, because these apparently are the only documentation from that period. 2, there are instructional poneglyphs that teach you like how to find other poneglyphs. They're kind of just guideposts. And there's something like several hundred of them, I think. And the 3rd kind, there are road poneglyphs. These are a relatively new discovery in the world of One Piece. Normal poneglyphs are blue. The road poneglyphs are red. There are exactly 4 of them in the world, and they have one specific purpose. What they do is they tell you the location of the final island on the Grand Line Raftel. Each one tells you the location of an island at the end of the Grand Line, and they form an X, and at that spot in the center is Raftel, the final island that only Gold Roger got to. Yes, Jesse?
If they form an X, why do you need to be told where they each are?
You'd think you could do it with actually just 3 of them. Because if you have 3, you can form a line, and you know, well, actually, I guess that angle could change. No, okay, I guess it makes sense. You have to have 4. Yeah, okay. Now, and we'll talk about just the nature of the world in just a moment. Oh, yes, Ben?
The Grand Line where Raftel is, like, there's a lot made in the story about how navigating it is a complete nightmare. And
That's correct.
You can't do it without, like, very specific tools.
I'm going to talk about that right now. Let's take a moment and just discuss the nature of the world, because all this stuff about the end of the Grand Line and only Roger was able to make it there, why is any of that the case? Munchie.
I think it's also going to be something we're going to touch on just a second here. Because when you say stuff like a country disappeared, the world government, I think our world, is this Earth?
No.
It's an Earth-like planet, but it is not actually Earth. Okay. It is a totally different design and and there are unique both metaphysical and like just geographical realities of the planet.
Because you always talk about how Usopp or whoever it is African. That's his nationality. Is that canon, or is that like just a thing he said?
It's not
like,
canon.
Okay.
It's that. So yeah, like there are like everything in One Piece. The whole world is designed to have lots of islands, just because Oda enjoys designing islands in this way. That are, a lot of them are like themed around different real life locations. There's an island, Water 7, that is, it's just like the island One Piece version of Venice. Okay. It's just filled with water. People sail around in boats on the island. There's like ones that are inspired by like Spain lightly. There's all kinds of stuff like that. All kinds of cultures.
Holiday, man, that's why.
Indeed. There's Alabasta, that's like Egypt themed and whatnot. Of course, there's a Japan themed island.
Oh,
we'll get to all. Oh, it's the worst. Let me tell you. Let me see. Was there another point I was going to make about the world? Okay, let's just talk about what the world is. The world of One Piece is a sphere. It's inhabited by human-like creatures, but they're not quite human. Because one of the weird things about the humans in One Piece is, there's like the shonen stuff where they seem like they can take more damage. That doesn't matter. That's not important. But they can canonically just live to be like 140. So that's strange. I don't know why, but Oda just kind of adjusted the lifespans of humans in One Piece. That's a little weird. So you can see lots of like 100-year-old people walking around. I don't know. That's cool. The world of One Piece is unnamed, as far as I know, and is a sphere. And here's the interesting thing about it. So we've replicated here in large, and we'll get to the details of this. But what you need to know is the world of One Piece is divided into basically 5 areas, maybe 6, depending on how you categorize it. And the world of One Piece has what's known as the Red Line. So these red lines, they are called the Red Line. They are a giant mountain range that goes around the entire planet like the Prime Meridian. Then, along the equator of the planet, what there is there is a strip of ocean that is called the Grand Line. And what that is it is a sea that is just a straight strip insulated by these 2 long, thin strips of water that are called the Calm Belts. And here's the deal. You can't get into the Grand Line except from one particular location that we'll talk about when we get to that in the story. And the calm belts prevent you from entering. Because if you try to, there is almost magically, there is like no wind and no waves in the calm belt. So since this is a seafaring world, you cannot move your ship. And the other thing about the calm belt is that there are tons of what's known as sea kings. If you look over here, a sea king is a giant sea monster that will kill you. And there are tons of them all over One Piece. They inhabit the entire planet. But in particular, there's a billion kajillion of them on the calm belts. Maybe there are good places to find prey or something. So what this means is you cannot cross the calm belt. And the only way to get to this spot right here at the end of the Grand Line is to basically do what the entire point of One Piece is. It's to start somewhere else and enter here. We'll just talk about it right now. This is called Reverse Mountain. It is a mountain on top of the red line, and from each of these 4 seas that are called the North Blue, the East Blue, the West Blue, and the South Blue. Those are just the 4 seas that are like the hemispheres on our planet. The water goes up Reverse Mountain just due to the unique currents of the world of One Piece. Water flows up so you can navigate a ship from any of the blues. You see what I'm saying? See how this is the 4 oceans here mapped around this thing? Water flows up from each of them to the top of Reverse Mountain and then flows down into the Grand Line. So this is how you enter the Grand Line. And if you want to get all the way to the end of the Grand Line, you got to proceed this way in ways that we will talk about later. And this is going around the world here to end up all the way on the other side, close to Reverse Mountain, because there's no way down the other side. And that is where the mysterious Raftel supposedly lies. Now we basically know that it lies there. Digi?
Is there a way to get between the 4 seas themselves?
I suppose, we've never seen specifically our characters actually do that, but presumably there are probably places in the red line that you can cross that would make it doable. Ben?
I think there are some times when certain high-ranking Marines have access to some technologies that let them basically move from, between the seas and, through the currents on the edge of the Grand Line and stuff.
We're going to talk about that in a moment, but might as well right now. There is a technology that basically mimics as if it replicates the effect of the sea, or the impression the sea gives. So if you sail on the calm belt and you use this particular technology called Sea Stone, and you put it all over the bottom of your boat, to a passing sea king, it looks like it's just sea above it. They can't tell that it's a boat, and so they don't attack you. And it's not fail-proof. It's said to be this is a new development that the Marines, who have advanced technology, that they have just come up with. It's the one way that you theoretically can cross the calm belt. There actually are a couple other ways to do it. There are a couple of monsters that are actually so poisonous that other sea kings won't fuck with them, so you can use them to pull boats. Some people do that kind of stuff. So there are a couple ways, but none of them are fail-proof, and none of them guarantee success. The only way to be 100% sure, well, it's a tough journey, but the most surefire way is just to enter in Reverse Mountain and go all the way down and around to the other side of the fucking planet, to Raftel at the other side. And there you go. So with that kind of a story, you can see why One Piece would be about exploring the planet. Because only one crew has ever gotten to the end of the Grand Line. And as you go further and further, fewer people have ever gotten as far as these things go in the Grand Line. So the whole thing's a grand mystery. Luffy, there is no world map, as I said before. Luffy and the gang are just discovering everything as they go. And it's a huge mystery, everything that's going on out there. Now, a couple other points, and then we'll get to the main story. I think things will pick up and go much faster when we actually do that. But so how about we talk about the Revolutionary Army real quick? So while pirates represent a threat to the world government, because they are basically chaotic guys who do whatever they want, and they threaten the dominance of the world government and the Tenryubito, the Revolutionary Army is a little different in that it actively opposes the world government and specifically wants to dethrone the Tenryubito, who they think are just fucking up the world, doing all kinds of terrible stuff, which they are, and we will discuss when we get to various points. Got to take them down. It's not so good. It's not so good. Let's talk quickly about devil fruits as well. So in earlier versions of One Piece, Luffy ate the Gomu Gomu no Mi, turned him into Rubber Man. It wasn't always, I believe, thought this way, but the way that it's been introduced into official One Piece, the series that we all know and love, is that there are a series of fruits all over the planet. We still don't exactly know their origin or exactly what they are. But what we do know is that if you're just a regular person and you have a devil fruit and you bite it and eat even just a tiny piece of it, you gain a magical power of some sort. And it's a unique ability that nobody else can have. Even if somebody else eats that fruit, they will not get the power. You've like used up the charge, basically. And you can throw it away. It's just a really gross tasting fruit. As you can see with this one here. Now for Luffy, as you know, he became made of rubber. That's why he can stretch. Canonically, every part of his body is made of rubber. Doesn't totally, is his blood made of rubber? Don't worry about it, it's fine. But yes, his penis is made of rubber. Oda has made this very clear to all of us. And, oh, by the way, just for those who don't know, because I know there's some people who read One Piece a lot, you should really make sure that if you're reading One Piece, you check out the SBS, which are basically his Q and A pieces that get into volume releases, where Oda reveals little tidbits of information like that. And you can find them on the One Piece wiki, translated. They're all over the place. They've got tons of information. Anyone who reads One Piece should read those along if you can. They add a lot to the story and a lot to the experience. Right, so we were talking about devil fruits. So there's a couple types of devil fruits. So Luffy turned to rubber. That's pretty kooky. That's pretty weird. That's a power that's known as a paramecia type. Paramecia is basically any type of power, any random power will be classified as paramecia unless it's in one of two other categories. So Luffy turned to rubber. He's a paramecia guy. There's another guy who has a weird devil fruit that lets him create a room in which he like is an operate man and can cut things and like move things around. That's the Ope no Mi. It's very abstract and strange. There's another guy whose power is, it's the Bara no Mi, or the dice fruit, I think, where he can just split himself into pieces and float his individual pieces around like Monsoon from Metal Gear Rising. It's basically the exact same power, and it's pretty sick. So all those are totally different powers. They're super random. They're all just classified paramecia. Okay, that's type 1. Type 2, Zoan devil fruits. Zoan devil fruits are like zoo devil fruits. You eat one, and now, if you're a human being, you can now turn into some animal. So there's a guy who eats a giraffe devil fruit. He can now turn into a giraffe and use giraffe-type powers, like having a really long neck. That worked out for him pretty well. There's a guy who's a wolf.
That guy's unironically sick as fuck.
Kaku
and
is
based.
sick as fuck. He is thoroughly based. There's a guy who ate, I think, a leopard. There's a bear. You get the idea. A bison. Yeah.
It's not the giraffe fruit. It's the cow fruit model giraffe.
The Ushi no Mi model giraffe. So yeah, these are classified under like genus, and then there's subspecies or something. The point is you turn into a kind of animal. Like there's a couple different dogs, I think, as well, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Oh, and there's one last type, and this is the weirdest type of devil fruit. It is what's known as a Logia devil fruit. And a Logia devil fruit is a devil fruit that is basically, it's like an elemental power. So for example, there's a guy who ate an ice devil fruit. And what that guy can do is he can turn his whole body into ice. And for example, if you shoot that man when he is ice, it just goes through. It'll hit the ice, but it won't kill him because he's ice. He's not a human right now. He can also, he can touch things and freeze them. He can like shoot ice. He's like Iceman from X-Men. You just have tons of ice-based powers, and it's really good. There's a guy who's made of fire. There's a guy who's made of smoke. There's a guy who's made of poison. There's all kinds of these things, and they all follow this general pattern of you can become, control, and create that particular element. There are paramecia fruits, for example, where people can like either create or become or control, but not all. So they're very similar to Logia, but they're not actually Logia. But so you might be confused sometimes. It happens a lot. Ben?
Isn't the difference that like a paramecia like Magellan has a paramecia type called poison, and he can generate poison and create like tidal waves of poison goo.
But he cannot become poison
because his body is not actually made of the poison.
That's
like
correct.
A Logia user, if you shoot him, even just passively, if you shoot him, they'll just like, oh, whoops, but I'm just made of goo, so I just reform.
Technically speaking, Ben, it is, you have to train yourself. Well, like, okay, one of the fun things that there's this guy Crocodile he ate the sand fruit. So he's a Logia guy. Now, if you shoot that guy, normally he would just get hit and die. But he'd have to actively be turned into sand, and then you shoot him, and he'll be fine. But he as a unique thing about him that kind of fell away from the story, he had uniquely trained himself that if you shoot him while he's in human form, he has trained his instincts to reactively turn himself into sand in order to avoid blows. Because we see several times other Logias who are just caught by surprise, such as Smoker, who gets just hit from behind by an attack and does not turn into his element. So it's not an immortality potion or anything. It's just very, very useful if you use it well. Okay, so a couple of things about devil fruits is just, so we talked about sea stone before, that way you could coat the bottom of your boat with in order to sail over the calm line, because it replicates the feeling of the ocean. Here's the unique thing about devil fruits. You get a super crazy cool mega magic power, but the cost is you become a hammer, meaning that you cannot swim and you will sink in water if you attempt to. And because One Piece is a seafaring world, this is a big disadvantage. As long as you stay out of water, you're fine. But if you're in water, your power is drained, and then you just can't move if you're underwater, and you will just die unless someone saves you. That's a big disadvantage. And Kairoseki, or sea stone, as we said, it mimics the effect of the sea. That stone has the exact same properties as if you were underwater. So, for example, if you've got a Logia guy who can turn himself into smoke, if you slap some handcuffs that are made of Kairoseki on him, he loses the ability to use his devil fruit powers, and he becomes weakened. So it's a very good way to control devil fruit. So these things are here so that devil fruits will not get God powered.
You're gonna have.
Yeah.
Don't kick the wire. You're gonna make microphone sounds. What? You gotta make microphone sounds.
Thank you. Shut up. And the only other thing to know about that is that it was created by a guy named Dr. Vegapunk, is the guy who invented that. And he works for the Marines, and he's responsible for many, many of the technological marvels that show up in One Piece as we go. Not all, but many of them. He's a very notable guy who we are still been waiting 15 years to meet, as we have with some of the characters. It's crazy. Okay, and with all that said, there's only one last point, and that is that, there's actually two. The ancient weapons are, just to quickly touch on those, there are 3 that we know of, and these are from long ago, I think from beyond the Void Century. These are old weapons that do exist in the world of One Piece somewhere that are like doomsday devices that are out there somewhere and could theoretically be used to end the world, potentially. This is what's said. There's 3 of them we know of. Pluton, Poseidon, and Uranus. Pluton is said to be some sort of big gun or cannon or weapon, never totally clarified. Poseidon is later clarified to be the ability to control the Sea Kings. So we talked about the Sea Kings before, big monsters, and they really are the most powerful thing in One Piece. They're just mostly underwater. But if you could control them, you could definitely pretty much destroy the planet, and Poseidon is the power to do so. And Uranus, totally unclear. We have no idea what Uranus is, but it has been stated a couple times. And the very last thing, before we get to the actual plot of One Piece, is this thing called, do I ever have it here? The Will of D. So the Will of D is a mysterious thing that exists in the world of One Piece. There are many characters. For example, Monkey D. Luffy. Monkey D. Luffy has a middle initial of D. We still don't know what that means exactly to this date, but we have met many characters that have a D in their name, and they share some similar properties of seemingly, for the most part, being big badasses, laughing in the face of death most of the time, and later on it's clarified they seem to be part of a clan, they all seem to descend from a clan that is said to be there's a term for it, the opposite of the gods, or they oppose heaven, or something like that, because the celestial dragons from the world government really seem to represent gods and heaven and all that stuff, where the Will of D, I'm guessing it means devil or demon? We have no idea. It could be a devil man. They could all be devil men. But all it is, as far as we know, because we see there's just families that pass it along, it's just an initial.
That's what the D stands for, Devilman.
Devilman, probably, something like that. And it seems like there seems to be a connection with the Void Century, which we all know, mysteriously the world government destroyed some kingdom, and the world government came out of that. It's very likely that the D clan is involved with that destroyed kingdom somehow, and they were probably the ones who were either fucked over by the world government in order to be created, or are the ones who hold the key to dethroning the world government in some mysterious way. Did you?
Skipped hockey.
Oh, you're right. Okay, that intentional because I fucking hate hockey. It's okay. It's not as bad as all that, but hockey is a force that is introduced later on in One Piece. Some people think it was intended from the start. Those people are wrong. It was never part of the story initially. What hockey is it's kind of a secondary power system that was added to One Piece a few hundred chapters in that gives guys who don't have devil fruits more of a fighting chance. So for example, there are 3 types. There's observation hockey, armament hockey, and conqueror's hockey. What armament hockey is so you know how we said that if a Logia guy is made of fire or smoke or whatever, you can't hit him, right? Armament hockey is a power. The hockey base is the power of will. It's that shonen shit. It just given like form. Yeah.
I always got the impression it was kind of like Kaioken or Kaioken from like Dragon Ball.
I mean, a little bit, but it
more
is
specific.
It is very specific powers. And actually, right now in the arc we're in right now, we're only like right now learning what armament hockey like really does. And we just kind of last arc we learned what observation hockey really is. So these are kind of late in the game, but it's okay. It's a new power source we're exploring, and it's interesting. So armament hockey. What it does is it kind of forces those Logia elemental guys back into their human form. It was clearly written in as a crutch so that like Logias could be fought more easily. Did you?
I just want to express it. It seems like the reason that hockey is so frustrating is just simply that like there are other characters from before who should have been able to use the power of will this way.
That is a huge issue. That is definitely a big problem. For example, let me just tell you, there's a guy, Porcus the Ace, who we'll talk about, who's made of fire. He fights one of the most intimidating, important characters in the series, and in that fight, it's stated as though Ace, who's a fire Logia guy, like he has not gotten hit in a million billion years. But later on, once hockey is introduced, there's no reason why hockey wouldn't have been employed all the time. So that, I mean, look, you could write excuses why these things didn't happen, but there's clearly, I don't blame Oda for changing things as they go. It's just, in a series this long, there are some slight imperfections in terms of like flowing everything perfectly. It's fine. It's not a big problem. So I just said, armament hockey lets you hit Logia guys, and also it basically just powers up your attacks kind of in a generic sense, and it allows you to like harden things that otherwise might break when they impact, and it lets you deal damage. Like if you're a swordsman using armament hockey, you can like cut through steel, things like that. And the only other kind is Color of the Conqueror hockey, which is...
You forgot insight.
Oh, observation. I forgot observation. Sorry, right, thank you. Observation hockey lets you predict the future a little bit. And so you can, if someone's going to hit you, it's that old shonen shit of, oh, I sensed his killing intent. Dodge, shit like that. And also you can kind of sense people around you. There's sort of a thing of like you can hear the voice of creatures. That's distinct from this other power of hearing the voice of all things. That is a separate thing, so don't worry about that, which we're not even going to get into because it doesn't matter. I know. I'm just, for those people out there who know this shit, I want them to know that I know, that they know, that I'm aware of that distinction. So basically it lets you dodge attacks really, really good. And the only other kind is Color of the Conqueror hockey. I don't know why they're called colors, but they are. There is no color. They are all invisible, basically. And what that does is it's kind of your ability to be so confident that you are a bad dude that when people feel how bad of a dude you feel like, they will just literally pass out and fall down unconscious. It's like a fodder disposal technique. It doesn't work on people who have a similarly strong will, but on people who lack conviction, aka fodder, like if you got 1,000 Marines, you can make them all pass out and fall out if you use some Conqueror's hockey. So that's hockey. We will get into how that's utilized. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool.
Some Conquerors.
And it makes for some cool clashes. When two people who have Conqueror's hockey fight, there's lots of lightning and stuff going on, so it looks pretty sick. But I'm not sure what the practical purpose is for it, but it does look really cool. And was there anything else I missed before we get to the actual story? No, I think we are good to go. Just a moment here. I've got one question for you guys, or one statement. Ahoy, mateys! Yo ho ho, yo ho ho ho, yo ho ho, yo ho ho ho. All right, thank you, class. Let's get to it. Now that we know all that stuff that should have taken you like 20 years to discover reading One Piece, we can now just jump in to the adventure that's about to unfold with our heroes on their journey. So here we go. First thing that happens in One Piece. We begin the series with 7-year-old Monkey D. Luffy in Fuchsia Village on an island called Dawn Island. This is a young boy, and there's a pirate who hangs out around his town named Shanks, red-haired Shanks. Shanks is a cool guy, and Luffy likes him, and he wants to be a pirate, but he's only 7, so Shanks just laughs at him and won't let him join his crew. The first panel of One Piece, the first thing that happens is Luffy, in order to prove that he's a bad dude, takes a knife and stabs himself in the face, right here, which is why he has the scar for the entirety of One Piece, just to show that he's a bad dude and can be a pirate with the rest of them. As the crew freaks out and is like, well, that really didn't prove anything, Luffy. I mean, we still don't think that there's, you're maybe a little too young. But he just doesn't give a fuck, and that's why he has a scar on his face from moment one. First panel, he doesn't have a scar. From then on, he has a scar. And he'll get more as the series goes on. So, events there real quick are, there's an event where, there are mountain bandits who come down. They fuck with Shanks and his crew. Luffy gets captured in the scuffle trying to be a bad dude. And he had eaten the Gomu Gomu no Mi from Shanks' crew, so he can't swim, even though he wasn't a great swimmer already. And the mountain bandit throws him out into the sea to let him die. Shanks shows up to save Luffy from drowning. But unfortunately, they are being attacked by a Sea King. A Sea King comes out of nowhere and is about to kill Luffy at 7 years old, but Shanks gets there just in time and scares him off with a real bad dude look. He just says, "Get out of here." And the Sea King just snakes away. It's called the Lord of the Coast. But in this exchange, tragically, Shanks loses his left arm. It was bitten off by the Lord of the Coast. And from then on, he's a one-armed guy. He was a very powerful pirate, apparently still is, but that's definitely a downgrade to not have 2 arms. So Luffy feels really bad about this, but Shanks just says to him, "Hey man, I chose to do it. I value your friendship. You're a cool guy. I believe in you. And you know what? You remind me of my old pirate captain. So what I'm going to do is Shanks, am going to take my straw hat," which was his. "I'm going to give it to you, Luffy. I'm leaving with my crew. Come find me one day and return this hat to me." And so that's the beginning of One Piece. Shanks sails off. Luffy, dedicated to doing so, trains real hard to become a strong pirate man. Bunch of things happen. 10 years pass, and we cut to that same coast where Luffy was trying to leave before. The Lord of the Coast, who guards that place, the thing that bit off Shanks' arm, shows up, and Luffy, big rubber arm, just gives him a big old rubber punch. It says, "Fuck you, you're not going to stop me this time." And he heads on out to sea to begin his pirate quest. And that right there is where One Piece truly begins. It's just one man on a tiny boat decides he wants to be Pirate King, just like his hero Gold Roger, because he loves freedom, he loves everything it represents, he doesn't want to be stuck here, he wants to be a free boy. An inspiring message for the youth of our age. And so he begins his quest. Now he says a little line here that a lot of people like to quote. It's like, something about 10 men would be good, because he wants to put together a crew to conquer the Grand Line like Gold Roger. And this line about how I need 10 men, or how I'd like 10 men, is thrown around a lot. Coincidentally, there are 10 canonical members of the Straw Hats as of now. One's a little tentative, but technically it's 10. There's debate about what does he mean, like 10 plus himself, so we need like an 11th member, or is 10, are we done now? I don't know, but the debate rages on. In any case, so from there, Luffy continues his quest for real. Starting at Dawn Isle, he heads out on his little boat. He gets shipwrecked. The boat gets totally destroyed. He hides in a barrel and gets picked up by another pirate captain, Alvida, and they arrive at Shell's Town. Now in Shell's Town, it's run by corrupt marine officials. It's all fucked up, and Alvida's there. A bunch of things happen. Basically, he meets this guy, Kobe, who is like a swabby on Alvida's crew. Doesn't matter. He doesn't like it being there. He wants to leave, but he's making do. He's being a pussy baby. Luffy doesn't give a shit, so he just leaves to go do his own thing now that he's been saved. Nobody can stop him. He's too strong. And he goes into town where he finds this guy, Roronoa Zoro, who is rather famous in these parts. Roronoa Zoro, named after Zoro, the Spanish swashbuckler, is a 3-sword-using samurai man. And Luffy, having heard of his reputation as the pirate hunter, because he's been a bounty hunter up to this point, he wants him to join his crew because he's really strong. Zoro says, no, fuck you. But they make a deal because Zoro is about to be executed because he was a nice guy and he slapped the pirate, the marine captain's son or whatever, Helmeppo. Doesn't matter. So Zoro agrees to help Luffy and join his crew forever if Luffy saves him from dying. Luffy does so. They beat up the bad pirate captain, and Kobe and Helmeppo, Kobe being the fucking guy who was
the bad marine captain.
The bad marine captain, yes. His son Helmeppo, who was the guy that Zoro had punched, and Kobe become friends and actually join the Marines, and they go off on their own quest to become good boy Marines, while Zoro and Luffy go in a totally different direction to become pirates. We don't hear from them for a good long time. So now Zoro and Luffy are best friends forever. He's got his first crew member. He's a very strong guy, so he's in good shape. From there, they get a boat and they head on out to the Oregon Islands, specifically Orange Town. In Orange Town, they meet a woman named Nami. Nami is a thief, and she's a real quick-witted, slick lady, and she's an excellent navigator. And here they just do a fight against a guy named Buggy. And what it turns out is that Buggy the Clown, he is the first foe they meet who has a devil fruit. And this is the guy I mentioned before. He has the monsoon from Metal Gear Rising power, where he can fall apart, fall into pieces. He's a serious challenge. They fight him. It's all good. They defeat him. Nami joins up with them because it seems like a smart way to go. Those are good boys. They're all becoming good friends now. And we learn, by the way, that Buggy was on the same crew as Shanks, who gave Luffy a straw hat and is his big inspiration to be a pirate. They were on the same crew as little boys. So Buggy hates him. This is the time in the series where he tries to steal Luffy's hat, and he actually stabs it a few times. It gets kind of fucked up. It's the only time in the series that the hat actually takes noticeable damage, because the hat is very important to the story. It's Luffy's treasure. Because what One Piece is really about is it's about personal treasure. Luffy doesn't really give a shit about gold. Buggy the Clown, the bad pirate captain man, he loves gold. He loves flashy things. He's a stereotypical kind of the Morganeer pirate we were talking about before. Luffy doesn't care about that. He just wants to be free and adventure and do all that good shit. So there's two different ideologies at war here. And Luffy values his hat more than anything because it represents the most important thing to him, his bond with Shanks, the promise he made, the sacrifice Shanks made losing his arm for him, all that good stuff. So this theme will pervade. In the same arc, there is like a dog who's just trying to protect a pet food store from Buggy's crew that are trying to destroy it. Because again, that dog has like a personal connection. His owner ran that store and then died. And then like that episode of Futurama where that dog was waiting for Fry forever. The dog's made it his purpose in life to protect this pet food store. It doesn't work out. Like the place gets destroyed, but this is the theme. Things that we value personally are so much more important than just like gold or riches or any of that shit. It's about running your life the way you want to and protecting the stuff that matters to you. And Luffy and that dog are best friends, and everyone's best friends when you agree on that philosophy. If you're a control bitch, fuck you, gonna beat you up. That's it. Okay, so Nami, Zoro, and Luffy are now crew members, and they're all doing good things, and they sail to the Gecko Islands is the next stop, where Syrup Village is, where they meet a little man named Usopp. Usopp, I consider, perhaps the best character in all of One Piece, at least for a very long time. Usopp, unlike the other guys, Nami is rather extraordinary. She's an amazing navigator. Zoro and Luffy are like powerhouses physically. They're really, really strong. Usopp is just a normal kid. He's good with like a slingshot. He's smart. He's artistic. But he's just a normal kid. But he gets wrapped up in this event because he's friends with this girl Kaya on his island, who's rich, and turns out there's a pirate there who's been pretending to be their butler for years, but he's actually an evil murdering pirate who killed Kaya's parents, named Clawhador, or that was his butler name. It was Captain Kuro. Basically, there's a bad guy here, and there's like some subterfuge going on. Usopp joins up with the Straw Hats to kill that man or kick his ass so that he won't murder Kaya the way he did her parents and steal her money. They do so, everyone's happy. Usopp joins the crew because it just seems like the obvious thing to do. And another personal note here, Usopp's father, Yasopp, was on Shanks' crew, and Luffy was friends with Yasopp back in the day. So there's another personal connection here.
I mean, Shanks was friends with Yasopp.
Well, Luffy also. As a kid, Luffy was friends with Yasop and Shanks and the whole crew.
Oh, because he knew the whole crew.
Yeah, that's right. And fucking Lucky Roo and Scopper Gaban, the whole gang.
Fan favorites.
Fan favorite.
Scopper Bang.
Scopper Gaban. Also Silver's Rayleigh, but we'll talk about him later. Also note Gold Roger, Scopper Gaban, Copper Gaban, Silver's Rayleigh. There's a theme here, but we'll talk about them later. Oh, I'm sorry. Important note. I meant to say before when we talked about the Will of D. Gold Roger's name is not Gold Roger. It's Gold D Roger. Oh shit! Mind blown. Oh.
What could it mean?
The genesis of that has sparked endless memes. Okay, Buggy the Clown? No. Buggy D Clown. I mean, we could go all day with this. We could go all hence the Pod D cast.
Hence the Po D cast.
Indeed. So there you go. Okay, right. So Usopp has joined the crew. Oh, and at this point, they've been in little bullshit ships. But the village, rather Kaya, Usopp's friend, the rich girl whose parents are dead, they're so grateful that they give them a real ship. So it's at Syrup Village, they get an actual ship called the Going Merry, which is a silly little sloop ship. It's white ship. It's white. It's got a goat head on the front. Very adorable. Everybody loves it. That's their home for a very, very long time, and everybody loves it. So, with a new ship and Usopp joining the crew, these now 4 Straw Hats head on over to the Barati Floating Restaurant, which happens to be on their way. I'm sorry, by the way, I forgot to mention, the whole point of this quest is that they're looking for crew, and they're also generally aiming to get to the Grand Line. As I said, that's where Gold Roger's treasure is thought to be. Nobody knows for sure, but this is the thinking. So they're kind of ambling their way towards the way you get into the Grand Line overall. And so that's kind of the progress of how things are going. And so along the way, they happen upon the Barati Floating Restaurant, which is it's a restaurant that floats in the sea. It's a big ship, and it kind of looks like a fish. And on the Barati, they meet Sanji. Sanji is a character initially inspired by Mr. Pink from Reservoir Dogs. He's kind of an asshole, slick-talking chef who loves women. He's a womanizer, and he smokes all the time, even though a chef shouldn't smoke. He's working with food. Come on, man. But he's just that cool. And on the Barati, there's an incident where, so Sanji's whole thing is that when he was young, it was an incident where he almost starved to death, so he'll feed anyone. A bunch of pirates show up who are starving to death, having just come back from the Grand Line and got totally fucked up by some enemy pirates, and they're starving to death. They are at the Barati, and they're like, give us food. Did you?
How do you get out of the Grand Line?
Great question. I don't know.
Oh, shit.
There's, Okay, you could potentially, I would bet, if you're in the Grand Line, you could probably, maybe there's like a bridge over one of the entrances to, if you get to the Red Line, when you get in the Red Line, there is a place to park your ship called the Twin Capes. If you could probably sail there and somehow get back. I bet that's doable. So it's way easier to get out than to get in. I would guarantee that, because the reverse mountain is a whole ordeal of itself. Right, so on the Barati, Sanji feeds some pirates who are, Don Krieg is the name of these pirates, or the Krieg pirates. They are bad dudes. They are murderers and killers. You should not help them. But Sanji, by the way, the pirates, the Barati is crewed entirely by pirates. They are a fighting pirate chef crew. But nonetheless, Sanji just gives those guys food, and they all get their energy back, and they're like, thanks for feeding us. We are now going to take over this boat and kill all of you. Thank you very much for the food. A battle ensues. Okay, but in the middle of this battle, all right, so you know they've been fucked up by a pirate crew? A man shows up. The pirate who had been fucking up the Krieg pirates suddenly shows up, a man named Dracule Mihawk. Dracule Mihawk, one of the Shichibukai, the 7 warlords employed by the government to destroy other pirates. This is a big deal. This is one of the turning points of the series. Now, the thing you need to know about Roronoa Zoro is he's got mind on his money and he's got money on his mind. And by money, I mean swords. He wants to be the strongest swordsman in the world. The way to do that is to beat the man who's currently considered the strongest swordsman in the world. That man is Dracule Mihawk, and he just showed up in front of Zoro. Zoro basically has no choice but to fight this man for honor, to live up to his dream. Because, quick flashback about Zoro, when he was young, he had a friend who was a girl named Kuina, who was stronger than him at swords. He never beat her, even one time, but there was some stuff about like, oh, you're a boy, you're going to get stronger than me eventually. I'm sad because I'm a girl, inevitably I won't be as strong as you, and you'll pull ahead of me. Which may or may not be true, given the laws of One Piece, but she just tragically died falling downstairs in a totally unrelated incident, and Zoro never got a chance to beat her. It really fucked him up for life, and now he'll do whatever it takes. He carries her sword, the Wado Ichimonji, in honor of her, and it's, this is his whole arc. So this matters a lot to him to beat Mihawk. So he challenges Mihawk and just gets, anally devastated. It's just, his rectum is fully prolapsed by the end of this battle. But he does it in a real cool guy way where he won't quit or anything. Mihawk has a giant sword, it's the strongest sword in the world, but he fights with a tiny little dagger. He still easily defeats Zoro, it's not a big deal. And he pulls out his big sword and is like, well, you fought me honorably, Zoro. I'm going to do you the honor of hitting you with the strongest slash in the world. Zoro does not retreat.
Thanks,
he
sir.
just stands there and says, go for it, bro. And he just fucking cuts him down, nearly cuts him in half. Surprise, surprise, he lives.
He has a big scar.
He's got a giant, from then on,
body for the rest of the series.
Zoro acquires many scars throughout the series that are there till the end of time. Big scar, but he's alive. Hooray for that. Now that was actually kind of a total side story to what's going on. That happens in the middle of the Barati arc, and then we're right back to the fight against Don Krieg. Spoilers, Luffy and Sanji win, and they send him packing. We don't hear from them for a very long time. But Zoro here gets the most development. He's like, I will find you again, Mihawk. I will not lose again until I find you. I will beat you. That's his motivation for the rest of the story. Find Mihawk and beat him. So there you go. That's the end of the Barati. Sanji has joined the crew. He owes his life to the owner, but they just come to an arrangement. And Sanji's like, I'm going to go live my dream, and I'm going to go find something called All Blue. All Blue is a mythical sea that contains all kinds of fish all over the planet. Sanji, as a cook, really wants to get in on that. Cooking is his passion, it's his life, and he won't even fight with his hands. He only fights with his feet because he has to protect his hands for cooking. This is his whole thing. So he's looking for All Blue. It's his passion, it's his quest, and he's going to go do it with Luffy. There you go. Motivation established.
Because the four seas have different fish. If they were all to combine in one central sea,
the world is so divided by all this shit.
All Blue, and it would contain every fish from all four seas.
That's correct. So there you go. That's Sanji's quest. Oh, and by the way, Usopp, as just kind of a normal guy, his quest is to be a proud warrior of the sea. Nami's quest is to obtain money. She really likes money.
She wants to map the world.
Oh yeah, well, we don't know that yet, but yes, we learn that as we go on. Right now she has flimsy motivation, but she does love navigation, as a passion for it. Okay, next up, boom. Oh, in the middle of the Barati arc, Nami has disappeared. Nami is gone, and I believe she took the Going Merry. She stole the ship and is gone. That's not good. So they find out, there's some friends of theirs who are mercenaries, her old friends of Zoro's, Johnny and Yosaku, and they're like, oh yeah, she beat us up, she stole the ship, she said she was heading for Kokoyasi Village, aka where Arlong Park sits. Arlong Park is the home base of a man named Arlong, of the Arlong Pirates. Excuse me. Arlong is a fish man. He is not a human being. He is a man who, if you imagine a human being but blue with like a shark nose, shark fins, and are way stronger than humans, like 100 times stronger or something.
Sawtooth sharks.
He's got a sawtooth shark nose. He's a cool guy. You'll see images of him on screen, I'm sure. Turns out that all along, Nami was not a good boy. Nami was a bad boy because Nami is a member of the Arlong Pirates all along. She has been specifically tricking Luffy and the gang to steal their money to go bring it back to Arlong Park. Oh, come on now. Hey, come on. What? No.
Not based.
Not even close to based.
Cringe, actually.
It's quite cringe. Quite cringe. So when the gang gets there, they chase it down. They're like, fuck you. We're going to get our money back and give us our ship. And also, we don't believe you, Nami. There's something going on. Turns out, Kokoyasi Village is completely subjugated by the Arlong Pirates. And as a young girl, as an adopted war orphan, along with another girl, Noriko, I think, by their mother, Belmare, they were forcibly subjugated by the Arlong Pirates, who murdered their mother, forced Nami to join because she was a navigator, and have ever since been forcing her to go out and collect money in order to pay tribute so that the Arlong pirates will not just go and murder every man, woman, and child in Nami's village. So that's been Nami's life for the last like 10 years or whatever. Pretty fucked up situation. Luffy gets there, and Nami says, you can't save us, just leave, they're too strong, you can't do it. If you could overthrow them and defeat them in some sort of epic shonen battle, that would be really cool, but we all know that's off the table, and so I just have to keep paying tribute. Turns out it was on the table. That's exactly what they do. And this is a moment that a lot of people consider when One Piece starts to really come into its own and get really good. It was around like chapter like 40 or 50 or 60 or something. And the march on Arlong Park is very legendary. Zoro, Luffy, Usopp, and Sanji, they go and they just defeat the Arlong pirates. They kick them the fuck out of there, and Nami is very grateful, and she's allowed now to live her dream of mapping the entire world. This is her dream. She had one just like everybody else. She loves navigation. The world is not mapped in the world of One Piece. It's about exploration. That's what everybody does. They've got relatively primitive technology. So Nami coming with the crew, she's got her dream. Everybody's got their dream in the Straw Hat Pirates crew. So she joins up, and that's what they do. So in order to complete her quest and become Pirate King and map the world and meet Dracula Mihawk, become the strongest swordsman and become a brave warrior of the sea and maybe find All Blue, they all head straight for Logue Town. Logue Town, which it's written as Logue Town. I don't believe that Oda got it right. I'm pretty sure it's Rogue Town, but there's a lot of translation errors here and there. In Logue Town, this is the location on the Polestar Islands where Gold Roger is from. And so it's a hotbed of activity for pirates, and people come there, and it is where Gold Roger was executed. So it's a big hotspot for tourists and all kinds of crazy shit. And while there, they just stop by there in order to get their shit ready so they can head to Reverse Mountain and head into the Grand Line. Or that might be where they learn about Reverse Mountain and stuff. They meet a couple of kooky characters. They meet Smoker, who is the first notable Marine who they will continually butt heads with again and again. This is the man who ate a Logia and is made of smoke. So he's the first Logia they encounter. He's really hard to fight, and Luffy is not able to beat him, not even close. He has no tools to do so. Tricky dicky guy. There is also Buggy the Clown shows up again. Now he's kind of engaged in his narrative of chasing Luffy throughout the Grand Line. He's going to follow him and do what they can do. And also Alvida, the pirate who we met before, she was a big fat lady, but she ate a devil fruit, the Sube no Mi, that made her really thin and hot now. And she really likes Luffy because he beat her up. And she's way into that shit, bro. And so she and Buggy have teamed up along with his crew, and they're going to chase Luffy. So that happens. But there is an incident that happens here. While they're here, Luffy gets captured by Buggy the Clown. They put him on the gallows where Gold Roger was executed, and Buggy D. Clown is about to fucking chop Luffy's head off as Luffy smiles and says, well, I did my best, guys. I lived my free life. I lived my dream, and it just didn't work out. To his crew. A bolt of lightning strikes, hits Buggy completely out of the blue, complete luck, as far as we know, and Luffy is miraculously saved from an early death at the very beginning of One Piece, and then he just pieces the fuck out of there and escapes.
By the very beginning, you mean chapter 100.
Is this chapter 100?
Chapter 100 is when they cross into Reverse Mountain, and
okay.
It's like the big leaving Logue Town scene is chapter 100.
I see. So it's right around there. It might be exactly chapter 100.
It's about as far as I got.
Fair enough.
It's just longer than a lot of entire manga series.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. But I mean, there's already great stuff up to this point. But I suppose that is a point. I mean, because so much of the way better stuff does happen later, it's understandable why some people get tapped out.
I mean, I kind of looked at Reverse Mountain as the moment when One Piece really begins.
It's true.
That's
true.
where you feel oh shit, this is a different story now. You know.
It really does change at that point. So. There's one other important incident that happens at Logue Town as they're escaping. Smoker is chasing Luffy, trying to capture him as they try to escape, but a mysterious figure appears and stops Smoker from capturing Luffy. It would have been done for Luffy otherwise. And this is just a mysterious man named Dragon. And Dragon appears, he distracts Smoker so Luffy can get away, and Smoker just mysteriously says, the government is looking for you, and then they just disappear. We don't hear any more about who this man is. We will touch on him later. Okay, so having escaped from Logue Town, the boys are en route now to Reverse Mountain. bada boom, bada bing. They go up the side of this fucking mountain. They sail directly down as the mountain works, and they are officially in the Grand Line. The first leg, the Sea of Rookies or whatever, is over now for the One Piece narrative. We are officially in the Grand Line, and shit's about to get real. So we have finished. The East Blue Saga is over. There's all this shit left, but don't worry. A lot of it goes a lot faster than the setup stuff. So, as they arrive in the Grand Line, they reach a place called the Twin Capes, which is just the place where the Reverse Mountain lets out. They meet a man named Crocus there. He is a doctor who is caring for a gigantic fucking whale that is the size of like a literal city. Luffy punches this whale in the eye, but that eye is the size of maybe bigger than this house. Just the eye.
Man.
Not cool. Well, Laboon was kind of giving him some shit, so he was just giving him a little bit of, repartee. So they did what they had to do. In fact, I forget exactly the order of operations here. I believe they get eaten by Laboon. Like, they try to fuck with them, so Laboon just devours them. So they're in the whale, Pinocchio style. I think it's in the whale they actually meet Crocus, who's just on a mysterious island in the belly of the whale. He just has a base there. Turns out he's just a doctor who's caring for the whale. He lives inside of him sometimes. It's not that big a deal. Don't worry about it. And he's a cool guy. And basically he gives them a lot of information about how the Grand Line works. Here's some interesting points. So the Grand Line is very different from all the other seas in that there was only one known way in order to progress through the Grand Line. You gotta have something called a log pose. What a log pose is, it is a very special compasses. Like Ben or someone was saying before, normal compasses just don't work in the Grand Line. It's like magnetic, they throw some buzzwords around why it doesn't make sense, and also the seas are extremely crazy and kooky and weird, and the currents and the winds just fuck up navigation normally. A log pose is the only tool that actually works in order to get you from point A to point B. And the way it works is, if you hang out on an island on the Grand Line, each one has a magnetic signature, and they also have unique environmental properties, but we don't need to talk about that too much. If you hang out, for example, on Whiskey Peak, which is the next island they go to, for some amount of time, the log pose takes that amount of time. Nami wears it on her wrist because she's the navigator. It takes some amount of time for that pole, the magnetic charge, to set. And what it'll then do is that log pose will now point, no matter what happens, towards the next island in the Grand Line. And if you go to that next island and you stay there for a certain amount of time, it will then reset again, and it'll then point you to the next island. So the way you get through is you hop from island to island, you hang out there and you let the log pose set, and then you keep going. That's how it works. And this is the basic premise that's used for a large part of One Piece. It does get dropped as other things get used a little bit later, because there are these things called eternal poses, and what they are is they're a compass that is just magnetized, whereas a log pose will change based on wherever you set. An eternal pose is you set it one time and it will always point to one island in particular. So let's say you want to get to fucking, what's a good one? Water 7 here, and you're way over here. Theoretically, if you just had an eternal pose, you could just sail straight on down using the eternal pose. You wouldn't need to worry about all this shit, but they're rare and hard to come by. So log pose is the way most adventurers go. So Crocus helps them out with that, and now they know how to travel, and that's what they're going to do. But while they're... Oh, Tom?
This is probably a stupid question, but just because I have no reference for this other than your map. Mm-hmm. The Grand Line is assumedly huge, and so it's not just a matter of just going in a straight line. This is not to scale even remotely.
I forgot. There's another excellent point about that. So, as you can see here, the Grand Line, it is a strip of ocean, but it is a very large strip of ocean relative to the entire planet. And I only have a few islands in this strip here. There are many, many, many more islands in the Grand Line. What we have here is just an outline of the route that the Straw Hats happened to take in their journey. One of the fun things about One Piece that would make maybe for a cool MMO or something is that what the islands that other people choose to go to lead to completely different routes, touching on completely different islands as you travel through. Did you?
So is it that the log pose, it's not that it points you to the next island, but a next island that you have to go to?
That's a better way to phrase it, yeah. And, but there is good news, because it is said, now, it's a little surprising that it works out this way, but allegedly it does, that whatever route you take, you will be pushed along towards your final destination. Pretty convenient that the world works that way, but hey, who can complain? So they meet one other important character at the Twin Capes because there are two people trying to kill the whale Laboon, and they are named Vivi, aka Miss Wednesday. We know her as Miss Wednesday right now, and also her partner in crime, Mr. Nine, I believe. These are two agents of mystery who we don't know what they are yet, but they're trying to kill Laboon in order to get food for Whiskey Peak for some mysterious reason. There's a little bit of fighting with them. They're convinced not to do it anymore. And they come with the Straw Hats, I believe, briefly, or they follow along in order to get to Whiskey Peak, which follows up next. And there's one other important thing here, that is that Laboon the whale, they are informed by Crocus, the doctor who's taking care of him, that Laboon, actually, he has some scratches on the top of his fucking head. And remember, this guy is called like an island whale. So he's like the size of an entire island. And what he does every day is he swims and he bashes his head against the red line underwater, creating gigantic earthquakes because he's so fucking big. Because he is attempting to drill a hole through the red line in order to get to the other side. Because 50 years ago, when Laboon was a very small whale, he made a promise with a pirate crew that we don't know, that he wanted to, that they would conquer the Grand Line and meet up with him again. It has now been 50 years, and there is no sign of that crew, so things are not looking too good. So Laboon seems to be killing himself in vain. So what Luffy does is he paints his signature on the guy's head and says, hey, you can't bash your head against that wall. I'm going to conquer the Grand Line and come find you again at the end. So just stay here and don't kill yourself. Like, that's why the doctor has to take care of him, because he's doing this shit to himself. Yeah, that's it. So he's just waiting for his best friends, this pirate crew, that he really wants to meet again one day. And it's a glorious event. Okay, so now we're moved on to Whiskey Peak. So Whiskey Peak is a big island covered in cacti where Luffy and the gang are treated very well. They have a big party, and then they all go to sleep when they're really drunk. And at night, while they're all sleeping, every single resident of Whiskey Peak wakes up, pulls out knives or guns, and goes to kill the Straw Hats. Because it turns out every single one of them is a bounty hunter. Every single person. There are like nuns. There are like children. All of them are bounty hunters. And they're all trying to kill Luffy and the gang. Indeed. So basically, Zoro is the only one who who didn't eat and drink himself into submission. So Zoro is awake, and I think he actually kills many of them. That seems to be what's implied. There's blood splatters. It's pretty fucked up.
Just murders the children bounty hunters.
And nuns and shit.
What a badass.
Maybe it's fake, but who knows?
It has to be real.
And then Luffy wakes up and he's like, hey, these people are so nice to us. There's a little fight between Zoro and Luffy. It's just a little gimmick thing. But what happens is, it turns out all those bounty hunters are in the employ of an organization called Baroque Works. And Miss Wednesday, aka Vivi, and Mr. Nine, who are with them, they work for Baroque Works too. This is all part of the Alabasta saga here. And this is the overarching enemy of Baroque Works. They're employed by an organization that wants to take over Alabasta and potentially the world. Vivi, turns out, is actually the princess of Alabasta in disguise, who has infiltrated Baroque Works to get information about their leader, Mr. Zero. And there's Mr. 0, Mr. 1, Mr. 2, Mr. 3, Mr. 4, up to Mr. 13, 14 or something. They've all got numbers. And Mr. Zero's partner is Miss All Sunday. All the women are named after holidays. There's Miss Golden Week, Miss Merry Christmas, and there's Miss All Sunday, who's Crocodile's partner. It's a man and woman pairs for each. And so in this thing, her cover is blown, Vivi's cover is blown, and she asks the Straw Hats for help. That's how the Straw Hats get involved in this whole thing. They're going to help Vivi because they like her and she was nice to them. And they meet Miss All Sunday, a.k.a. Nico Robin, at this time. This is where Nico Robin comes from. She's working for Baroque Works. Yes?
This seems fateful.
Well, it's not fateful, because it's not like it needed to necessarily go this way.
It seems like it will happen, and things will be different after this arc concludes.
In that sense, yes, that is definitely true. Nico Robin is one of the linchpins into the the big overarching story of One Piece. And we will get into why, because we don't know yet. All we know right now is that she works for Baroque Works. So, from Whiskey Peak, they escape with Vivi, now on a quest to save Alabasta from Crocodile, who's fucking it up, because Luffy doesn't really give a shit, but everybody else really likes Vivi and wants to help her out, if they can in passing, but mostly they're just down for the adventure, so that's why they go along. So they head to Little Garden. Little Garden isn't too eventful, other than they fight some more Baroque Works guys, including Mr. 3, who has the power to make wax. He's a candle man, and Miss Golden Week. And they fight a couple of Baroque Works guys. And they meet two important characters, Dory and Bragi, who are our first meetings of giants in the series. On Little Garden are two giants who are doing epic battle with each other, and it's way cool. And specifically Usopp, who up to this point has been a timid little baby bitch. Usopp particularly is impressed by like the fighting culture of the giants, who by the way are very like Viking themed, and that's important because Oda loves himself some Vikings, as One Piece was inspired by a Viking show, Vicky the Viking. So the giants are kind of an important thing in the lore of One Piece. And so Dory and Bragi are very important to Usopp, and they tell us about a land, a mysterious land where the giants come from, called Elbaf. Usopp's quest is kind of to get to Elbaf and become a bad dude and become a real cool warrior man like Dory and Bragi. So that's so Usopp's quest kind of picks up more steam during Little Garden. Anyway, the Straw Hats win. They don't get murdered by Baroque Works yet, and we'll see how that goes, and they continue their quest. Now, as they leave Whiskey Peak, they need to get to Alabasta because a rebellion is beginning in Alabasta. Because here's what Crocodile has done, Mr. Zero. He has, by the way, I forgot to mention, Crocodile, aka Sir Crocodile, is one of the Shichibukai. He's the second Shichibukai who we actually meet, and he is a big deal because he's backed by the world government. So world government guys are supposed to be all about peace and goodness and happiness. Turns out, sometimes power is corrupting, you guys. Sometimes it turns out when you employ pirates to work for your very lawful organization, they will abuse that privilege and do bad things with that power. Also, Epstein did not kill himself.
It's a good thing the real world doesn't work like that.
Thank God for that. It's all fiction. So like Sir Crocodile is able to get away with a lot of what he's doing because he is a Shichibukai. So it's not good. It's not good for Alabasta. And the specific plan is he has been fomenting a rebellion, and Vivi actually knows the leader, their childhood friends of the rebellion. We're talking about like hundreds of thousands of people on either side of like the loyalists versus the rebels, because what they've done is they've got this guy named Mr. 2. He has a devil fruit called the Mane Mane no Mi, where he can just change to look like someone. Yeah?
I think you're getting ahead of yourself. You passed Drum Island?
Well, no, we will get to Drum Island. It's okay. Drum Island isn't particularly eventful, but we will do that. It's just that the reason for the rebellion, the urgency to get to Alabasta is because there is a rebellion, because basically this guy, Mr. 2, has been pretending to be the king and has been doing bad things as king. And so Vivi, it's her dad. She knows that that's not something he would do. It's creating chaos, so hence the urgency to get there, because a rebellion is about to begin that will kill like millions of people, so that's not good. So they really want to get there, but they can't get to Alabasta just yet because Nami comes down with like a terminal illness that she got on Little Garden. So they stop off at the Land of Doctors, Drum Island, which is famous for its doctors. Basically, when they get there, they find out that all the doctors... Jesse?
She got sick, and the thing on her wrist happened to take her to the Doctor Island?
I think they happened to have a log pose on the way. You know, I forget the exact details, but I know that it was a totally unplanned stop. They found either a log pose or they like an eternal pose or something. I think they might have already had one, but that's a fair observation. It was a tangent that was not planned that they stopped off at incidentally.
So it was just total luck that like this whole island is full of doctors.
Oh, I mean, it was luck that it was like the next island coming up. Absolutely, yes. Absolutely true. Very convenient for the narrative, no doubt about it. But it wasn't lucky that when they get to Drum Island, all the doctors are gone. Wouldn't you know it? Because there had been a rebellion recently on Drum Island. They had a bad dude king, this guy named King Wapol. He was very selfish. He was a very fucked up guy. He had eaten a devil fruit called the Munch Munch fruit. Hey, oh my God, there he is. Now you're gonna love this. That means he could eat anything, including ass, and he could make that thing part of himself.
I heard it's mealy as fuck.
So he could, like, for example, in one of the movies that's not canon, he eats his own brother, and he fuses with his brother, and they become like a double dude.
Oh my god.
Canonically, in the story, he does eat 2 of his lieutenants and fuses them into one guy and spits him back out. Yeah, it's fucked up. There's another scene. Okay, get this. Like, he's got this weird, like, metal jaw. This fruit is fucked up, man. He extends his jaw. He crams his own body into his own jaw, digests himself, and jumps out, like, in, like, battle mode now. After, like, rearranging his entire fucking body. This is what Walpole does with his devil fruit. Yeah, that's a weird one. That's a strange fruit.
Oh my god.
Mm-hmm. He tries to eat their ship as well. He takes a big bite. He just likes to eat anything. I don't know.
It's working out for him so far.
It's working out very well. He is the king, and he's loving his life and his body.
Eat everything, wouldn't you?
Probably. Anyway, the point is, this guy, bless you, this guy's a bad dude, and he was, so they had a rebellion. They kicked him off, but then he came. Actually, I forgot to say, the reason that he's not there currently is because a certain pirate crew just happened to come through and just kick the shit out of all of them, and that is the Blackbeard Pirates. We don't know much about what the Blackbeard Pirates are, but we do hear that it was those boys who beat Walpole up and kicked him the fuck out of Drum Island. So that's the first we hear about him. So our boys arrive, and Walpole had taken all the doctors with him because he's a very selfish guy when they'd been kicked off the island. And like the current occupants of Drum Island are like, oh God, please, we don't want our king to come back. We hate him. Let's just rule ourselves, be democratic or whatever. But he shows up and they fight. And they beat him, etc. But the narrative point of importance here is that there was one doctor left on the island, Dr. Kureha, so they go to find her. There's an epic scene of Luffy climbing one of these incredibly giant mountains with Nami strapped to his back on this, the whole place is a winter island, meaning it's covered in snow 24/7. And when he meets Dr. Kureha does heal Nami, so Nami's okay, and they meet her apprentice, Tony Chopper. Tony Chopper is a reindeer. But he is a reindeer who ate the human Zoan devil fruit. So he is a half reindeer, half human hybrid freak. But that wasn't even the worst part about it, because when he was a kid, obviously reindeers live on this snowy island. When he was a child, he was born with a blue nose, unlike all of the reindeers. No. Yes. And they bullied the shit out of him just for having a blue nose. And then he ate the human fruit and turned into like a complete double freak. I mean, obviously the nose is the worst part than just being an absolute mongoloid monster. But so he was
coincidentally this stuff with Chopper is the only One Piece stuff I ever watched, and the reason I never watched it ever again because I hate him.
Chopper's based.
Chopper is pretty cool in many ways.
I feel in my heart that he's the worst.
You know, the thing is,
English voice does not help with that impression, I would say.
Well, also...
in the 4 Kids, sure.
Also, he's a little midget reindeer with a blue nose in a show that's supposed to be about pirates.
He's like a giant
but he's
beast.
based.
You know, in the original drafts of One Piece, you can see, Oda, there have been many books about information. You can see that Oda had planned out all kinds of characters that he thought may or may not be included in the crew. One of them is like a really tall, slender reindeer with a sword at his side smoking like a cigarette. But instead of that, we got like this little mongoloid monster of
you know his editor told when they needed like a cute animal sidekick.
And Chopper has gone on to become like the mascot character of One Piece. So it's true, in recent years, Chopper's gotten like almost no time on screen, but that's kind of the nature of the series, so he's the lowest priority.
Put him in the water.
Tragically. He would die. Anyway, Chopper helps them fight Walpole. He's involved with all this, good vibes happen. He becomes friends with the crew. Chopper joins the crew. This is the takeaway point. And he is who have we got? We've got Luffy, Zoro, Nami, Usopp, Sanji, and Chopper. We've got a 6-man crew now. A couple of 100 chapters into One Piece now.
Is Chopper like the Chaozu, where it just becomes
150.
irrelevant?
What was that?
So is Chopper like the Chaozu, just becomes quickly irrelevant, even though it's kind of cool at the time?
He does get a bunch of fights, because
he stays relevant.
Chaozu is Tien's best friend.
That's true.
He serves a purpose.
For like an arc.
I mean, Chopper is continually narratively relevant. Chopper continues to pop up as narratively relevant fairly frequently, actually. It's just that on screen, he doesn't get to do much. There'll be a thing where, like, Luffy will get really sick due to something. Chopper is the one who saves him because he's the doctor, but, like, that doesn't make for very interesting screen time.
Chopper fights as much as, like, Nami or Usopp. Maybe not quite as often as Usopp.
Usopp's a special case, but he's kind of fallen into Nami territory. Regardless, so they leave Drum Island having acquired Chopper, they've got a doctor, and Luffy's feeling real good now, because Luffy's whole thing was that he wanted a crew with he wanted a musician, he wanted other fight boys, he wanted a navigator, a helmsman. You want these things, crew's really starting to fill out, looking good.
Oh wait, why is he called Chopper?
Because he had such big horns on his head, he looked like he could chop down trees with them.
That's
the reason. That is the reason.
That's pretty bad.
That's I guess I'll just mention Chopper's backstory is just that when he was young and he was a freak, he was taken in by this doctor named Dr. Hiraluk, who is based and red-pilled and will make 1776 commence again. And he was the only doctor. He was the only doctor who operated on Drum Island without a license and had very mixed results. But he really believed in himself, so he just didn't stop. And even though people begged him to...
He's like a pirate doctor.
He is like a pirate doctor, yeah. He loved pirates. Actually, he was a pirate in his youth, I believe. But he got a fatal illness. He was gonna die, but he, in some mysterious way we still don't quite understand, he said he traveled to the land of Sakura blossoms. Maybe that's the Japan place? Maybe not. We don't know. And he just was miraculously cured.
I thought you were going to say he operated on himself because he was that big.
No, it just went away or something. And he just, from then on, he decided to become a doctor. He comes back to Drum Island and he finds Chopper, who's been kicked out of his tribe after eating the human devil fruit and becoming a weird monster. And he's just I like you. Here, I'll take care of you. I'm a good guy. I'll raise you. And they become good buddies. And Chopper's very inspired by him, so he becomes a doctor too. There you go. Chopper's backstory. Moving on. So at last, Nami is healed. We can now finally get the fuck over to Alabasta. So as we already know, Crocodile is currently fucking shit up, causing rebellions. Things are this close to war actually breaking out. And then I believe what happens is an assassination attempt on the leader of the rebellion happens. And it just sparks the war. The war has just begun. And Luffy and the crew are just with Vivi here. They've been with Vivi ever since then as well, by the way. I forgot to mention her. And they're just fighting against Crocodile's forces. There's a big battle at the end as the war has broken out, as they all pair off and have epic one-on-one fights. These are some of the best, most beloved fights in the series. Zoro learns how to cut steel during this battle against this guy who ate the blade fruit and is made of blades. Zoro cuts through him. Really cool. Nami gets a good fight here. Usopp and Chopper do a fight together. All good stuff. And, of course, Luffy does a one-on-one fight against Crocodile. Yes, Tom?
Is Zoro able to cut through steel because of hockey, or is this an unrelated steel-cutting ability?
Well, okay, here's the thing about hockey. It's as we understand hockey now in One Piece, yes, it is due to hockey. But hockey didn't exist back when this fight happened. It was more that he learned a very special technique that his teacher...
Hockey is like nanomachines in Metal Gear Solid, and they're used to retroactively explain a bunch of weird shit.
Well, a lot of the hockey is used to retroactively explain certain moments like that. That specific thing...
Big moments?
Is explained in kind of obvious details.
So you're saying hockey is hacky?
Little bit. Did you?
Can you point to where on the map Haki gets introduced?
Oh, that's an easy one. Right about here. Right about here is where hockey really starts to take over, and from then on, hockey's all over the place. But I mean, in retcons, remember at the very beginning where I said Luffy, when he was 7 years old, gets saved by Shanks, and Shanks he said get out of here to that fish or whatever. That has been retconned to be Conqueror's hockey to spook a fish. That's what happened. So cool stuff.
I mean, that clearly means it was planned all along.
No doubt. Instead of it just being an extremely common shonen trope to do that exact thing that has then become a thing. Fair enough. Okay, so, I mean, frankly, this is what happens. They fight Crocodile. Luffy does, in fact, defeat Crocodile, though he is by far the toughest opponent yet. And Luffy now, doing so, has defeated one of the Shichibukai, one of the big deal pirates. There are actually 3 fights. Luffy loses 2, very nearly dies. Crocodile has, he's eaten a sand devil fruit, so he can turn into sand, control sand, but he also has a special power to just touch something and drain the moisture. He fucking drains Luffy of all his fluids, and Luffy nearly dies. It was typical E-Thought behavior, frankly, to leave me drained of my fluids. And I had to moisturize in a big way after that. Luffy, he survives due to some shenanigans, and he finally beats him. Crocodile has the unique weakness of, because he's a Sandman, he can turn to sand to avoid attacks as a Logia. But if you're covered in water, That's a particular weakness he happens to have. That's not a normal devil fruit thing, specifically because he is a sand devil fruit man. If you have wet weapons, you can hit him and he can't really block him. Luffy, in an epic final battle, doesn't have any water, but he does have blood. So he covers himself in blood, and he just beats the shit out of Crocodile. It's real cool, real sick.
It's pretty dope.
At the final battle in the anime has the New World Symphony play during the final blow of Luffy against Crocodile. Maybe I'll play it here. It's really, really sick, and the anime really nailed it on that one. So they've defeated Crocodile, and everything's good, and Vivi's kingdom is saved. Everyone important survives. Some fodder die. What can you do, Tom?
Just as a quick question.
Yeah.
Is the anime worth watching, or should you just manga this?
It's not all bad, no. But there are filler arcs that you should watch with a guide, because there are filler arcs that are just uninteresting and worth skipping. Did you?
I mean, I would say the main reason not to watch the anime, aside from the fact that it just takes
Yeah.
so long,
Yeah.
is just that the art is really good in the manga, and it's not always good in the anime at all.
There are fluctuating levels, but you will get consistently great art in the manga, guaranteed. That is by no means guaranteed in the anime. So I would say everyone should. It's hard. I think you should read One Piece all the way through, and I would go back and watch key moments if you want to, for either clarification, for hype moments. And there are some moments that we will talk about that you really should watch the anime for, because you just can't get the same experience.
If
Kip?
you are a teenager and you have a lot of disposable time,
Yeah.
I think it is a good idea to watch the anime just because of like the hype moments with the music.
Mm-hmm. That's what I did first.
The music of One Piece is like some of the best, like emotional music. I mean, it's all orchestrated, so it's like, pretty cool.
It's a great soundtrack. It really is. And there's some amazing stuff in there. So there you go. So other important thing at the end of Alabasta is, so as we said before, Mr. Zero is defeated, Crocodile, but his number 2 was Nico Robin, a.k.a. Miss All Sunday, who, as we know, we'll get to it in just a moment, in case people just don't know yet. She meets Luffy again afterward, because it turns out she had a very specific agenda working with Crocodile all this time. Nico Robin has the singular distinction of anyone we know in One Piece, with the one person with the ability to read the poneglyphs, that incredibly important information, the things that contain information from the Void Century, from 800 years ago. She is the only person on the planet who can do it. And she is very, very desired by the government and people to use that power. Crocodile worked with her because Alabasta is said to have the location, or perhaps the object itself, of Pluton, one of the ancient weapons. And Crocodile's whole plan was to acquire Pluton, take over Alabasta, become king, and begin to use that weapon to expand his empire. And he would have gotten away with it too, if it weren't for those meddling straw hats. And so they kick his ass, they stop him, and Nico Robin, her plans didn't work. She does read the poneglyphs that they have in Alabasta. Turns out, it actually does tell you where Pluton is, but she just lies to Crocodile because her whole motivation was totally different. She had no desire to find Pluton, cause damage. She has her own personal reasons of wanting to track down the poneglyphs that we will talk about later. Tom, do you have a question?
I was going to ask if this is where poneglyphs are introduced.
That's correct. They're introduced here. And so we'll talk about that in a bit. Because the next thing that happens is that as they leave Alabasta, they say goodbye to Vivi, who's been a member of the crew ever since they first got to the Grand Line, member of the crew more or less. And she's been a real nice girl to have around. Everybody liked her. But now they're leaving her behind because she's the princess of Alabasta. Just doesn't feel right to keep traveling when her place is here with her people, ruling and whatnot. But as they sail away, who should emerge from inside the Going Merry's lower decks but Nico Robin is on the ship with them and says, hey, Luffy, you destroyed Baroque Works. I have nowhere to go. I worked with this bad organization because I don't really give a shit. I don't care if they started a war. I had my own things I was trying to do. I didn't do it specifically. So she's not really beloved. She is an assassin, and people are very scared of her. But she just says, I've got nowhere to go, Luffy. Let me stay on the ship with you. Now, the thing about Nico Robin, by the way, is that she has eaten the Hana Hana no Mi, one of the weirder devil fruits in the series. What it does, okay, stick with me, is it allows her to bloom, meaning to just grow and appear, and then there's flower petals around for some reason, her own limbs and body in various places. And she can do this as many times as she wants. So she can do this, and she can make other parts of her arm just like appear on her arm. Or she can, over here, make her arm just appear out of this wall or anything like that. And she can do this with any part of her body. Yes, any part of her body. You have that right, boys. She's a one-woman gangbang, and it's a wonderful thing to behold. So she uses this technique for all kinds of stuff. I mean, for example, she can one of the things she'll do is she'll make two arms appear, one down here, one here, on your back. Grab them, pull together, and just snap your back, and you'll be fucking dead. It's a very, very overpowered fruit.
I don't like
depending
that.
on the situation. No,
that's gross.
It's very unnerving.
I went from like a cool place to a very uncool place.
There are moments where, early on, when Robin is introduced, when Robin is introduced, her powers are used in various weird ways. Like, there's one time where they're looking for something, so she extends a bunch of arms out, and then she makes multiples of her eyes appear all over the arms to look for shit. This was considered a very unnerving moment in the series, and Oda never did it again because people are still weirded out by it to this day. So there's been some growing and some evolving on exactly how her powers get used. But she can do shit like make an ear appear over there to hear what you're saying, all kinds of good stuff. So she is now with them, even though nobody trusts her. But there is like a little scene of her, like in a silly way. Like Luffy, he's like, she seems fine. You know, I never thought she personally did anything bad to me, so she can join. She gives Nami a bunch of money, so Nami just doesn't care anymore because she just has money now. Sanji loves any beautiful woman, and Nico Robin is the most beautiful woman. Who else? Usopp. Oh, Usopp and Sanji, Usopp, Luffy, and Chopper are a little skeptical, but she does this thing where Luffy stands there. Okay, Chopper is a reindeer with horns, right? They do a little game where Luffy stands here, she makes her hands appear on his head to look like reindeer horns, turns around and goes, Chopper! So she does one gag, and they're all sold. They all love Robin from then on. After one gag, they have no problem with her being on the crew anymore. And Zoro's the only holdout who's like, I don't trust this bitch, but we'll see where that goes. All right, so the crew continues their quest. We're headed straight for the island of Jaya. Now this begins the Sky Island saga, my personal favorite. So what happens here is they get to Jaya, and they're just looking for where should we go next? What do we got to do? So you know how the log pose gets reset when you get to New Island, the points to the next one? It quickly gets reset. The problem is, the needle on the log pose is pointing directly upward. And they're like, well, what exactly does that mean? So they go to investigate, and it turns out there are rumors of a sky island nearby, but when they ask about it, everyone laughs at them, and they're treated like a complete joke. Because they meet this guy Bellamy, who's like the top pirate around here, who just thinks all these things are ridiculous, like log poses, they say, can malfunction easily. It's obviously not real. And all kinds of crazy shit happens here. So they're looking for information. And one of the things that happens here is that as they're sailing around, just out of nowhere, they're fighting with some like monkey guys who they happen to get into scuffle with on the sea. Suddenly, 3 gigantic monsters that appear to be giant winged creatures with spears appear on the horizon. That, you know how Laboon was like the size of a mountain? We're talking like 10 times the size of Laboon. Just like the biggest things ever. And everyone is real spooked, and they run away. And by the way, and that happens while they are doing an excavation, because the first thing that happens as they get to Jaya is the log pose hasn't reset yet, but so they get here, and a ship just falls from the sky directly above them. And there's a little quote that says, anything a human being can imagine can happen in reality. So there is evidence to point that, I don't know what that means, but it sounds cool.
That's in the panel, it's just like...
There's a quote, I think it's a fake quote.
Carl Sagan.
Yeah, something like that, yeah. I don't know if it's a real person or if it's a One Piece person. But anyway, the point of that is there is evidence to believe that the Sky Island may be real. But there's a counter theory, because there's something around here called the knock-up stream, which is just a gusher of water that shoots up every once in a while and can blast things into the sky. So sometimes ships get blasted up by it, and they can fall back down. It can look like they're from a long time ago. Weird thing is, the ship that just fell is like 500 years old, so that doesn't seem to line up. We don't know. Anyway, in their investigation, they meet a couple of important characters here. As they're just hanging out at the bar gathering information, they meet a certain man that Luffy bickers with about if pies are delicious or not, and they argue that this is what happens, and whether the meat pies or the cherry pies are better. Tom?
Which side is Luffy on?
I believe Luffy is pro No, he's anti-cherry pie. And the other guy is... No, it's just these particular cherry pies. Not that all cherry pies are bad, whereas the other guy is saying that they're really delicious. There is then a scene where they ask about if Sky Island exists. They are completely laughed at. Everyone makes fun of them. And they go on to Bellamy and the crew that run this area. They just beat the shit out of Luffy and Zoro for even suggesting that the Sky Island might be real, while Luffy and Zoro just stand there and endure being beaten up by these guys. Which is, Nami's like, what are you guys doing? She's right there watching this happen. But the thing is, they weren't trying to kill them. They were just like talking mad shit. And Luffy, from a young age, had learned not to let people just saying shit about you bother you. So he's just like, hey, you're laughing at my dreams? I just don't care. I'm just gonna go do what I want. I'm gonna go find Sky Island. And as they leave, that guy who was arguing with about the cherry pies says, hey, I believe in you guys. The dreams of men will never die. And as they walk away, it's revealed that that man is Blackbeard. That man is the captain of the Blackbeard pirates that had destroyed the Drum Island Kingdom, that had kicked Wapol out. And also, on Alabasta, forgot to mention this, they met a certain character of importance who just shows up. His name is Portgas D. Ace. He's got a big swastika on his back that is later retconned to not a swastika. Cool. Because it's just a manji, it's a cultural thing, you know. That represents the Whitebeard Pirates. It's Portgas D. Ace, second division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, and Luffy's brother. They met Luffy's brother in Alabasta, which just had not been mentioned at any point up to the story. We don't know anything about his origin or anybody else that they haven't specifically mentioned. And it's just like, yeah, I'm out here looking for a pirate named Blackbeard. Let me know if you see him. I'm going to leave now. And that's exactly what happens. We just meet Ace, and he goes on his way. They have a little fun fights and whatnot.
If everyone's thing sends them along a different route, why has Blackbeard been to the same islands as them?
I mean, it's because people use a lot of eternal poses to get around, especially because Blackbeard was part of the Whitebeard Pirates, and those guys are... they're a very advanced pirate crew, so if anybody's going to have a lot of eternal poses and like knowledge about how to get around, it would be a crew like that. Here, let me take a lozenge too. So the thing about that is, so as I said, Ace is part of the Blackbeard Pirates. Ace is part of the Whitebeard Pirates. Whitebeard is one of the most powerful pirates in the world, and Blackbeard was also a member of the Whitebeard pirate crew. But Blackbeard did a no-no. He killed a crewmate. And he ran away, having done so. And so it's Ace's job to track him down and kill him. This is what Ace has been doing for the last while. Right, so anyway, so we meet Blackbeard. And Blackbeard, who he learns who Luffy is later. Luffy has now acquired a bounty of, I believe, 100 million berries, which is a big deal. Berries are the currency in One Piece. And by the way, the Marines specifically... under the world government, they are the ones who are setting the bounties for the pirates in the world of One Piece. So bounties, some people get a little confused about it. They're not any kind of like gauge of power level or anything. They just specifically denote how much the government wants to pay for your capture. So for example, Nico Robin could read the poneglyphs, right? She could read the poneglyphs since she was like 7 years old. That's when she learned or something. And so she's had like an 80 million berry bounty on her head since she was like 8 years old. So it's not like a power level thing. People argue about this stuff all the time. Doesn't matter. So my boy Luffy and the gang meet a guy named Mont Blanc Cricket on Jaya, who tells them, hey, I think that Sky Island does exist. I think your log post is correct. I can help you get there. I think what you can do is use the knock-up stream to actually launch your ship to the Sky Island under very specific conditions, which happen to be happening right now. And they're like, well, that seems awfully convenient. And he says, yes, it is, but it's true. I swear I'm going to help you because I like you and I respect you. And so they're getting ready for that, and they prepare to do so. But on the way, Blackbeard shows up to capture Luffy because he has some plan that involves capturing Luffy for something we don't understand, some mysterious goal. He fails because the knock-up stream happens and gets blasted away. But before that happens, we learn about Mont Blanc Cricket. The reason he's here, what he's doing here is he had an ancestor named Mont Blanc Norland. That was a guy from, I think it was from the North Blue, who looked around the world for treasures and was thought to be the greatest liar on the planet because he would go to mysterious places and discover treasures, but he wouldn't be able to prove it because nobody was there with him. or like the crew wouldn't back him up enough, and he didn't have any evidence of it other than people's word. So he was considered a liar, and so he's here to find the City of Gold, which is supposed to be on Jaya. But it's gone, and no one can find any traces of it. But there is some stuff underwater, so there may be hints to it. So he's trying to vindicate his ancestor. So in any case, he's got some theories about where that might be. He helps the guys ride the knock-up stream, and boom, they ride it, and in fact, yes, they do make it to the Sky Island Skypiea in a glorious thing where they are sailing through the skies. It's absolutely incredible. One of the most pure adventure-y moments in the series as they're doing this. All this investigation, does it exist? Will they be able to make it there? They make it there. And it turns out there's like a whole distinct culture of sky islands that are totally different from what they call this the White Sea when you live on these clouds, as opposed to the Blue Sea. And by the way, there's some lore thrown in about, sea stone, kairoseki, or whatever. There's some lore about how we've got bits of that, some magical effect has changed how clouds work on sky islands. That's why it can support structures and life and people walking around. There's different types of clouds in sky islands. So, to make a long story short, there's a grand adventure in the sky as well, where they discover that as Mont Blanc Cricket had thought, the City of Gold that his ancestor Mont Blanc Norland had thought, or had been said to never exist, it did exist. The reason no one could find it was because it was also blasted by the knock-up stream into the sky. And that is where the City of Gold currently is, and Luffy and the gang find it. And there was a glorious moment where there's all kinds of... There's too much to go into. I wish I could tell the whole story, but I just can't do it because there's not enough time. Luffy, at the end of the battle, he fights against this guy named Eneru, who is a Logia Devil Fruit-using guy. So he's made of lightning, he can control lightning, he's incredibly powerful. He has this ability called Mantra, which is proto-observation haki, which it would be called later, where he can sense where people are. He's incredibly strong. He believes himself to literally be God, because he is so strong with his devil fruit and whatnot, and he rules Skypiea with an iron fist, and he's about to destroy the place. Luffy saves the day. Hooray, everyone's happy. And in the final moment, Luffy, there's a giant golden bell in the Golden City. Luffy rings that motherfucking bell that everyone was looking for so long, and way down on the Blue Sea, that bell is so fucking big and loud that Mont Blanc Cricket hears the ringing of the bell and knows that is where the City of Gold is. Closure, baby. Closure. And you want to hear about closure? Remember those giant monsters I said that they had saw at the very beginning? Those 3 giant monsters that were bigger than anything in the world? As he rings the bell, the sun parts way up 10,000 feet in the sky, 10,000 meters or whatever is in the sky. There's a parting in the sky, and there was a shadow cast on the wall, on the clouds, the fog in the side here. And from the Blue Sea, there's a giant shadow of Luffy against the wall in the exact same position, because it turns out those giant monsters were shadows of people from the Sky Island that was being cast from such a high perspective, it made the shadows absolutely giant from the perspective of the people down below. Just another hint that the Sky Island had been there all along, baby. Oh my God. So much adventure. I wish I could talk about Dials and the Calgaran culture and all those guys, but gotta move on. Long story short, Luffy and the gang steal some gold from the City of Gold, and they think they're going to get in lots of trouble for this. Turns out they actually wanted to give them all the gold, but they stole some in the night before they had a chance to actually give them a proper reward, because hey, we're pirates, we're going to steal for once, it's going to be epic. They would have given it all if they just waited, but they stole some, and they leave. And they go to this place called Cloud End in Skypiea, which it's literally, the cloud just stops and you fall down. And so they sail directly off the edge of the Sky Island. But luckily, this girl they had met there, Conus, one of the people who lives in the island, she blows a little whistle, and an octopus jumps out, latches on to the ship, inflates like a big balloon, and they just slowly float down. And that's how they get back down to the Blue Sea and continue their adventure. One moment. Ahoy, mateys! Yo ho ho, yo ho ho ho, yo ho ho, yo ho ho ho. Are you feeling the adventure, the passion? People didn't even know if Sky Island existed, but our boys went there and they changed history. Oh God, bringing closure to people that we already knew and loved. Just the best, just the best. Okay.
Swashbuckling, downright.
That's correct, sir. Did you?
Just to clarify, like, how many chapters would you say there is between meeting people you know and love and them being vindicated? Because I know Skypiea is, like, insanely massive.
Skypiea's got to be, like, 50 chapters.
Skypiea itself... Well, okay, Skypiea, there's an arc, right? The whole Sky Island arc. Skypiea starts and it's maybe, like, 15 chapters. Sky Island is long. Like, when they get to Skypiea, people get a little frustrated with how long Skypiea takes, because it's like a whole new thing. It's very separate from all the lore of the rest of One Piece, because it's such a contained culture. Although there is a little bit of culture, because the one thing I forgot to mention was, get ready for this shit, on Skypiea, when they found the City of Gold, on that golden bell that they'd been questing for the whole time, before they left, there was a poneglyph. And Nico Robin was like, hey, there's a fucking poneglyph here, let me read it. And it said some shit about history or something, but more importantly than that, down on the bottom corner of the bell, in writing that seemed to be done by hand, in the poneglyph language, there was the words, here was a pirate, Gold Roger. Gold Roger could fucking read and write poneglyphs apparently, and he had been here. How the fuck did he do that? I don't know yet, but one day. All right, so here we go. So Skypiea, finally done. They land at a silly place called Long Ring Long Land. This is a place where they meet a pirate man named Foxy the Silver Fox, and they engage in what's known as a Davy back fight. It's a pirate duel. It's basically kind of a silly arc where they're like, oh, are we going to lose one of our crew members in this epic like battle of wills or whatever?
Their crew members against each other.
You bet crew members in these silly games, and in the end, Luffy loses one, so they lose Chopper temporarily, but then they win two. It was not good. Yeah, we almost made it, boys.
You guys are so biased against Chopper. It's not cool. Chopper's
it's not cool.
based.
He is pretty based.
He made the Rumble Ball. You couldn't make a fucking Rumble Ball.
Oh, but yeah, the thing about the Rumble Ball, just to give Chopper a little more, suck his dick a little more, is that so he's a Zoan, and most Zoans have only like 3 phases. They've got their normal original form, usually human. Then they've got their total animal transformation form, usually, like a dog, a wolf, whatever. And then there is a hybrid form. Chopper invented something called the Rumble Ball that when you eat it, at least for him, maybe not all Zoans, it gives him like 7 different forms that he can do really cool shit with. There's an arm point, there's a horn point, and each of these have like different strengths. And it's used for his fights. It's pretty cool.
So he just ate a human fruit and became a hybrid. Now he's like he has a whole different phases of his life.
He has a whole bunch of different ways to combine them.
Yeah, that's right. It emphasizes some features, de-emphasizes. He's got one that's guard point that like he gets really small, but he gets like gigantic fur on all sides. So it's just like his defense mode or something. Jesse?
Does Oda know that antlers aren't horns?
Probably. If there's any misspeaking, it's probably from me,
Keeps
not
being
from
described
him.
as like chopping down trees with his horns that he doesn't have.
I mean, if he like did it enough times,
No.
he could probably make it happen.
I don't think so.
I don't know. Okay. Hey, how are we on time?
We're at 2
hours and 12 minutes or something.
Okay.
We're a little yeah.
That's all right. We're ramping up. Okay, so we're at Long Ring Long Land, where they're engaged in the Davy back fight. The Straw Hats win. That's all nice. But at the end, after the Davy back fight, a character suddenly appears who they did not see, and he's suddenly standing there. He's a very tall, thin man. Oh, no, he was actually sleeping. And they're like, "Hey, who the fuck are you?" He stands up, and Nico Robin reels back, who's now a member of the crew. She's proven very dependable after Skypiea and whatnot. Oh my God, it's Aokiji. Aokiji, who is one of the 3 admirals who are the head of the Marines, the branch of the world government. These are the 3 most powerful people that work for the Marines. Nico Robin has been wanted since she was like 7 years old, actually specifically by this guy. She's met this guy before. She knows him. And there proceeds to be a battle. There proceeds to be a battle where Aokiji absolutely decimates the Straw Hats crew. This man is way stronger. He has a ice Logia devil fruit. So he's really sick. He can make ice everywhere. He's basically indestructible. And he fully freezes Robin and Luffy so that they are like going to die. Luckily, Chopper is there and he's able to revive Robin. Luffy almost dies, is also saved. And Aokiji chooses to spare them and leave because he says, hey, Nico Robin, this hoe, she's bad news. You saw her in Baroque Works, man. She's a criminal. She's bad. You don't want her with you. She's going to cause destruction and death. You really should leave her alone, kill her, or whatever. But they're like, ooh, should we take his advice? I don't know. Anyway, he doesn't kill them now, and we'll see where that goes. It wasn't like he wasn't on duty or anything, so he just chose to fuck him up for fun. Oh, he does say to Luffy that, like, I owe your grandpa one, so I won't kill you. This is the first we've ever heard of Luffy's grandpa. We'll see where that goes. All right. That's the end of Long Ring Long Land. Ominous things about Robin coming in the future. Boom, baby. We're at Water 7. On the way to Water 7, a fucking train is just driving along the fucking railroad tracks on the ocean that are there, apparently. And also, there's a frog swimming at the fucking train, attempting to beat the shit out of the train, but he fails and he just gets blasted away. So that's pretty cool. Yeah, there's just a frog trying to fight a train. We don't know why, but it was cool. They get to Water 7, and they're like, Water 7 is the home of shipwrights. After all the fucking adventures, literally traveling to the sky and back, the Going Merry, their ship, is in bad shape. It needs repairs. So they go to the carpenters, the ship maker guys, to see what can be done. Unfortunately, it turns out that the Going Merry is completely fucked, and there has been way too much structural damage to repair it. The only thing they can do, like even if they took it all apart and rebuilt it, it would just be a different ship. So the Going Merry, it's time to retire. The debate among the Straw Hats about what's to be done about the Going Merry leads to the first and by far most cataclysmic divide in the Straw Hat crew. Specifically, now you remember, Usopp, it was his village, Kaya, his friend, gave them the Going Merry. Now, after all their adventures, the Going Merry is not going to be able to make it. Luffy has eyes on the prize. He's not going to be stopped by his ship not working. He's moving on. He'll get another ship. He'll do whatever he has to do. They've got money, so they can afford to buy one. But Usopp is more attached. He is not ready to let go. This splits the crew completely. Usopp and Luffy are at fucking each other's throats, and Usopp just says, look, I will fucking leave the crew. I will leave the crew and stay with the ship. You cannot fucking do this to me. I'm gonna fight you, Luffy. I will fight you man to man for control of the Straw Hat Pirates. So Usopp, the shitty one, with no powers or anything, decides to fight Luffy for ownership of the Going Merry and the direction of the Straw Hats crew. This is Luffy's first, internal test as leader. The two fight, and of course, you'd think that Usopp's gonna lose, right? He's actually doing quite well, because he knows how Luffy fights. He fights with trickery. On Skypiea, there are these things called dials, and there's something called an impact dial, that when you hit it, it absorbs all the damage from the blow, and you can then push it back, and it does 10 times as much damage. That's a reject dial. But the person takes damage or whatever. So using a strategy like those things, he actually does very well, but he loses in the end. Predictably, he does not win. Luffy just says, take the Going Merry, me and the crew, we're continuing on, you're out of the crew. That's the end of it. And the other are very sad about this, but Usopp has been kicked out of the Straw Hats, and the others continue on their quest. Now, at the same time, Nico Robin just disappears. God damn it, we were depending on her. Robin just disappears, and they don't know what's happening. Turns out, what is happening is that this guy, Iceberg, who's the mayor of Water 7, Ben?
Not the Iceman that they just battled.
Not Aokiji the
Unrelated.
Iceman. That's correct. Just a man named Iceberg. He's got a little mouse that he keeps in his pocket. He's a big fan of that mouse. Yes. He's got a sexy secretary, and he's good at building boats, which they all are in Water 7. That man attempts to be assassinated by Nico Robin and the gang. But turns out there's more going on than meets the eye. Now, first of all, slightly before that, they meet this guy named Frankie. Frankie is a guy who runs a ship demolition crew. And he beats the shit out of Usopp and steals all the money that Usopp had. This is actually what leads to the fight between Luffy and the crew. Usopp feels so eclipsed by everyone else. They just had this experience with Aokiji. Luffy could at least put up a fight. Usopp would be utterly destroyed by Aokiji or anybody else. He feels extremely vulnerable and insecure. And he just got beat the fuck up by Frankie, and they stole all the money they were going to use to buy the ship, a replacement ship. So this is what pushes him to the boiling point, and he leaves the crew. Usopp gets kidnapped by Frankie later, and just held hostage, and the two actually become friends, and we'll get back to them in a minute. But basically, with the assassination plot, Robin has joined up with a group called CP9. CP9 are from Cypherpol. These are the spies of the world government who do assassinations and all kinds of crazy stuff. Robin seems to have been enlisted by them or something. It's mysterious. So what happens is The Straw Hats don't know what's going on with Robin, but they know that Robin is being taken away to this place called Enies Lobby. Enies Lobby is a military base. It's like a marine installation. Through shenanigans that aren't needed to be going into right now, they just chase her there, and Usopp, in disguise as this guy called Soga King, meaning Sniper King, because he's a marksman and stuff, they all come together and they try to fight to get Robin back. Turns out what happens is that Robin is being blackmailed by the world government, by CP9 specifically, so that if she goes with them willingly, tells them what she knows about poneglyphs, and does all that stuff, they will not kill the Straw Hats. They will let them live and not destroy them. Robin made that deal, and she's going to work with them. But the Straw Hats simply chase her down, and they, one by one, defeat every single CP9 agent. In some of the best fights in the series, people absolutely go bananas for this fucking arc. Enies Lobby is sick as shit as they chase the Marines into their home turf, demolish the entire fucking place. By the way, while this thing called the Buster Call is going on, which is where 5 fucking battleships... hard R on that. Yeah, sorry, forgive me.
You were looking like, why did you react so strongly?
I'm sorry. It was very insensitive. 5 battleships are all like blasting the shit out of Enies Lobby while this is all going on. So it's a very tense scene, and Luffy gets one of his best fights ever against Rob Lucci, a man who's eaten a leopard Logia Zoan devil fruit, and it's just a big macho man-to-man slugfest. It's pretty epic. Oh, and Luffy, during this time, unveils he's developed 2 distinct new powers that are rolled out at Enies Lobby that are called Gear 2nd and Gear 3rd. Gear 2nd is a strange, abstract power where Luffy goes like this, and he pushes on his legs to create bubbles of air in his legs. And he does that a whole bunch, and what he does is he speeds the circulation of blood through his body, this is canonically how it works, to faster deliver nutrients to all the points in his body, thus giving him basically Kaioken-like powers from Dragon Ball Z. So this is it's kind of a generic power-up. Nutrients. It makes him like way faster, and he can punch faster, thus he's like stronger. It's real good. He's now attained that kind of like teleport flash step behind you, like in Bleach or whatever.
Is it something to do with the rubber thing that is allowing him to do this, or is it just a technique anyone can learn?
The only reason he can do it is because he can squish his body made of rubber and accelerate the blood flow.
Pumps the blood.
He pumps the blood like.
How does being made of rubber let you make air pockets in your what?
Okay. See, all right. Let me real quick. So Gear 3rd, his other power, is where he bites into his thumb and he just blows air into it like a balloon. It just makes his arm really, really, really big. And then he can just punch you with his really, really, really big arm. And that hurts a lot.
Well, that makes sense because he's blowing.
That one makes sense.
But I don't get it.
I'm going to assume he's like moving it inside his body somehow.
I'm too dumb for One Piece.
I always thought Gear 2nd was like the way it shows is that like his leg like turns into.
We see bubbles and.
You don't see bubbles. It sort of like squishes like an accordion and pumps through, and it's like the reason he can pump blood so fast is because his heart is made of rubber and will not break.
Maybe there's no extra air. Maybe he's just pumping blood real fast. Maybe that's all it is.
That's what it is.
Maybe he's like holding in farts.
yeah.
It's fart air.
Something like that.
Be more powerful.
One of these. So basically Luffy's gotten like his first, this was inspired by Aokiji. He's like, I really fucked up against that guy. I gotta have more powers. So he developed Gear 2nd, Gear 3rd.
Think of some weird shit.
Some weird abstract. The Gear 3rd, making your thumb or your hands bigger, makes sense. Gear 2nd, kind of strange. But narratively, it's cool to see Luffy. This is the first time Luffy has like noticeably grown as a fighter. The interesting thing about One Piece, unlike Yu Yu Hakusho, Dragon Ball, a lot of more... like the basic, more expected kind. One Piece has very little, like, actual visible progress of characters, especially Luffy, but this is one. We've seen, like, Nami. She got something called the Climatact that lets her fight with some vaguely, like, weather-oriented kinds of powers. Usopp's developed a couple new techniques. We see, during Enies Lobby, Sanji develops this thing, Diable Jambe, where he stands on one foot, spins around real fast, to create so much friction that it turns his heat like white hot, and then he kicks you with a white hot foot. and you get real burn.
No.
And canonically, the reason Sanji does not get hurt via this process is because while his foot burns hot, his heart burns hotter. That's right. That's what I'm talking about.
Oda said that in one of the SBSs, right?
This is
Someone
why.
asked him why. Someone asked him, Sanji makes his foot so hot that it lights you on fire. Why does it just burn his foot off? And Oda said, his heart is hotter.
This is why you want to be reading the SBS. There's gold in them hills.
Yeah.
And
that's the best thing about this entire One Piece debacle so far.
And it's so lame for me.
10 out of 10.
It's so lame for me to think that, like, okay, because hockey canonically is believing in yourself. It's willpower made into like an actual power. Like, okay, I guess that just is hockey. It's one of the things hockey can do, but that's so boring. That's so fucking boring. The other explanation is so much better. He just, oh yeah, he's got the demon in him, and it's great. Right. Okay. So everyone gets a power up, and why not one more? How about Zoro just unveils this technique? It's kind of hard to see how a swordsman gets stronger. We saw him learn how to cut steel. Zoro's actually the best one you see powering up for the early parts of One Piece. But we see he learns how to cut steel. He learns how to like throw a slash, like a projectile attack. He does that in Skypiea. And in this one, he just unveils this technique that doesn't make any sense called Asura, where he holds a sword in his mouth and in his hands. He just appears to multiply by 3, where he has 3 heads and 3 arms on each side. So he just has 9 swords and just slashes you, and then you're dead. We see that twice. We see that technique twice and no more. I don't know why. All right, anyway. So Water 7 happens. Now, another interesting thing about Water 7. So, like we were saying, they're here to save Robin, which they do. They go to Water 7, hit to Enies Lobby. They save Robin from the world government. She was going to be gone forever, and it was just going to sacrifice her life for them. They could not handle that. There's a glorious moment. This is actually right here. I want to live. Take me out to sea with you. This is the moment where Robin finally admits she wants to be with them. Because up to this point, the Straw Hats have just been saying, we will save you. And she was just in denial or was not admitting she wants to be saved. It's just like with Nami back in the day. Nami thought, there's no way you guys can beat Arlong and his crew. Just leave. I'll just deal with the consequences. But they were just strong enough to do it. Exactly the same thing over here in Enies Lobby. She thought there's no way you guys can beat CP9 and the world government in here, but they just did it because they were strong enough. Fuck yeah, it was totally sick. And I guess that about does it for Enies Lobby. Oh, except for one other thing. The other important narrative plot going on here, one of the reasons why they wanted Robin so bad was to find the ancient weapons like Pluton. Allegedly, there were prints somewhere around here for the weapon Pluton that someone could use, blueprints, to make the weapon again. Because this is a shipbuilding society, and the Pluton may have been a ship or something like that. Frankie here is tied all up in that lore. Going back to his childhood, Frankie was a young man named Cutty Flam back in the day. By the way, Frankie is a cyborg who is made of metal. He has a metal nose, and he can do things like open up his chest cavity, put various drinks inside to give him superpowers, and then close it. And he can shoot gun bullets out of his hand. He's a centaur, so he can extend the front half of his body like that. Not like this. Like that. Yes, Tom.
Cyborg?
Yes. He is a cyborg.
They have those?
Only Frankie. Well, there's a couple more. His backstory is just that Frankie was a guy named Cutty Flam. He was adopted by this guy, Tom the shipbuilder, who the world government thought maybe had the plans for Pluton. This was a very big mystery. Tom the shipbuilder built the Oro Jackson, Gold Roger's pirate ship. Fucking Gold Roger's pirate ship. There it is. That pirate ship had conquered the Grand Line. This man is not well liked by the world government because he helped Gold Roger, who made the golden age of piracy happen. That was not good for anybody. So, Tom goes on trial. He's found guilty. They're going to execute him. Shenanigans happen. Don't worry about it. Point is, as a way to pay for his crime, Tom built the Sea Train. Remember that train we saw hit that frog at the beginning? He built the Sea Train as an apology to the world government so that he'd be spared for doing that. Shenanigans happen. Frankie loves to build weapons of war. Things happen, and Frankie, his weapons were used badly. Tom takes the blame and says, "No, don't leave Cutty Flam, aka Frankie, later alone. Take me instead." There's a cool moment where Frankie physically stands as the teenager who stopped his adopted father, Tom, who took him in and taught him how to be a shipbuilder. He's trying to stop him from being taken away, and he tries to stop the train on the tracks, get blasted the fuck away. This is why that frog was trying to block the train, because he was replicating what Frankie had done on that legendary day so long ago. And it didn't work. By getting hit by that fucking train, Frankie got so fucked up, so broken in body and mind, he climbed his way onto a ship. He barely survived, and he was like, oh God, my body's really fucked up. Guess I better make myself a cyborg now, which he did canonically himself with the parts on a ship. He just turned himself into a cyborg because he's that good at building shit. Yeah?
He would, okay, you're going to have to fill the gaps with me.
Sure.
He would build, like, warships, and he would call them, like, Battle Frankie
Battle
1,
Frankie, yep.
Battle Frankie 2, Battle Frankie 3. His body is Battle Frankie, like, 30.
I believe he's 36 or 37. So he made Battle Frankies. He himself became the Battle Frankie when he got all fucked up. It was pretty cool. It was pretty cool. It was pretty badass. Pretty badass. So at the end of Water 7, good news. So you know how Frankie, I said, stole the money from Usopp? So he's not a great guy. He's a thief and kind of a bad dude. But Frankie Frankie was a shipbuilder, just like Tom, who was his teacher, who built the fucking Oro Jackson. Iceberg, who was the mayor who almost got assassinated, was also one of Tom's apprentices. These guys team up and they build a new ship for the Straw Hats because on the way to Enies Lobby, by the way, did I mention this? The Straw Hats ship, the Going Merry, literally came to life at some point along the way. Here's why. Because there's an old myth that if a ship, they find this in Skypiea, if a ship is populated, and they hear more about it when they get to Water 7, when a ship is filled with people who are filled with life and love and are enjoying the adventure that they're on, sometimes a spirit can come to inhabit the ship. I think it's called a clobberman. There's a word for it.
Clobberman?
No. I'll look it up. Some German word for this spirit thing. And so the ship actually had a will of its own. And in a moment of crisis at Enies Lobby when they were going to die and they had no ship to escape, turns out the Going Merry had made it and swam itself the way to the fucking Enies Lobby to save them. It was fucking epic. On the way back, as they are riding the Going Merry back, the ship cracks in half. The Going Merry is sinking in front of their very eyes. So Luffy and the gang line up and they give it a Viking funeral as they light the Going Merry on fire as some incredible music plays that maybe I'll have playing right now as it sinks, as they say goodbye, as it sinks to the bottom of the ocean. They're home for this entire time. One of the most... Oda had been asked early on in an SBS, will one of the Straw Hats die? His answer was yes, and he was talking about the Going Merry in this scene. Oh, it's really fucked up, man. It's really fucked up. Okay, anyway. So, as I was saying, back in Water 7, now that the fight's over, Frankie has joined the crew because he's going to go with them because they have built a new ship for the Straw Hats called the Thousand Sunny. And incidentally, they built it with materials that Frankie purchased with the money he stole from the Straw Hats. So everything's coming full circle, baby. Perfect, nice, neat little bow. Everything's working out. So they have a new ship called the Thousand Sunny, and they're going to sail on and conquer the Grand Line with this leveled up, really sick ship that has some amazing powers. Frankie is powered by cola as a cyborg. The ship is also powered by cola and can do some insane shit. It's got this thing called the coup de burst, where it can, if you use like a full barrel of cola, it just makes a giant blast in the back of the ship that literally sends the ship flying in the air, like, I don't know, several miles, just like they did as they're coming down from Skypiea. Yeah, it's pretty sick. And there's other stuff too. There's just, as a nice little touch, they recreated just a small little version of the Going Merry as like a little like landing boat within the Thousand Sunny. So it's nice, it's real nice. But with Frankie as a member of the crew and Water 7 happening, Aokiji shows up briefly and is like, hey, remember how I was going to kill you guys later? You've really proved to me that you're actually pretty strong, and maybe with you, Nico Robin won't like destroy the world, so I'm just going to let you guys run yo shit, and we'll see what happens. Now, let me see. We were at... Okay, the only other thing I need to mention is, right as they are leaving... Do I have this right? Oh, yeah. Right as they're leaving Water 7, sorry, I have this info down. It's supposed to be for Water 7 Enies Lobby. Another character shows up of importance, and that man's name is Monkey D. Garp. Luffy's grandfather is a Marine and shows up at the fucking place where Luffy is to arrest him. They have a conversation before this happens where they just talk and they're like, hey, you become a pretty successful pirate. That's cool. Garp is still a Marine. Fuck you, old man. And also, 2 other characters appear. 2 Marines show up. They kick a little bit of Luffy and Zoro's ass. And they are Kobe and Helmeppo from back here. Became Marines, trained under Garp for like a year or 2. Boom, they're back, baby. They're working with Garp. They have become way stronger. They were piece of shit nobodies back then. They're both way cool and are really progressing, and it's nice to see. And only other important thing is that while they are here, Garp mentions Luffy's father, Monkey D. Dragon. Remember, yes, this is his name, I know. So remember Dragon, who showed up in Logetown and saved Luffy in his moment of need when he was about to be captured by Smoker. Turns out that man is Monkey D. Dragon, who is Luffy's father. We still don't know, to this day, we don't know who Luffy's mother is. It's never even been mentioned. And also, Monkey D. Dragon is the head of the revolutionary army that is attempting to overthrow the world government. He is the #1 most wanted man in the world, and he is Luffy's father and Garp's son. Tom.
Does he have a bounty?
I'm sure he has bounties, but we have not heard it.
Damn.
People love to speculate what powerful characters' bounties might be, for understandable reasons, but that's one we haven't seen. We've learned many others since then, but we don't know that one right now. Okay, we're getting there now, people. So with that, with Frankie having joined the crew, Vic?
Can we do a brief bathroom intermission?
Yes. All right, let's take a pause real quick.
Take a pause.
All right, sounds good. All right, everyone, we're back from our break. Now, first of all, let's get back into it. Ahoy, mateys! Yo ho ho, yo ho ho ho, yo ho ho, yo ho ho ho. All right, now before we continue, let me just say that we have had to skip so many details going into this thing. Obviously, 23 years worth of god-dang content here. If you want more in-depth discussions, again, let me urge you, the podcast that me and my co-captain Gibbo take here do every week is the most in-depth thing that I know of going into it. And even if that's not your cup of tea, you got to read One Piece anyway, so read One Piece. So much stuff I wish I could spend more time on, but we'll do our best. Okay, so we last left our heroes leaving Water 7. We had just had Frankie join, and Robin, this is the time that Robin was like cemented truly as a member of the crew. She now trusts the crew. This whole big moment happened. All good stuff. So our crew is now, I believe, up to 8 individuals now. So isn't that all fun? So, on the way into the next location that they're headed to, they encounter a mysterious ghost ship in a location known as the Florian Triangle. Ships are said to go missing there. It's basically like just an allegory for the Bermuda Triangle. That's right. Now, one of the things they discover in there, there's supposed to be ghost ships in that place and all sort of mysterious things going on. As they're sailing through the mist, they do hear a familiar sound come across the waves. They hear, yo ho ho ho, yo ho ho ho, yo ho ho ho, yo ho ho ho. And out of the mist comes a big ghost ship. Riding on that ghost ship, they can see it's much bigger than the 1,000 sign that they're on. There is a skeleton man looking down at them, sipping a steaming cup of tea from up on there, and it is very no, it's real spooky shit. You don't want that. And basically, the ship isn't moving particularly fast. They just drift right up to it. Luffy and some of the guys, they go right up. They go on there. There is a skeleton standing there with a cane and a suit and a dapper top hat. Says, "Oh, hello, everyone. How are you doing today?" Luffy says, "Join my crew." The guy says, "Down. Yes, I'm in." That's correct. This happens instantly, and he has joined the crew. Yep. This is their first introduction.
Is this like an abridged version, or is it
No,
just
it's just that fast. Luffy just says join the crew, and the guy's, no problem, I'm in, boys. Let's do this thing.
Whatever that is. Okay.
Yes, Munchie.
The story of this meta has to be one night Oda was just in bed sleeping, and he was like, dude, what if there's a skeleton in One Piece? Like, just scribbled it down in his notebook,
Yep.
and then the next day he just made it one page.
Tom.
This might be completely a non sequitur, but
Sure.
Where in this whole thing is the legendary GIF that I see on Twitter all the time of the skeleton coming out of the ground and Luffy just going over and pushing him back?
We're right there.
All right. Please give me
we're not
context.
physically there. Okay, we will talk about that immediately. But before that, this man's name is Brook. He's Brook the skeleton. Now, as it turns out, he's not technically dead or a skeleton. See, Brook is a special case. He has a devil fruit power. He is a man. He was a man like you and I. He was a member of a pirate crew, and he ate a devil fruit called the Yomi Yomi no. Sorry, not the Yomi Yomi. He ate some weird fruit. It's the resurrection devil fruit. So what happened was him and his crew were here in the Florian Triangle. They got stranded, or they got attacked, and the ship has been drifting in here for a long time. The entire crew was wiped out, including Brook, but he happened to have a devil fruit power that revives you one time if you die in life. It's very unique and very, very strange. But the thing is, his soul was floating around trying to find his body, to repossess his own body as it came like back from the afterlife. It couldn't find it because it's really misty in there. He could not find his damn body. So in the ensuing year that his soul was hunting for his body, all his flesh melted away from his body. And by the time he repossessed it, he was just a skeleton man, although he does still have a sick-ass afro because they're rooted into his skull. It's just that thick, those locks that he's got. So he's a dapper gentleman skeleton with a sick afro, and he also loves music. He is a musician. He plays all kinds of instruments. He's totally sick. Okay, but recently, there's a totally different thing that happened. Brook also has no shadow, which is very strange. That's unusual. And Brook doesn't explain this yet, but all of a sudden, Brook's like, oh, what's that on the horizon? A giant ship appears, and Brook says, gotta go. Brook leaps off the ship and begins running along the top of the water, which he can do because he's a light skeleton man. He goes really fast, just like this, only slightly faster. And he can just run on water.
I don't know if that's how that works, but okay.
Don't worry about it. It's something along those lines. So, the location they've just discovered is Thriller Bark. It's a giant island where there's lots of land, but it's technically a ship that's like moving around. It must have come through the comm belt somewhere, but it's just so big it could survive such a journey, at least apparently. So here's the deal: what's going on Thriller Bark? Thriller Bark is inhabited by ghosts and ghouls and all kinds of fucked up shit. But it looks like the place is legitimately haunted. Turns out everything has a reasonable explanation as to what it is. There's this guy who lives on Thriller Bark named Dr. Hogback. He's a crazy good surgeon, and he just like stitches weird chimera things together, all kinds of fucked up shit. But there's something else weird going on here. It's the fact that the Thriller Bark is owned by a man named Gecko Moria. Gecko Moria is one of the Shichibukai. So this is another big deal guy. And he has the unique power to steal shadows from people. So he has previously stolen Brook's shadow. And if you get hit by sunlight when your shadow is gone, you instantly melt and die. You turn to dust, and like that, you are deceased.
That's not good, right?
That's not good. Okay. You don't want that. And what Gecko Mori can do with the shadow is he can, if there's a corpse of something, he can take a shadow, stick it into the corpse, and the corpse comes to life and acts the way you would. It's got like sort of your personality, but Gecko Mori has like some ability to control it. So these are the events of Thriller Bark. It's pretty cool. And to Tom's point, I believe that the specific guy that he's talking about, the zombie who jumps out of the ground, see, they're really into theming on Thriller Bark. They're not actually technical zombies, but like they're shadows-infested corpses that have been stitched together. So just for fun, they like to hide out like underground the way a normal zombie would. Then they pop out and spook you, but Luffy just pushes them back in and just continues on his way. So that's the story of what's going on in Thriller Bark. Now, there's more to the tale because so the fact that Brook's shadow is stolen means he can't leave until he either beats up the zombie that currently has his shadow, or they defeat the guy in control, Gecko Moria, who's a Shichibukai, so he's really strong, and get the power back. But also, along the way, several of their own, the Straw Hats' shadows get stolen, including Luffy's, and this is the most important thing. There is a giant zombie, this guy named Oz, or Oars, and they stick Luffy's shadow in him. And this is a giant. So we met giants back on Little Garden that were 100 times the size of a human. I mean, this guy's like 10 times the size of a normal giant. He's got horns, very strange. this leads to the big boss fight of the Thriller Bark arc, where the whole Straw Hat crew gets together and they fight this one giant dude and Gecko Moria. It's pretty sick, and they win. They do all kinds of team combo stuff. It's great. There's also, this is where we meet someone named Perona, who is a member of the crew of Gecko Moria's crew, who's a girl who can control ghosts.
She's my favorite.
She is great. She's a very cute girl, and there's some legendary moments where, for example, her power is she has these things called negative hollows. She can just kind of shoot ghosts around, and when they pass through you, they make you really depressed. But the thing is,
that explains a lot about my life.
they make you want to kill yourself and be.
A lot about my life.
Yes, indeed. So if you get hit with a lot of those, you're all done. Now she tries this and it successfully disables the whole crew, but she does it to Usopp. Usopp is already so negative-minded about himself already that Perona's abilities have no effect on Usopp because he already wants to die so badly. Yes, he's such a coward and a freak.
Not my favorite.
He's a good boy. He's a good boy. And they have a pretty cool fight. Usopp continually is evolving, getting more and more manly and more badass. So he gets a really cool fight with her. All good stuff happens here. And notably, so it turns out, so Brook's shadow was stolen, as we said. So Brook's shadow was put into a special zombie named Ryuma. Now, Ryuma is a samurai from the country of Wano, which is like the Japan correlate of One Piece, and has a special sword that is also from Wano. No need to go into the backstory of that. But so Brook and Ryuma fight. Brook isn't strong enough because the body of this samurai is like a legendary holy corpse, and it's got Brook's soul in it. So he has all the same techniques, but they're like way stronger when Ryuma does them because Brook's just a lowly skeleton man. So Zoro gets a cool samurai duel against an actual samurai corpse and wins. Now the interesting thing about Ryuma is that Ryuma actually is a character that existed before One Piece was ever written. Way back here, when Oda wrote Wanted, when he was 17 years old, several of the stories in there have a bunch of wacky characters, and one of those characters was a wandering samurai who was called the King, because he was the strongest guy ever, and he slayed a dragon in the story. It was pretty cool. That samurai is Ryuma, who canonically is the zombie from several hundred years ago, who Brook's shadow inhabits in Thriller Bark. So that's just some fun trivia. Doesn't really matter. It's pretty sick. It's pretty sick. So, in summary, they successfully defeat Gecko Moria, but then some crazy shit. They have just defeated Gecko Moria, and they all got their shadows back. The sun was going up. They're all about to be obliterated, but they won. But just as they are battered and bruised from this victory, something terrible happens. Another man just shows up completely randomly, a guy named Bartholomew Kuma. Bartholomew Kuma is one of the Shichibukai who we had seen way before. He just appears apropos of absolutely nothing. And he has this to say. You guys are beating up Gecko Moria. That's not good. The Shichibukai system needs to be protected. I am going to kill you all right now. And Bartholomew Kuma has a very interesting devil fruit power. It's called the Nikyu Nikyu no Mi, or the Paw Paw fruit. On his hand, he has paws on his hand there are paw pads on both his hands. With those pads, he can push things. He can push like anything. So for example, if he could go like this and just like push and this could go flying in that direction. So one of the things he does is he fights Perona, the ghost girl. He walks over to her at one point and she's like, I'm going to fight you with my ghost. He just goes, whoop, touches her, and she's just gone. We have no idea what happened to her. She disappears. And so he can push things like people, like rocks, like air, but he can also push like theoretical concepts. Oh my God. Yeah, we'll get into that in a moment. But basically, he successfully defeats the entire crew by doing some weird shit where he compresses air and makes a giant explosion. It takes out the entire crew, except Zoro is still conscious. So everyone currently is defeated in the Straw Hats except for Zoro, the second in command of the Straw Hats, the first man Luffy ever met. And Zoro manages to get one good slash on Kuma when he thought everyone was dead. Turns out, so Zoro can cut steel, right? Zoro attempts to cut Kuma, but he can't because he's apparently made of something significantly harder than steel. And that is very surprising. Now, this is an interesting moment to take a moment to focus on the fact that, do you remember Drum Island and King Wapol and how he was kicked out by Blackbeard and went on to do other stuff? After Luffy defeats him in Drum Island and sends him flying, he has a whole side story. One Piece has lots of cover arcs that do like little stories of side characters. the side story of Wapol is that he gets blasted away to another island. On that island, he just starts a toy company by using his weird munch powers of combining weird things and creating new stuff. He makes an incredibly successful toy enterprise, like overnight, with these powers that the children just go gangbusters for. And he actually becomes more wealthy and powerful as a business tycoon than he ever was as a king, despite being like evil to the core and a complete sociopath murdering monster. And when he was in Drum Island, he was a member of the world government. He's actually re-invited back into the world government later on as the business tycoon that he is. So he's just had a complete turnaround. And one of the things that happened during this time was that there was a mysterious byproduct of his toy-making enterprise, something called Wapol metal. Wapol metal is the strongest material that can be shaped by human hands, and it is a steel significantly stronger than normal steel. That is what Bartholomew Kuma is made of, because he is also a cyborg like Frankie. That is what Kuma is. Digi.
So how did he become made of that? Surely he wasn't original.
I'll tell you. Remember I talked about Vegapunk, the scientist who invented all the kinds of Kairoseki sea stone stuff that you could use to coat ships with, and Vegapunk also invented ways that we saw in Alabasta, where you know how Zoan fruits can turn you into an animal of some kind? You can feed Zoan devil fruits to inanimate objects to give them life and turn them into weird. So, for example,
how do you feed it to them exactly?
It's a process we have not been told about, but Vegapunk discovered how to do it, and we have still not met. So, for example, there's this guy, Spandam, who's the bad guy of the Water 7 arc or Ennie's Lobby or whatever. He has a sword that has eaten the elephant devil fruit, so he can just swing and boom like an elephant face is coming at you.
Yeah,
it's pretty sick.
That's fucking
It's pretty
awesome.
cool. It's pretty. There's another guy in Alabasta. There's this guy, Mr. Four, who's he's like a batter. He has a dog, or he has a big bazooka that ate the dachshund dog devil fruit, and is a dog, and it barks baseballs, exploding baseballs at him. That as a batter, he bats at you, and then he hits you, and then they explode because they're also bombs. So, you know.
That's so elaborate.
It's great is what it is. Tom?
Is Oda okay?
Oda is a very creative young man. He's got lots of good ideas.
That's one word for it, sure.
So,
wait, the bazooka. The bazooka ate a fruit.
Yes,
and then gave birth out of its bazooka hole to a dog.
No.
The bazooka has the ability to turn into a dog.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
But the dog-
Okay, now it makes sense.
Yeah, right.
Baseball.
And it shoots exploding baseball bombs. That's correct.
That's awesome.
It's pretty awesome, yeah. So I was answering the question of, so Kuma is a cyborg that was created by Dr. Vegapunk. He's like the catch-all. If there's some interesting science, Vegapunk's probably one who came up with it. Because remember, this is old-timey stuff, but Vegapunk personally is like hundreds of years ahead in his personal knowledge.
Where is Vegapunk?
We have no idea. He works for the Marines, so he's on some Marine base probably somewhere. Although we do get a little backstory about him later that we'll touch on. We're all clamoring to meet Vegapunk. We have no idea what he is, other than he's been working for the Marines for like a few dozen years or something. What I was going to say, Bartholomew Kuma, who had showed up once or twice in the story but hadn't done anything important, is revealed to be a cyborg that is created by the world government to be their enforcer, and he is here on the government orders to destroy the Straw Hats, because the Straw Hats, this is now the second Shichibukai that they are destroying that is really bad for the government, because the Shichibukai play an important role in scaring pirates to not be pirates. Yeah, did you?
Okay, so to be clear, that guy, he was invented by Vegapunk.
He was a man, and then he was turned into a cyborg.
Okay, but that happened recently.
Fairly recently, within 10 years probably.
Well, I mean, didn't the guy just invent that metal that he's made of?
Well, he might have been a cyborg previously, but then modified with the new metal.
Okay.
So it could have been recently. Slight backstory. We'll learn about this later, but I might as well tell you now. Bartholomew Kuma used to be a member of the Revolutionary Army, but it seems that who wants to overthrow the world government. Something happened, and then he joined and became a Shichibukai member. It's very mysterious, intentionally so, I would assume. Tom?
Going back to devil fruits for a second.
Sure.
Everybody who's important seems to have a devil fruit of some sort.
Mm-hmm.
For the most part, at least kind of what we've mentioned.
Mm-hmm.
How are they distributed? Like, is there like a way it's done, or are they just kind of like they're just a thing in the world and people just happen to stumble upon?
That's pretty much it right there.
I would say that like getting a devil fruit is what makes them important.
Sure.
Devil fruits are very rare. Like at the very beginning, they're like, "Hey, Luffy, look at this fruit we found. We could sell it for like millions or billions of dollars." Luffy instantly bites into it. It's like, that sucks, dude. How is that worth billions of dollars? That's what he does.
I was curious if like the government had like a monopoly, or like was trying to track down devil fruits in order to maintain their power or something. If they're so good.
That would make sense. There are some people, as we've moved on in the series, there are some people who are specifically out like collecting the power of devil fruits. Who Blackbeard is one of these people, and we'll see what he's up to.
I mean, I would assume that most people who find a devil fruit like might just eat it right away.
Sure, that's what I would assume as well. But
yeah, most of the
all
time.
about order. I figure having a bunch of crazy people with devil fruit powers is something they'd want to
Well, it seems like
minimize.
quite a coin toss, because I mean,
it could be bad or it could be good.
You might get the power of resurrection, or you might become a hideous freak with a metal jaw who eats shit. And
that's true. For the most part, they're almost always beneficial, but there are downsides. I mean, first of all, the thing that you can't swim in a like entirely seafaring world, that's a pretty significant drawback. So, it's up to people to decide if they want. But the short answer is like no, there's no monopoly, because this is a fairly primitive world, relatively speaking. Like they're just learning these things about how to control any of this stuff, like in the universe that we're exploring. So. They barely know anything about this. Although there is some lore that like books exist that chronicle devil fruits. It's implied that there may be some organizations that even we don't know about yet that like do know more, but it's kind of a mystery.
Part of the Void Century and on the.
Yes, and I'll just tell you right now, Blackbeard specifically seems to have like some information that like nobody else has. Maybe Vegapunk does, we don't know. So like there's something motivating that guy that's beyond what other people are doing.
Vegapunk is such a cool name. Every time you say it, I get a little excited.
It's a sick name, and it's been like 15 years since we heard about this guy. We still haven't met him. This is one of the curses of reading One Piece. That you have to wait.
The coolest looking dude of all time.
You know what? I expect it to just be like a group.
That could be. We've seen some silhouettes, like there'll be like a hand of like Vegapunk as he's like talking to someone else. So it seems to be one individual, but
Vegapunks versus the CryptoPunks.
I'm just picturing Vega from Street Fighter.
Yeah.
But wearing like a cyberpunk goggles.
Yeah, with like an eye patch over his mask.
It's like Vega just has like the Deus Ex glasses.
Yeah.
So all that was to establish who Kuma is and what he's about. So Zoro, to get back to the narrative, Zoro, everyone's dead except for Zoro, who tries to slash him. He failed. He can't do it. So Kuma just says to Zoro, "All right, Zoro, tell you what. Because here's the thing. There's more going on to Kuma than meets the eye. As we said before, like he was a revolutionary member before he became a cyborg. Some deal seems to have been worked out. And the Revolutionary Army is led by Luffy's literal father, Monkey D. Dragon. There's some mysterious thing going on. So Kuma makes a deal. He's like, all right, tell you what, Kuma, I'm going to do a weird thing. And this is where we get into the weird conceptual paw powers. He puts his hand on Luffy, and he pushes out, in a big paw-shaped bubble, all of Luffy's damage and pain and suffering that he took from this battle against Gecko Moria and Kuma as well just now. He pushes that in a big ball, and he says, all right, Zoro, if you can take this, I won't kill your whole crew right now. So Zoro's like, fuck it, YOLO, and he does it. And so there's a scene where the other characters are starting to wake up, and like, actually Sanji, another character, the other kick guy, he has a big rivalry with Zoro. He attempts to intervene to be the one to die so that Zoro and Luffy will live, but Zoro knocks him the fuck out so that Zoro will die instead. So this is an amazing scene that everybody loves. So cut to the next morning. Zoro is standing in a field like this, surrounded by blood on all sides, the giant splatter everywhere. And everyone's like, what the fuck happened? And he's like, nothing at all. Nothing happened. So he was just a real badass boy helping out the crew. Beast. This is why everybody loves Zoro so much.
He's got so much more blood than like, the body mass can allow for.
It's true.
Did he eat like the eternal blood fruit or something?
Maybe something like that. So that everybody loves Zoro. After that happens, by the way, during the events of Thriller Bark, Brook says that like, I know at the beginning I said I joined your crew. I was really excited about that. Here's the thing, I don't have my shadow. I can't leave the Florian Triangle because this place is covered in mist. But if I leave and there's sunlight, I will be instantly melted, which there is in most places besides this area. And incidentally, Brook has been on his ship with a broken rudder, so he couldn't leave even if he wanted to. He now has an opportunity. He had to get his shadow back. Luckily, he does in fact have his shadow back thanks to the Straw Hats saving it from Moria. So that's all well and good. And there was a discussion had during this time where it is revealed that, so Brook had been sailing around the ocean with his crew, and he has a big afro. He wanted to protect that afro during the fights he had. Why does he care so much about that afro? Because there was a friend who's been waiting for him for decades, for him to come home, who always really liked his afro. And the whole crew got wiped out, only Brook survived, so he wants to retain his appearance. So even though he's a skeleton, he wants to be recognizable to this individual. That was 50 years ago, and that individual is Laboon the whale that has been waiting for Brook for 50 years for him to come back home. And so Brook has survived 50 years alone on a ship, surrounded by the corpses of his crewmates. He wanted to kill himself many times. He chose not to, specifically so to honor the promise he made to Laboon and his boys, who all died. It was way fucked up.
Oh my god.
Yeah, that's catharsis. And
Wait.
Yeah.
Quick question.
What's
How
that?
many chapters is it from? Like, that's right when they get onto the Grand Line.
100, 105 something.
Versus where we are now.
This is maybe like 400,
That's
500.
a slow fucking burn.
It's
Resolution.
One Piece is full of them, but that you do get answers on almost everything. So it happens. It happens. And the thing is, Brook's a musician, right? He loves music. He loves playing music. Laboon loved the music that he would play, and there was a special song that actually Luffy and Usopp, they both had. Usopp's dad was a pirate. Luffy had Shanks and all his friends. All the pirate boys, they know this song, and collectively they all sing the song that Laboon remembers and that Brook remembers, and that as his crew was dying, the whole crew was a musical crew. They played one final performance as they all physically dropped dead of the poison that they'd been infected with, and that song is. Yo ho ho, yo ho ho ho, yo ho ho, yo ho ho ho, which is Bink's Sake. It is a famous pirating song, and that's why people care about that song. That's one of the reasons why people should watch the anime for that song, because the payoff of this musical piece is so fucking high in this moment. By far one of the best moments in the series, which is why I go into the detail on it now.
There are
incredible
lyrics to the song. It's not just yo.
It's full lyrics about making a delivery of Bink Sake to the sea, something, something, etc. And absolutely based, thoroughly red-pilled. And so Brook's quest is to get back and meet Laboon. And so now, having gotten his shadow back, Luffy's like, Brook, I'm going to ask you one more time with feeling. Do you want to join my crew? And Brook's like, yes. I love you. You saved me. Let's join the crew. You knew Laboon. Let's all together. We'll go and we'll meet him together. And so Brook has joined the crew. That's a full 9-man team they've got on their crew now. So we're really rolling along just fine. So now that Brook has joined, it's time to go do new things. So they sail along. Oh, before I do that, actually, before Thriller Bark, after Water 7, there was an incident. The incident on Bonero Island. Bonero Island was a location where Blackbeard and his boys were hanging out. On that island, who should find them there but Portgas D. Ace, Luffy's brother, member of the Whitebeard Pirates, who'd been hunting Blackbeard because Blackbeard killed a member of their crew. There was a gigantic fight that happens between the two, where Ace, who had eaten a fire devil fruit, fights against Blackbeard, who it is revealed has eaten. He killed the member of his crew because they found the devil fruit he had been looking for all along. It is the Yomi Yomi no Mi darkness devil fruit. It works like it's a Logia, but it's a little weird because he can't avoid damage. He just absorbs everything because it's like a black hole devil fruit. It's strange, but the fact that he waited decades and decades and decades to find that specific fruit is very interesting lore-wise, and we still don't know exactly the reason why, but implications will occur soon, and we can make our own conclusions. Anyway, Ace and him fight. Ace loses that battle. Blackbeard wins that battle, captures Ace, and brings him to the Marines. And as a result of that, is it already happening? As a result of that, Blackbeard gets a promotion and becomes one of the Shichibukai. So Crocodile had been kicked out because he did fucked up stuff, and I think that's the only opening right now. And in Crocodile's spot, they put Blackbeard. That might have happened a little bit later, but it doesn't matter. It happens very soon. So, at this point in the narrative, our boys are sailing off from Thriller Bark to Shabondi Archipelago. Shabondi Archipelago is a pretty cool place. Shabon means bubble in Japanese. It's a place covered in bubbles. It's really cool. And there's all kinds of fun stuff going on there. They meet up with these guys called the Flying Fish Riders who attempt to kidnap their boys. When they meet a mermaid named Kami. Kami's a nice girl, and they make friends with her because they're sailing around the ocean. They just happen to meet her there. And they also encounter another character who we haven't seen for a very long time. Way back in Arlong Park, there was a guy named Hachi. Hachi was a fishman. He's an octopus fishman, and he's got 8 arms. He's a fish and a man. He's a fishman. That guy was not such a bad guy, and he got one of these cover arcs that I was talking about, like how Wapol did his whole grew his dark empire on a cover arc. Hachi had one of his own.
Explain the concept of a cover arc.
A cover arc is at the beginning of a chapter. This happens to this very day. There's one going on right now. There will be one page that is a total side story of things that are happening totally unrelated to the current events of the story. And then you'll every new chapter you'll get one new page of the side story. And a lot of the times they can be extremely plot relevant. Like there's a Wapol one, Buggy had one, Kobe had one at the very start. There's all kinds. And Hachi, way back early in the series, Hachi got one after Arlong Park wrapped. He escaped from the Marines. He's the only one who got away of the Arlong pirates. And he made his way all the way to Shabondi Archipelago, and he made friends with a mermaid named Kami. Now that was hundreds of chapters ago. Now finally the Straw Hats have made it there, and they meet up with Hachi and Kami from that cover arc so many years later. So that's all really cool. They make friends with them, and they hang out. Now, that's very relevant because one of the things they do is they decide to go to the amusement park just to hang out and have fun with their friends because they're having a good time, as you do. Now, while they are there were already slavers in the area who, Kami the mermaid often gets captured by slavers. I hate when that happens, and they try to sell her, and Hachi saves her all the time. But this time's different because she has been captured by an auction house that is attempting to sell her to the Tenryubi-to. So here, for the first time in the narrative, we see physical incarnations. We were introduced to the Tenryubi-to, which are the world nobles who actually control the world government and everything. And they want to buy Kami. Things escalate, and here's the thing about a world noble. Because they are such privileged, crazy dudes, they're so... the entire structure of the world government is just to privilege them at the expense of everybody else. They can do things like enslave any race, any species. They have literally... There's one guy who shows up here who is literally riding a human slave as a horse. He doesn't want a horse. He wants a human slave to ride. They have tons of giant slaves, and they love mermaids. Those are great slaves. They really hit that slave shit just the right way. And they think humans are okay. They really think that fishmen, non-human races, are absolute trash. And they walk around in these weird spacesuits with bubbles over their heads because they don't want to breathe the same air as the commoners. They hate that shit. And incidentally, I know, they're based. And they're all from this place called the Holy Land Marie-Joie, or Marie-Joie. It's French. It's the place where all the world nobles live. It is on top of the red line. Now we started here, we've gone around to the other side of the planet, we're on the back. That's where Marie-Joie is, on top of the mountains. And they're from there, and as you can see, Shabondi Archipelago is just down the mountain, so it's not too far. So they come down here sometimes to buy slaves and stuff. So if you attack in any way or fuck with a world noble, first of all, they are allowed to kill you. They just have that right. They have a license to kill. And if you fuck with one, a Marine Admiral, which is their top boys, will be dispatched immediately to kill you instantly. And surprise, surprise, there's a world noble who's wanting to buy Kami, their mermaid friend. Luffy is having none of this, so he just decks him right in the fucking face. It's animated. It's one of the... People love this. It's one of the hypest moments in the series. This is where we've really gotten into One Piece is establishing this. Up to this point, it was fairly mysterious who controlled the Marines. Or we knew Cypher Pole and the Gorosei existed. But now we're oh wow, the world nobles are really disgusting mongoloid freaks. Because that's the other thing about them. They're all really ugly and gross and very disgusting. Every part of them. It's just not a good way for humans to live with that much privilege, and they're really hitting you hard with the messages here. Especially because like the subhuman races or the non-human races like the fishmen are clearly there to represent like, you know, race relations and shit like that. And they're just the privileged few. So Luffy has now punched one of the Tenryubito. It's not good. Instantly, one of the Marine admirals is dispatched, and that is Kizaru. Kizaru, the yellow monkey, he is an admiral who has eaten, get this, the Pika Pika no Mi, or the glint glint fruit, or the light fruit. He has eaten a devil fruit that makes him light. So he can fly real fast, and he can shoot literal laser beams. He's a very strong young man. There's no getting around it.
Wouldn't that make him like God if he was just like the concept of light?
He's a very lazy guy.
I can't imagine. What is the limits? Okay, he's lazy.
I think his mind limits it more than anything else. And you know, that's one of the fun things about devil fruits. Like, one of the main things is like, oh, Luffy has a rubber fruit. Wouldn't that be bullshit to have? But Luffy makes it work. Luffy, he does research and he practices so that, for example, one of the cool things he does when he's fighting Crocodile way back in Alabasta, he does this weird attack. This is like his biggest attack we've seen to that point, where he inflates himself like a balloon, which you've seen him do a lot of times. He rotates his body into like a weird corkscrew. He then leans over and blows down so that it gets aerial lift and is spinning around, and is then flying upside down, and just with all his limbs does a bunch of crazy punches and kicks. It's pretty cool. It calls it Gomu Gomu no Storm. People love attack names in One Piece, by the way. You'll see a lot of those. In any case, so Kizaru's been dispatched, and he is wrecking shit. He's just killing everybody. He's really fucking up the whole archipelago because he's trying to find Luffy because a Tenryubito has been attacked. Now, simultaneously, there's something else important going on here because there's something happening here. Now, as you'll notice, Reverse Mountain is here. This is where people enter the Grand Line. We have made it all the way to right about the other side of the world now. And this whole area is called Paradise. It's the first half of the Grand Line. Because things are fairly chill here, even though they're way more fucked up than anywhere else on the planet. This place is a gathering place for everybody who's made it this far in life. You've got to be a pretty successful guy. And there's this group called the 11 Supernovas. That is a group of the most successful rookies that have made it this far. And they include Luffy and Zoro as two of them, because they have like the highest bounties of the crew. Everybody with over 100 million berry bounty that is a rookie reaches that category. And by this point, Luffy and Zoro have reached that. The guy with the highest bounty is this guy named Eustace Captain Kidd is the top bounty, but Luffy has done probably the most impressive stuff. Tom.
What exactly is a rookie? Is that somebody who just goes into the Grand Line?
A rookie just means like a new on the scene pirate who's just developing a reputation and stuff. That's all. So they're the 11. They're 11 super. I won't bother listing them all. Sure. Read the manga. They're great.
Group. It's just like
right.
Just like a designation.
Yeah.
Okay.
Pirates have no organization as a group. So yeah, this is just like what the people have decided to call them, and it's pretty cool. There's a lot of really cool ones. There's another guy, Trafalgar Law. We'll call him Trafalgar Law for now. He's very popular, and we can talk about more if we need to later on. So Kizaru shows up and starts wrecking shit, including all the supernovas, who, by the way, canonically, Oda has said, all the supernovas, who become very important later on in the series, they were all developed 2 chapters before they all showed up in One Piece, which just shows he's got good character development chops. Kizaru basically defeats every single one of them, and they're all completely fucked as a result of this incident that Luffy started. Also happens at the same time, this guy Sentomaru shows up. Sentomaru is a guy who he's like a sumo wrestler, but he specifically is said to be, I believe, the bodyguard of Vegapunk. So this guy, the science guy Vegapunk, we're getting another connection to him, but he still doesn't show up, and this guy's just like his bodyguard or something. And he does something unusual. Luffy is attempting to fight this guy the way he normally would, but Sentomaru has a weird power where he can make things bounce off his hands. He can easily deflect, and the attacks don't work on him. We would later come to learn that what we're seeing for the first time is armament hockey being utilized. But by the way, this is the point in the story where we're seeing, there's a couple moments where we see Luffy using like Conqueror's hockey to like subdue raging animals and things of this nature. Hockey has now entered the fray. Oda's still kind of feeling it out, but we're ramping up what hockey is doing now. And one other important person shows back up now, and that man is Bartholomew Kuma, the paw guy who blasted like Perona off before. and fucked up the whole crew on Thriller Bark. He shows up again. So these 3 guys are wrecking everybody. And there's an incident. Sorry, there's one other thing. So the Straw Hats learn while they're here that in order to get to the next island where their log post is pointed, now it's pointing down, as in underwater. So what's the next island? The next island is Fishman Island. And you might be interested to know that while Marie Joie is on top of the red line, Fishman Island is actually, underneath the red line. It's under the mountain. So they have to find a way to get down there. And they just have a ship. So what are we going to do? They go and they talk to a coating expert. And what that is you can coat your ship in a bubble and that allows you to go underwater. And there's techniques people use. So this is the way that you get to the new islands. Now, they go to meet a coating engineer who's going to coat their ship. And they meet a man named Silvers Rayleigh. And Silvers Rayleigh is the former co-captain of the Gold Roger Pirates. So they have just met the man who's called the Dark King, who is probably the second most powerful pirate in history, and they just met him here in Chabon Archipelago. And he instantly recognizes that, like, Luffy has the straw hat that Shanks had. Oh, because another surprise, Shanks and Buggy were both on Gold Roger's crew back in the day. So the Clown Man and Shanks, who inspired Luffy, they both got it. They both got their start with Gold Roger. That's where they were pirate apprentices. So that's pretty cool. Now, the thing about Rayleigh is he knows a lot of stuff. He was there when Gold Roger conquered the Grand Line. He knows everything. And Robin's quest, incidentally, is to read all the poneglyphs, discover the true history of the world, because I didn't touch on this before, but Robin's short backstory is that the reason she could read the poneglyphs is because her people in Ohara, in the West Blue down there, they developed the ability to read the poneglyph language. They just studied and figured it out. And they all got wiped out because that's forbidden knowledge by the world government, and only Robin barely managed to survive. There's a lot of backstory to it, won't go into it. So that's why Robin can know it. That's why she's so valuable to the world government. But the basic quest of getting to the end of the Grand Line is tied in with finding the true history of the poneglyphs as you go. And Robin knows this. Everyone knows this. And so Silvers Rayleigh knows the true history of the world. He knows the secrets. So Robin's like, hey, Mr. Rayleigh, you want to like tell me like what the secret, like what the Void Century is, and like what's the Will of D, and like all this shit that's the main mystery of the entire series? He's like, listen, Robin, here's the deal. I could tell you that right now, but I think you might have a different interpretation, because like you're like a scholar. You like studied with your boys, and we were just some fucking pirates. We don't know what the hell we're doing. We know what we know, but you might like interpret it differently, and we'll get back into what that interpretation might mean. But basically he says, look, I could tell you, but if you want, I say you just go figure it out for yourself, and then we can maybe compare notes after you're done, and we see where you come at. And she's like, okay, we'll go figure it out for ourselves. Maybe a foolish, naive move, but it's what she chose to do. She's going to trust Luffy and trust the gang to figure it out. And then my boy Usopp, red-pilled as ever, jumps up and says, forget about the true history of the world. Excuse me, Mr. Rayleigh, you were the second commander of the Gold Roger Pirates. Is One Piece real? Where's One Piece? Can we please have One Piece? And as Usopp yells about, like, is One Piece real? Where is it? Luffy jumps up and says, oh, Usopp, shut the fuck up. I don't want to know where One Piece is. I don't even want to know if One Piece exists or not. Because the adventure is the prize, in a nutshell. Like, he wants to have a fun adventure. He's like, if I know that One Piece exists, I will just quit being a pirate, because that would make it boring and I won't care anymore. So, and Usopp's like, oh shit, good point. Never mind.
Damn, we can end the manga here, I
Yep,
guess.
that's right. So,
Maybe
to date.
Pull that cord on your neck.
Oh, this one?
Yeah, just pull, the cord. The straw hat.
This.
Yeah, it's fucked up.
Okay, thank you. So basically, they had a chance to get the true secret history, they chose not to, and continue the adventure. Some people find this frustrating, but it's in keeping with the spirit of the series, so I'm pretty cool with it. All right, juicy stuff. Okay, the final thing that happens here, back to the future, or back to the past, back to the present. Kizaru and everyone is fucking up the crew real bad, and Sentomaru was there, Vegapunk's bodyguard, and then your boy Bartholomew Kuma with the paw fruit. They're all fucking up the crew. Everyone gets messed up, And a battle breaks out where Silver's Rayleigh, with his sword, using hockey and stuff, he's holding back Kizaru, the light man, the admiral, who was going to wipe out the whole crew. Instead, Bartholomew Kuma shows up with his paw fruit, and systematically, one by one, he's like, gotta do it to you, boys. Blink, blunk, blink, blunk, blink, blink, blink. He seems to destroy every single member of the Straw Hat Pirates one by one. They all disappear and are gone. And it looks like that's the end of our adventures. It's over. But then, cut to, what's actually going on is, in fact, Luffy is currently, for 3 days, he spends, I believe, 3 days hurtling through the sky as he is being blasted by the power of, like, the paw fruit. Maybe it was less than 3 days. I can't remember. But he is blasted off to another location by the power of that fruit, and he lands here, in a place called Amazon Lily. And Amazon Lily is an island of only women, no men, and Luffy is a man, so it's not going to go well for him. Amazon Lily is the domain of Boa Hancock, another of the Shichibukai down there. So we're up to, I think the only ones we haven't talked about yet are Don Quixote do Flamengo and Jinbei, which we will touch on both of them in due time. So, Luffy has just been blasted away, totally separated from his crew, doesn't know what's going on. Shenanigans basically ensue, and Luffy just turns out to be such a badass Chad that Boa Hancock, the pirate empress, falls in love with him because he's such a MGTOW badass. Boa Hancock is the most beautiful woman in the world, and she has a devil fruit power called, I believe I can't remember what it's called, it doesn't matter. She can make you turn to stone if you express any sexual desire toward her. But if you don't, then you're fine. And Luffy just doesn't give a fuck. He's so badass. He just doesn't care. He's basically asexual, frankly, up to this point. Oh, and by the way, this is a good point to touch on. Oda has commented on, there have been incidents where like characters have been naked and like guys go like googly eyed, like, whoa, so attractive. The reason why there's no romance or anything going on in the crew is because canonically, all the characters of the crew are in love with adventure. That's the reason why. Yeah, that's right. Thank you, Oda. This has been clearly stated. Interesting.
Awesome.
It is awesome. There's an amusing point where in Alabasta, back here, there's a moment where just because she felt like doing it, Nami just like flashes her tits at all the guys because they're like peeking at her in the bath. It was including her dad. That was Vivi's dad who was peeking on Vivi and Nami, who's the king. Doesn't matter. And all the guys go googly eyed. Whoa, God, I'm so aroused by this. Luffy does also do googly eyes. So you'd think like, wait, perhaps he does have some sexual desires for women? This is later retconned by Oda, who says he only did that because he was playing along with Usopp, who does have some sexual desire. So it wasn't that he really wants to have sex with women. Just sometimes, and just when he's peer pressured into doing so. Mm-hmm. So that's the canon reason for that. Anyway.
he's the horn dog of the crew with his some sexual
Indeed.
Sanji's
obviously he's the top dog.
Sexual desire from that.
Now, having landed on Amazon Lily, when Luffy is first discovered, there is a scene where, so Luffy lands in a patch of mushrooms, and what the mushrooms do is they make you sprout mushrooms all over your body. All the women, they find him, oh God, we gotta get these mushrooms off, so they start cutting off the mushrooms one by one.
Oh no!
But then they get to a mushroom that they just can't cut off. I don't understand. And actually, this mushroom stretches really long. What's going on with this? It is his penis. He is a man. He has canonically had his penis and balls fondled by women in the series, which is the most action any of these characters have gotten, despite being a pure asexual hero. Anyway, so as we said before, by being such a Chad, they put him in like an arena, like, oh, you're a man, you're not allowed on here. Fight like two of our strongest warriors. Surprise, he wins. Even though they are using hockey now, which he does not have because we just learned what hockey even is. So we're getting into higher level guys who have hockey and stuff now. So by defeating them, Luffy has really impressed Boa Hancock, who has fallen in love with him instantly. Did you?
So is Amazon Lily in the Calm Belt?
Oh, good point. Amazon Lily is, in fact, in the Calm Belt, And the way that they travel there is because I said before that there are some things that can ward off sea kings. They have these really, really poisonous snakes that pull their ships. They're like sea snakes. And they use those, and those scare off sea kings, so they can, at least for some distances, they can travel in the calm belt without being killed or anything. So, news arrives. There was a newspaper. Now that Luffy's like made friends with the Amazons, he's like, well, shit, what am I going to do now? A newspaper arrives, and that newspaper says there is a scheduled execution of the pirate Portgas D. Ace, which, as you recall, is Luffy's brother. There is a public execution that is going to be happening at Marineford, which is the HQ of the Marines, where they are going to execute Luffy's brother. Hearing this news, Luffy's like, okay, I know I need to find my crew. I'm going to take a bit of a detour right now and save my brother because I love him and I want to protect him and all that stuff. So, Luffy gets the Amazons to help him. He sails first to, so the execution isn't Marineford, but currently Ace is being held at this place called Impel Down. Impel Down is just the big marine jail, or like the world government jail. So there's a adventure where Luffy enters Impel Down. There's like six layers of Impel Down that he goes one by one. And while he's there, we meet a bunch of our old favorite characters. Remember that guy, Mr. 2, who changed into the appearance of King Cobra from Alabasta and was causing unrest? That guy actually made friends with the Straw Hats back before. He shows up and he becomes Luffy's like best friend, and the two team up and have a big adventure. Buggy the Clown had also been sent, where's Buggy? Buggy had been sent to jail as well. He also teams up with Luffy, and they do a bunch of crazy shit. They even find, so here's where we enter, Jinbei, Knight of the Sea. He is a fishman pirate who was the former captain of Arlong's crew. And Arlong gets split off and gone off to do his own thing. But so Jinbei also teams up with Luffy, and one other character teams up with Luffy, one character of note, Mr. 3 from Baroque Works, from the Alabasta saga does as well. But more importantly, is from the Alabasta, Mr. Zero Crocodile also was in jail. So the big boss, Luffy's first Shichibu guy he defeated, he's like, well, we might as well team up to break out of jail. So those two also team up. So we've got a whole crew of Luffy and all these former villains, basically, all doing this crazy shit, as they're trying to get down further into the jail to liberate Ace so that he won't be executed. Long story short, it does not work. They're too slow. Ace is carried away, and Luffy is now trying to break out. The head of the Wardens is a guy called Magellan, who's this guy with the Doku Doku no Mi, the poison devil fruit, and he really fucks Luffy up bad with poison. Luffy is going to die. Luckily, there happens to be a secret location in Impel Down called, it's level like 5.5, I forget the name for it, like Okama Land or something. This is where Okamas live. Okamas are a unique Japanese thing. Remember how Oda helped made Honjo Kamatari, who's a male character in Rurouni Kenshin, but has like female traits and seems to be gay? Like, that's basically what an Okama is, like an effeminate guy who's probably gay or something.
It literally means gay.
Oh, okay,
like,
okay.
Specifically, like, in Japanese culture,
yeah.
Like, the American concept of, like, the hard gay is not, like, a part of Japanese historical culture. Like,
right.
In their mind, gay is cross-dressing, basically. So Okama is just a gay cross-dresser.
Right. And incidentally, Mr. 2... remember how I said before how in Baroque Works there were pairs of men and women each? Mr. 2 is both the man and the woman because he is an Okama. That's why he's Mr. 2. He's two guys, two genders. He's on the binary, right in the middle of it. And so Luffy is poisoned and dying. Mr. 2, in a heroic action, takes Luffy to the secret location where Luffy is saved by it's Emporio Ivankov, I believe is the guy's name, who is... So this guy's got a lot of history. He is also a member of the Revolutionary Army who has been, so like with Bartholomew Kuma and Monkey D. Dragon, Luffy's dad, he had been trapped and Impel Down for a long time. He also teams up with Luffy to escape. Also, interestingly, that guy he's got like the Horu Horu no Mi devil fruit, or the hormone devil fruit. He can inject you and like give you energy. He can straight up change your gender. Just instant. He can just fucking stick it in there and you metamorphose into a woman. All kinds. He makes his head like really big. He can do that also. So that's pretty cool. I'm sure there's a hormone for that. Anyway, he's important for Revolutionary Army stuff, but doesn't matter. So all these guys get together, and it's now Ace is gone. They need to break out and head to Marineford to stop Ace from being executed. This is a huge deal in the One Piece world. This is what the whole Blackbeard fighting Ace thing has led to, because it was because Blackbeard beat him that he's here. So they all break out. They successfully escape Magellan and his poison, and they break out of the jail. Crazy shit happens. But on the way out, they pass a certain character who is headed in past them. That character is Blackbeard, the man who caused all this to begin with. Blackbeard is heading into the jail. He's heading into Impel Down to do something we don't know. And Luffy knows this man captured Ace and is gonna kill his brother, was gonna kill him, but now's not the time for it. I gotta go save Ace. So off he goes. Blackbeard's going to do something else. Boom, Marineford's happening. This is the biggest deal in the entire series by far. This is the War of the Best, is what it's called. It is the entire Marine military force against. So Ace was captured by the Marines and all that. Ace is a member of the Whitebeard Pirates. The Whitebeard Pirates are one of the 4 Yonko groups. That means 4 emperors. There are 4 pirate captains that control 4 basically pirate empires that run the new world past the Red Line. It's the territory basically of the 4 pirate emperors. And Whitebeard is one of them and is considered the strongest one. He's called the strongest man in the world. So Whitebeard is going to come to save his boy Ace, and that's exactly what he does. So here in Marineford, they're about to execute Ace. Whitebeard shows up, not just with the Whitebeard Pirates, but with all his allies, because he knows it's do or die. I am not letting my boy go like this. I'm going to do whatever it fucking takes to save Ace. Now, as they show up, there is a special announcement from Sengoku, who is the fleet admiral, who is just one step above the 3 admirals. He says, oh, by the way, spoiler alert, everybody, did you know Portgas D. Ace is the son of Gold Roger? That is who Portgas D. Ace, he is his son. So that's a big deal, because people care about Gold Roger, and he represents a lot, so they really want to kill this guy, and they finally got him, so they're going to do it. Now, the interesting thing is, now we've already established that Luffy is Ace's brother. Now we've just learned that Ace is Gold Roger's son. Okay, here's the weird thing though. Ace is 17 at this point, and Gold Roger died 20 years ago, give or take. So the timeline seems strange here, but we'll get back to that later. So, a war begins. The Whitebeard Pirates versus the Marines. It's an absolute bloodbath. Everyone's dying on all sides. Oh, and one other important character here is Aka Inu, the 3rd of the 3 admirals of the Marines, shows up. He is a magma man. He is made of magma. He will blast you with a volcano blast. So watch out for that shit.
I don't want that.
He's hot stuff, indeed. He's the believer in absolute justice. Remember how Nico Robin's entire island got wiped out, Ohara, because they were researching poneglyphs? He's the man who did it. He killed all their boys, so... Or rather, he was part of the effort. He killed a lot of innocents who could have been allowed to survive because he believes in absolute justice. He really is the world government guy who's like, if there's even a trace of piracy around here, I'm just going to nuke the entire town. Whatever it takes, that's what I'm going to do. So that's kind of the spirit here behind the war. To make another long story short, Whitebeard in this battle is very badly hurt and is going to die. This entire time, Luffy is trying to get to Ace. And you know what? In the end, a lot of obstacles happen. Luffy's grandfather, Garp, who is also Ace's grandfather, sort of by adoption, I guess, shows up and tries to stop him. He can't. It's very emotional. A lot of things going on here. But finally, Luffy, in fact, does reach Ace. He does, in fact, save Ace. He liberates Ace from captivity. And the two are successfully escaping. This is what is happening. As Luffy and Ace are running away, Aka Inu, our magma man, simply says, hey, Ace, Whitebeard's a pussy, or something along these lines. Ace is so enraged by this insult against Whitebeard that Ace, running away, just reclaimed his life, stops, turns around, and says, what the fuck did you just say about my dad, Whitebeard? The two fight. Ace is not doing so well, and as in a moment of confusion after Luffy's been fighting for like days and days trying to save Ace, there's a moment where Luffy has his guard down and Ace is like, Aka Inu says, fuck you, I'm gonna kill Luffy right now. And he goes to kill Luffy with a big magma fist. Ace jumps in the way is completely impaled by magma body and is dying now. Ace is going to die. He's on his last breaths. He's just like, Luffy, I'm sorry. I just couldn't let him talk shit about Ace. I did what I had to do. I would talk shit about Whitebeard. And Ace, right then and there, dies. After all of this, after everything Luffy did to save Ace, just because he had to defend Whitebeard's name, Ace dies right then and there from a big magma punch. Luffy goes completely mind-broken at this point, and he is just comatose for like the rest of the day, while a war is raging all around him. Akainu, of course, is about to immediately murder Luffy as well, but a couple of Whitebeard's boys come and save him. So that's not good. Ace is dead. Whitebeard is dying. It's at this point that Whitebeard gets very frustrated and angry. Oh, by the way, Whitebeard has what's called the Gura Gura no Mi, or the Rumble Devil Fruit, where he can make earthquakes. So he makes all kinds of tidal waves and earthquakes. He's a very strong young man. Well, he's not young anymore. Akainu, having just done this, he just gives him a big old love tap with a big old earthquake to the face, and Akainu goes down for a good long while. Now, at this moment, when Ace is dead, Whitebeard is all fucked up. By the way, Whitebeard literally has like lost half his face from this fight with Akainu. He just melted it off with magma. He's in rough shape. At this pivotal moment, who appears but Blackbeard? Blackbeard reappears, having emerged from Impel Down, and here's what Blackbeard was doing. Blackbeard just recruited the most dangerous pirates that have all been locked away in the deepest depths of Marineford for God knows how long. He just liberated all of them and made them all join his crew. So now he has the manpower necessary to do whatever it is he's trying to do. He has one other thing. As he and his boys gather around, he used to be on the Whitebeard pirates. Him and Whitebeard fight for a little bit. Looks like Whitebeard's winning, but in a cowardly move, Blackbeard just says, we're not going to fight one-on-one. All my boys get him. The entire Blackbeard pirates descend and they kill Whitebeard. Whitebeard dies like a badass, standing on his feet. He does not fall down. It's pretty cool. Everybody loves that. And Whitebeard has one final line before he dies as well, and that line is, One Piece does exist. Because Whitebeard and Gold Roger were friends and rivals from back in the day. And so Whitebeard confirms that Blackbeard told him that One Piece does exist, thus continuing the age of piracy. Just gives a little reinvigoration for people to be like, all right, we're going to go out there and we're going to find One Piece. We're not going to let the Marines stop us. Whitebeard is dead. The battle is raging. Something weird happens right now as a giant black sheet is brought out by the Blackbeard pirates. They put it over the corpse of Whitebeard, and Blackbeard are inside, doing God knows what. Luffy is now attempting to escape with all his boys, and a few minutes later, Blackbeard emerges from under the blanket. Now, Blackbeard has already eaten the Yomi Yomi no Mi Devil Fruit. A person is only supposed to have one Devil Fruit power. If you have two, you're supposed to, like, explode or die or something. But for whatever reason, in this moment, Blackbeard now manifests the Gura Gura no Mi, Earthquake Devil Fruit power, said to be one of the powers that can destroy the world. So this man has, how come you're allowed to have two Devil Fruit powers, Blackbeard? I don't know, no one does. This man has two Devil Fruit powers, two of the strongest in the world. We don't know why yet, so he's very, very powerful. This appeared to be his end game, to acquire new crewmen that he would be able to fucking take over the world with and steal Whitebeard's Devil Fruit power. He may have organized this entire war just so someone would fuck up Whitebeard enough so he would have this opportunity. So he's a pretty calculating motherfucker.
Where the fuck is Usopp?
You know what? Great question. I'll tell you right now. There is so the whole crew got split up during the war, right? Sure. By Kuma blast everybody. They have all gone to different locations that seemingly may have been picked out as particular places where they could gain more powers and strength. So those places are, Luffy was sent to Amazon Lily, where things are happening we already talked about. Zoro is in Kuraigana Island, which is called like, it's like Dreary Kingdom or like Muggy Kingdom or something. And what that place is it's a very, it looks like Nightmare.
It's Castlevania.
It's Castlevania, or what's Nightmare Before Christmas? Looks like Nightmare Before Christmas. And it also happens to be the literal home of Hawkeye Mihawk. Remember that guy that was Zoro's his entire quest was to beat that guy? It's just where he lives. So he was sent directly there. Also, interestingly there, in that same place, remember how Perona was blasted away, the ghost girl from Thriller Bark? She's also there. She was also just sent there, apparently. How nice. So they hang out. Nami was sent to a sky island called Weatheria. Nami is a navigator. She's into weather. She's doing all that stuff. She learns a bunch of stuff from there. So a sky island. Usopp is sent to the Boeing Archipelago. The Boeing Archipelago is a living plant island that is filled with delicious fruits and vegetables, and so all kinds of crazy shit. Everything's attracted into the center. And if you try to leave, the thing will close up around you with this giant island and force you back in. So there's like no way to leave, but it sucks everything in. Usopp was sent there, and by the time the war happens, Usopp has been eating all these delicious fruits and vegetables and meats and shit. So he's gotten incredibly fat. We're talking super rotund. He is a fat man. And we'll revisit that shortly. Sanji is sent to the Kamabaka Kingdom. That's where Ivankov, the Okama, the gay dude, is from. And Sanji's currently running away from gay dudes who want to kiss him because he only likes women. That's what's happening with him. Chopper is sent to the Torino Kingdom. It's like this kingdom with, there's like birds control everything, and there's like these short little stubby people. He has a little quest there. Robin is sent to Tequila Wolf. Tequila Wolf is actually a fascinating location. It sounds cool. It's not cool to actually be there. What Tequila Wolf actually is it is a gigantic bridge in the East Blue. A long time ago, the Tenryubito, the ones who ruled the whole world government, they said, we don't like having to sail ships. We want you, the commoners, to build, we will use slaves to build bridges between islands. Tequila Wolf is a giant bridge construction project that is building bridges between various islands. And there's like one construction location right now. So it is filled with slave labor. And this is a Sisyphean task that this like should not be done by human beings. And they chip it away at every like 100 years. They like maybe connect one more island. So it's like absolutely a monstrous task. And Robin has been like captured and enslaved. I don't think they recognize her, but she's just been made one of the workers there. Frankie was sent to Karakuri Island. And that, by the way, is the place where Vegapunk was born and raised. So Vegapunk the scientist, Frankie goes there and he finds his lab and he's able to look at all his notes and stuff. So Frankie's a scientist, so that's very helpful for him. And Brooke was sent to Namakura Island, which is like a really poor place where they were performing a demon summoning ritual. And at that exact moment, Brooke happened to crash through the ceiling and be a skeleton man. So they just think that he is Satan. And they ask him to grant them boons and benefits because they're being attacked by these outsiders. Actually, they're called the long arm tribe. So you see how you got an arm with one joint? Imagine if you had one more joint and your hand on the end of that. That's what like the long arms are.
I hate that.
I hate that. They're a different species from humans, but there's also the long leg tribe who hates the long arms. They only have one joint. They just have really long legs. They're just very long. So they're pretty cool. There's also giants and dwarves and mermaids and all kinds of shit. So, that's where everybody's at. We'll revisit that shortly. So, Ace is dead. Whitebeard is dead. This is a huge shift for the world. Blackbeard has just seized control over like what Whitebeard had laid claim to, and the whole world is completely fucked up by this. Because here's one of the things: the Yonko establish a kind of like political balance in the world. This is where One Piece begins to shift less into like the hardcore just adventure, go to an island stuff, into actual political implications of what each of these exchanges does. So some people feel, better or worse about these things. But everything's changed now. Luffy is saved by Trafalgar Law, one of the supernovas who we had met previously. He's saved from the battlefield. He's also saved by Jinbei, who he has made friends with. So those two are becoming best buddies. Takes him back to Amazon Lily, where Boa Hancock is. Boa Hancock helps them get away. Who's in love with him still. So Luffy's real fucked up about this. We finally, like after like 15 years, get a flashback to Luffy's childhood where we learn what happened after he met Shanks and before he, went on his quest. Turns out all kinds of stuff happened in that time. He's from here. He's from Goa Kingdom. He's from Dawn Island and lived in Fuchsia Village. But during that time, he just goes wandering off, and he goes and he finds a new place on there. There's the Goa Kingdom, which is like this nice little castle town, and around it is something called the Gray Terminal. Luffy spends his days hanging out in the Gray Terminal with he's basically like a foster brother, who is Portgas D. Ace. Because here's the deal. Garp is a legendary Marine. He's a Marine. Luffy really idolizes him. He's really strong. So Luffy is his legitimate grandson, but Portgas D. Ace is Gold Roger's son, who was given to Garp by Gold Roger to take care of. You can think of this as like an R plus J equals L, or whatever it is from Game of Thrones, how Ned was asked to take care of Rhaegar's son. It's very similar sort of situation with Ace, because Ace, turns out, was Roger's son until he fucking died. So that's not good. Garp was very upset about that. So Luffy and Ace are basically foster brothers now, and they meet another guy, this guy named Sabo. Sabo is another kid like them, and they all just hang out in the Great Terminal together and do fun stuff. They're just kids, they get into shenanigans, but it turns out that Sabo is the son of nobles from the Goa Kingdom, and basically it's like the world nobles, like kings and queens and stuff, then there's like the local nobles, and then there's all kind of, like the rich people and the poor people and just like normal people. So like Sabo is kind of a member of like the world government organization through his biology or whatever, due to his parentage. But he hates it, he doesn't give a shit, he runs away, all kinds of shit happens. Basically, events happen here where the world nobles are coming to visit, all kinds of things get fucked up. Sabo, in solidarity with his friends, in trying to protect his friends from bad things happening here, seemingly gets murdered by a Tenryubito, who just sees Sabo lift a pirate flag and say, well, I hate pirates, I'm just going to murder this small child. Even though like his friends, like that's just like a 5-year-old child, you really want to kill that guy? Yes, they do. They don't like pirates. No one is sacred. No one is spared. Ace and Luffy mourn the death of their brother for a good long time. They both grow up and they both become pirates independently. So there are actually 3 brothers. There was Ace, Sabo, and Luffy were brothers, not just Ace and Luffy. So now we know of Sabo's existence. So back in the real world, we're back here to the future, and all kinds of shit's going on in the world, but Luffy is just sad that he misses his crew, and Ace is dead. And Jinbei, his good buddy Jinbei, just says, Luffy, you can't focus on what's lost, you just got to focus on the future. What are you going to do? What have you got left? And Luffy just says, I still have my crew. So Luffy is going to go find his crew, just going to continue the adventure, can't let this shit stop him, he's got a dream. Sounds good. Luffy concocts a weird plan where what he does is he goes back to Marineford while they're still under construction. And what he does is he gets them to take a picture and publish a picture of him in the newspaper, which has him with this painted on his arm, 3DX2Y. What this is a secret message just for his crew. Because when they were in Shabanir Archipelago, they were going to split up for 3 days and get back together afterward. Luffy is now publishing a message that only his crew will understand, that we're not going to meet up in 3 days. We're going to meet up in 2 years. So everyone, go take the 2 years that we've just been given in the separation period. Go power yourselves up. We will meet in 2 years back at Shabanir Archipelago, and we'll continue the quest from there. Boom, Luffy's going to train on Amazon Lily. Everyone's going to train in their own specific location they've been sent to. Time skip happens. 2 years later, Luffy has trained with Silver's Rayleigh, the Gold Roger's second right-hand man. He has learned all kinds of hockey shit. He has developed way more power. He's a very strong young man. All of them have powered up in various ways. And at last now, it's time to get on board with the final leg of our journey as we get to the fucking new world shit. So, 2 years have passed. Luffy's gotten stronger, as I said. Everyone independently makes their way from all over the world they were scattered back to Shabanir Archipelago after the 2 years pass. And they've all trained and gotten strong because they're not going to let the shit that happened to them before happen again. So in Shabanir Archipelago, the world has changed a bit in 2 years. And now we've got, so actually Marineford has been destroyed, it no longer exists. There's a new Marineford on the other side of the red line. Doesn't overly matter. But the Straw Hats gather back in Shabanir. They're going to head to Fishman Island. Conveniently, Rayleigh has already coded their ship, which has been waiting for them at Shabanir Archipelago this whole time. So the Thousand Sunny is ready to go. The crew gathers together. Everyone's looking good. They got new haircuts and outfits and all kinds of fun stuff. And together they meet up. It's a great, glorious reunion. And they finally head to Fishman Island. So the journey to Fishman Island is a crazy topsy-turvy thing where there's all kinds of weird currents and there are ships coded in a bubble and it's guided along these paths and there's all kinds of weird shit. They take the opportunity to show the powers that our characters have acquired since then. It's all well and good. But upon reaching Fishman Island, a lot of weird stuff happens. So Fishman Island was the home of Jinbei, and all fishmen, and Arlong all came from here. And there's a big conflict going on where this guy Hody Jones wants to take control from Neptune, who's the current king, because this is all tied into the Tenryubito and Fishman theme. Fishmen are considered second-class citizens. They are treated like dirt. They are not respected races in the planet, and they just don't care for it. So there's a lot of racism going down towards the fishmen, but just as a result of that, there's a lot of racism going right back up, where a lot of fishmen just hate humans. In short, this has just led to a conflict about how is the best way to run Fishman Island. The Straw Hats show up, and they meet Hody Jones, who's planning to just do a revolution, kill the king, fuck everybody up, and take over, and then like go on a campaign to wipe out humanity. There's a bunch of flashback stuff here about like previous attempts. There's this lady, Queen Otohime, who is the dead wife of the current king, King Neptune, she's like MLK. She had tried to like broker relations, but she was assassinated, and bad shit happened. And there was this other guy, Fisher Tiger, who's more like the Malcolm X, who like physically would free slaves, and he would go around do all kinds of stuff. He was a hero to the fishmen. It doesn't matter. So the point of it is, Hody Jones stages a rebellion. Our guys stop him because one of the things he's going to do is destroy all of Fishman Island, not intentionally, but by trying to use Noah here. Noah is a giant ark that is directly next to Fishman Island. It is mysterious. It is hundreds of years old. No one knows exactly what it is. But there are some things we do know. Robin, in her continuing quest to read the poneglyphs, reads that there's a poneglyph down here that seems to explain that there's this character named Joy Boy who was writing a letter of apology in the poneglyph to say, dear fishmen boys, I'm really sorry I wasn't able to use Noah to like bring your whole population to the surface. Because the Noah is a gigantic ark that could probably fit the entire population of Fishman Island, and it seems to be hinted that one day that ark will carry the entire fishmen population to the surface. Obviously like a rising up from underprivileged kind of thing and like joining everybody else on the surface world. So not to get too far into that, there's one other important factor here. That is that Fishman Island is full of fucking prophecy. More so than I care for, but it's there and it can't be ignored. So there is a character named Madame Charlet, who is actually Arlong's sister, the old, the lady, the guy who was enslaving Nami. Madame Charlet has the unique ability to predict the future with 100% accuracy. And she has many, like, far-reaching prophecies that mean all kinds of crazy shit. And she has a prophecy when Luffy shows up that says, Luffy, you will destroy Fishman Island. You will do that. And they don't say exactly when, but Luffy, Monkey D. Luffy, will destroy Fishman Island. So that doesn't seem great. And her prophecies, again, are 100% accurate, never wrong. So this will happen at some point in the story. Now, there are many theories as to exactly what this means, but let me tell you everybody's favorite. The prophecy is that at some point in the quest, since we know that Luffy is going to destroy Fishman Island somehow, there will be some tool used to do this. Now, it's interesting to note that Marie Joie is directly vertically above Fishman Island, horizontally on the planet, on the red line, whereas they are underneath the red line. So it would make sense if there was some sort of maybe thing that destroyed this in the same breadth as Fishman Island. That could possibly explain it. Or maybe maybe something like Pluton, one of the ancient weapons that we talked about before, or Poseidon, the other one. Because here's the other important thing. It is now revealed that what Poseidon was the ability to control the sea kings, or the giant sea monsters that run much of the world. It is revealed that what Poseidon is the current Fishman princess, the current mermaid princess, the daughter of the king. She's a giant mermaid. Everybody loves her. She's called like the most beautiful woman in the world. That's all cool. But more importantly, she is Poseidon. She has the ability, the unique ability to control the sea kings. And if you can control the sea kings, you can destroy the whole fucking planet if you want to. So she's a very nice young lady, but she has this incredible power that seems like it's going to be plot relevant in some ways to fucking up Marie Joie and possibly Fishman Island. And it also seems like the controlling those fishmen is what's going to lift the Noah Ark out from underwater and bring it back to the surface. So That's going to happen at some point in the series. We'll see what happens when we get there. Oh, and another point about this theory that people like is that people think that, so we talked about the all blue before, which was Sanji's goal, a sea that exists with all the fish together. If this chunk of world, if this piece of the red line was just wiped off the map by a giant weapon or something perhaps, these seas could definitely flow together into one position here. Perhaps that is literally what all blue will be. It could create it here if we just blow up this mountain range. I mean, that's some serious firepower necessary, but it could be, the way to capitalize on all these prophecies and stuff. So that's pretty much all we know. Anyway, Luffy successfully defeats Hody Jones. Good things happen. Poseidon and the mermaid princess become friends with him. Everything is great. However, at the very end of Fisherman Island, after winning and saving the day, 2 characters show up. 2 pirates from the crew of Big Mom. Now, real quick. So, Whitebeard was a Yonko, one of the 4 pirate emperors. Big Mom was another one. There was also this guy named Kaido. And then red-haired Shanks. Remember Shanks, who was Luffy's mentor? He is another Yonko. He has become one probably since meeting Luffy. Who's to say? So those are the 4 big boys. Now, Whitebeard's dead. So Blackbeard has now taken his place as one of the Yonko. So that's where things are now. And 2 of Big Mom's agents show up and are like, hey, what's going on? Fishman Island is supposed to pay tribute to Big Mom because there's some islands that aren't affiliated with the world government or aren't protected by the world government that have pirates specifically protecting them, and Fishman Island is one of them. And so they are supposed to pay tribute to Big Mom, but because the big war just happened, they can't make the candy. She gets paid in candy is what she does because she's Big Mom and she loves to eat. They can't pay her, so Luffy says, fuck you, Fishman Island is under my control now. He stakes a fucking claim. He says, I'm going to protect Fishman Island from now on. Fuck you, Big Mom. And this sets the groundwork for the conflict between the 2 to come. Luffy is now a marked man by one of the fucking Yonko. We'll see how that goes very soon. So, they leave Fishman Island, and that's pretty much the end of that. Now, the way that they got here was they dive under the red line to get to Fisherman Island, and they go up under it to get to the other side of the Grand Line, and they have officially entered what is known as the New World. This place is where all the big dick pirates are, especially the Yonko. It's crazy. So, all right, we're getting down to it now, because the last couple of things that happen are all just tied into various conflicts with the Yonko and their political machinations. All the people here are basically just trying to get to the end of the Grand Line and find One Piece. So, first place they stop is a little place called Punk Hazard. It's a cool island that's half ice and half magma, basically. It's a little cooler than that, but it's half frozen and half burning because during the time skip, remember Aokiji, the Iceman, the Ice Admiral, and remember Akainu, the Magma Admiral man? Those 2 had a giant fight on this island. And on that island, one got real hot and one got real cold, and they permanently fucked up that island's weather. And so it's just all fucked up. Incidentally, Akainu, the red dog man, magma guy, he won, and Aokiji lost, and lost his fucking leg. He got all fucked up. And that was a battle to decide who was going to become Fleet Admiral because Sengoku, the old guy, retired. Oh, here's a fun note. Sengoku, who was the former head of the Marines, during the Marineford battle, his devil fruit power is revealed. He's eaten the human devil fruit model Daibutsu, which is a Buddha. He is a Buddha man. He can transform into a Buddha man, which means he is made of solid gold. Yeah.
Okay. What does that do?
Yeah, Jesse?
What is the benefit of being made of solid
He's
gold?
really big and really gold. It is totally unclear what the benefits of being a Daibutsu are. He seems to have a shockwave power, but why would he have that? I don't know. That's just the Buddha, famous for his shockwave blasts and inner peace.
Shockwave blast.
Right, okay, anyway, just a fun fact. But now he's basically retired, and Magma Man and his very calm, level-headed nature are running the Marines. I think we're going to see a glorious new future. So, in Punk Hazard, only details you need to know are they meet a man named Kinemon here. Rather, they meet the ass of a man. They find the butt of a samurai is attached to the head of a dragon, which lives on Punk Hazard. That butt communicates via farts, canonically. and they have many conversations with this butt.
You can't just
no.
What the fuck did you just
It's
say?
a unique skill that this man has developed over his lifetime, and this is what he does. Now, that only matters because they think it's the dragon talking.
Is Oda running out of ideas at this point?
They think that the dragon's talking to them. Oh, but no, it wasn't a dragon talking. It was just the ass of a samurai attached to a dragon, farting words. That's what it was. It turns out there was a samurai who was hanging out on this place. He'd been cut into a bunch of pieces by the devil fruit of this guy, Trafalgar Law, who was one of the 11 supernovas, he has like the Ope operating room fruit, so he can cut you into pieces, but you don't die. The pieces just operate independently. That had happened to the samurai, and his butt got stuck on the dragon. And like his head was in a cage somewhere, and his torso was like underwater somewhere.
There's so much thought put into this retarded idea.
Yeah.
It's really inspiring.
It's good. It's good stuff.
Manga of all time.
That's right.
This is like 20 years into this manga.
Pretty much, yeah, something like that. Oh, incidentally, remember how Ryuma, back in when Wanted came out, Ryuma had slain a dragon, the samurai guy. Zoro gets to cut the head off the dragon that they were fighting here, so Zoro has also now slain a dragon. Pretty cool homage, maybe. Excuse me. So,
it's like a bunch of ideas.
Human ass.
Yeah. It's not that like there's a dragon head with like a human butt. It's a full dragon, and just on the dragon's head is like stuck like waist up is just like stuck a samurai's legs and ass on the.
It's like a bunch of ideas that a 5-year-old would have.
That's exactly what it is.
But then the man has to fill in the blanks and make them all coalesce somehow.
I think Oda would be extremely happy to hear. Yeah, Oda would be very happy to hear someone call it like the mind of a child at work. That's the sort of vibe he goes for. Because just to be clear, One Piece is like 30% action shonen, like 40% like goofy, like comedy hard, and then like whatever the last percent, like 30 or whatever, like 30 like political shit. So like comedy is like a central feature of what One Piece is supposed to be. So that's exactly what was intended with something like that. There was like a moment, for example, this is an SBS. Devil fruit users aren't supposed to float, right? But in one little panel, Oda drew a devil fruit user who had been knocked into the ocean floating. That doesn't make sense canonically. So someone wrote in like, Oda, what's happening here? And Oda's like, oh, no, he happened to have landed on like the floaty fruit, which is a really flotational like piece of wood. That's a no. And then, okay, now get this though. So he made up like a new substance that's really floaty and would be the explanation for why Mr. 3 was floating in that situation. Later on, when they leave Fishman Island and they need to vertically ascend, he canonically uses that same substance as their vertical lift substance to pull them out from underwater. So he works it back in. That's what I'm talking about. That's the good shit. Same with like the Wapole metal. Oh, here's just another fun fact. During the battle at Marineford, these giant metal walls all lift, and they're supposed to block Whitebeard from being able to get in during the execution of Ace. Now, and Whitebeard like attempts to do one of his shockwave earthquake blasts. It just like doesn't do anything, and he's like, "What? Like, what's going on?" Because those walls were made of Wapole metal that were made by Wapole that become an integral part of the narrative. That's the good shit. That's what Oda does. Yeah, it's good shit. It's good shit. Okay. So moving right along here. So Kinemon, there's a samurai there. There's a samurai there. It was the point of that whole tangent about the butt and stuff. They put his pieces back together, and he is a samurai. He's like, I'm looking for my son. I'm trying to leave. I'll hang out with you guys. Also, he has the ability to cut fire, and that's pretty cool. I don't know what that means, but like there was an explosion once that was going to kill them all, but luckily he cut it, and so everyone was okay. So that was nice. He's looking for his son Momonosuke, is what he says. Momonosuke, interestingly, happens to have eaten something called a smile devil fruit. It is an artificial fake devil fruit, but for him, it lets him turn into a little pink dragon, which is pretty cool. For that, our purposes right now, it doesn't really matter. It works basically just like a normal devil fruit, but there will be other implications later that we'll talk about. And so Punk Hazard has on it this guy, Caesar Clown. Caesar Clown is a mad scientist who used to work with Vegapunk. They both worked for the Marines, but right now Vegapunk is working for Don Quixote do Flamingo. One of those Shichibukai we didn't get to yet. He is just working for him as an arms dealer.
You said Vegapunk, you mean Caesar Clown is working?
Caesar Clown, yes. Caesar Clown, former co-worker of Vegapunk, but not actually Vegapunk, is working under Don Quixote do Flamingo as his arms dealer. Right. And he is making Smile, he is making SAD, which is a component in the Smile artificial devil fruits. It's all part of the thing because Don Quixote is facilitating this and in a big trade exchange with Kaido, another one of the Yonko that control the New World, because Kaido wants a entire crew full of devil fruit users. So he's turned to getting these artificial devil fruit users from these guys to do it. So that's what's happening. Arms deals are happening. Right, anyway. So basically there's just a big conflict where they just fight Caesar Clown and eventually they get him and win. And that's all well and good. So they've really fucked up Don Quixote do Flamingo's like trade route shit, and that's not good for him. So at the end of the fight, Don Quixote himself comes running in to try to save Caesar Clown, and so he runs all the way from this island over to this one. He has this power where he can connect strings to things. So he runs across the fucking sky, which is pretty cool. And he shows up, but it's too late. The Straw Hats are already gone, and things are happening. Although, at that very moment, who should show up but Aokiji, the Iceman, who had turned this fucking place into half ice, half fire. He shows up, fucks with Doflamingo a little bit. They don't have a big fight. They all separate. But it turns out that Aokiji, having left the Marines, seems to now be working with Blackbeard. He seems to be an ally. We don't know what that means, but it's interesting. Okay, moving right along. So, as we said, we're fucking with Don Quixote do Flamingo's, like, arms deal shit. Dressrosa and Green Bed, which is like a little island next to it. These are the places where Don Quixote is at. That's where shit is going down with him. So they go there to go fuck him up and cut off this deal. Oh, one other important note I forgot to mention is that when they're at Punk Hazard, as I said, the samurai was chopped up by this guy, Trafalgar Law. Trafalgar Law is a schemer. He's a plotter. He's a piece of shit. People really love that character. He's pretty cool, I guess. He's like the Sasuke of One Piece right now. And he, he's like, Luffy, I got a plan. You and he's from the Heart Pirates. Luffy's the Straw Hat Pirates. Let's team up and defeat Kaido. Because we want to defeat the Yonko to acquire, like, their poneglyphs and shit so that we can beat One Piece and reach the final island. That's the plan. So everything they're doing right now is part of an overall plan to fuck with Kaido so they can steal, like, poneglyphs and information and shit from him and win One Piece. So they're allying to do this. So they go to Dressrosa to continue this plan. They get there, and all kinds of crazy shit's going on. Turns out Dressrosa is like a weird society where like there are humanoid toys everywhere that are like controlled by Doflamingo's crew. Because they have a member of their crew who has a devil fruit that she can touch you, turn you into a toy, but then also everyone forgets who you were up to that point. Everywhere. So you are wiped from history if this devil fruit is used on you, and it's the implications are staggering. So there, for example, there's a statue of this guy Kairos, who is the greatest gladiator in the arena, who, oddly enough, no one can seem to remember, even though there's giant statues of the guy. Wonder what that could be about. I don't know. Maybe we'll find out. And other important note here is that turns out on Dressrosa, in that same arena, there was a battle going on right now where the prize is the Mera Mera no Mi, aka the Fire Devil Fruit, which is exactly the devil fruit that Ace had formerly had when he was alive. Because one of the things we learned in Punk Hazard is when you kill a devil fruit user, because there was you'll be sad about this, Munchie. There was a giant slime creature who was an axolotl. He had eaten an axolotl devil fruit. He was really cool. And his name was Smiley.
That's awesome.
It was awesome. Unfortunately, he fucking exploded and died. Yeah, it was too bad. And one of the things we learned when he explodes and dies is that, like, we see another fruit coalesce into, like, the axolotl devil fruit. So we've learned now that when a devil fruit user dies, it appears somewhere. Yeah. And we think it seems like close by, seems to be it. So maybe this is how Blackbeard absorbed Whitebeard's devil fruit? I don't know. We just don't know yet. I like to think he just sucked his dick, personally. But that's just me. So, So the Mera no fruit, Ace's devil fruit, is up for grabs, and Luffy wants to win it to like honor his brother and do all that good shit. So Luffy is fighting in the Colosseum in order to win it. At the same time, unfortunately, what has happened is that other people are trying to fight him to win it. Luffy is just doing his best in there. Other people really want it. For example, there's this guy, Jesus Burgess, who is one of the lieutenants of Blackbeard, is trying to win it because the Blackbeard pirates are on the hunt for powerful devil fruits so they can get even stronger in their crew. So there's strong people to fight against. And like people from all over the Grand Line and all over the world have entered to win this devil fruit because it's like such a powerful, useful thing. A Logia devil fruit. They're really rare. So all these super strong people are here. And it's all controlled by Doflamingo. Now the thing about Doflamingo is, so he is a Shichibukai, but he wasn't always a man of distinction. When he was young, he was straight up a Tenryubito. He was one of the world nobles that lived in Marie Joie. Now, unfortunately for him, his dad was a bleeding heart liberal cuck, and that was just no good for him. So canonically, he felt bad about having so much privilege, so that he took their whole family, himself, his wife, and his 2 children, Don Quixote or Doflamingo and his brother, Rocinante, and they brought them down to live in the world of the normal people. Now, that was a nice thing to do, but nobody gave a shit. They just knew that he was formerly a Tenryubito, and they literally crucified the entire, literal crucifixion, hanging on a wall, hanging up by their hands, including the children. It was really fucked up. They somehow survived. The mother died of illness. I think they all survived the crucifixion, I guess, because they were just held there for a few hours or something. But it was incredibly fucked up. And it's really black-pilled Doflamingo. He's like, we had everything, that was pretty good. I loved being in charge of everything. Then I had nothing, and everyone still hated me. So he's basically like the Joker of the One Piece world. He just doesn't give a fuck. He wants everyone to die and suffer the way he did. He's also 10 feet tall.
Wow.
So he's a real Chad. He's a real Chad. So that's just his outlook on life. Now his brother had this whole backstory of his own where he joined the Marines and became a spy in the Doflamingo organization. But and this actually ties into Trafalgar Law's backstory. He knew Rocinante. He was formerly in the Don Quixote Pirates. No need to go into it too much. In short, Law and Luffy team up to defeat Doflamingo, and eventually they successfully do so, and hooray, we win. Because the other thing about the Doflamingo Pirates, or the Don Quixote family, is that we've learned here that all of the world nobles, what they were originally was they were all the kings and queens of the various kingdoms that made up the world government originally when it was first founded as it emerged from the Void Century. So we just know now that it was just people who happened to be in charge of those countries, due to birthrights, whatever, control or whatever. They were the ones who were made kings and queens. And Doflamingo, who was a Tenryubito, when his family was kicked out, when his family willingly chose to leave the Tenryubito, they weren't allowed back in, even though things were getting completely fucked for them, because once you leave, we don't want you back anymore. So what he did was, when he was a man, after all the fucked up shit happened to him, he came to Dressrosa, because the Don Quixote family used to be the kings and queens of Dressrosa before the world government was formed, and they all left to go live in Marie Joie. So he just came back and was like, hey, we used to run this shit, I'm just taking it back. And he kicked the fucking king out of the kingdom, usurped control with his pirate crew, and just began to run things ever since then. And so he feels that was fair. Other people hate that. Obviously, he's not a good dude. He's like a warmonger and all that shit. So eventually, the good guys beat him up, they kick him out, and all is restored to greatness. And there's another important element here. During the fight where Luffy is trying to win the Mera no Mi, the Fire Devil Fruit, someone shows up in the battle to try to win it as well, and says to Luffy, hey Luffy, you go fight Doflamingo, go do the other things you got to do for your plan. Let me get the Mera no fruit, because I want it. That man is... Where is it? I don't know. One of these places. Sabo. That man is Sabo, wow. Luffy's long-lost brother, who didn't die a million years ago. Oh my god, and forget that. So when that shit was going down in Goa Kingdom back in the day, when Luffy was a kid, they thought he was dead, the Tenryubito came. Actually, They hadn't killed Sabo at all. Sabo had lived, and he'd been picked up by the Revolutionary Army, specifically Dragon, Luffy's dad. So at this very moment, Sabo is actually ranked number 2 in the Revolutionary Army. He's the second in command, so he's kind of a big deal. So if Luffy read like a newspaper like once in his fucking life, like he would know that his brother was alive. If he just looked, his name is Sabo, he's wanted, I can see that. But that's not the kind of guy that Luffy is, so it makes sense. And Luffy never like mentioned this to anyone like Robin, who's a very well-read person in his crew or anything like that. If he had, all of this could have been known, but nope. Retcons abound with some of these things, but no matter. All right, Dressrosa in the can. Moving on. One other character of note is just that since Akainu, the former admiral, was promoted to fleet admiral, there's like some vacancies in the admiral positions. So they got a new guy, this guy Fujitora, means purple tiger, and he has a gravity devil fruit, and he's a blind guy, and he's got a sword. He's like the blind samurai, motif or whatever. So he's pretty cool. Oh, also the admirals, all the admirals are based on their designs, are based on actual real life famous Japanese actors. So like, there's a movie where like an actor actually plays like a blind samurai. I can't remember what it is, but like Fujitora's design is just based on that real life guy. And it looks pretty cool. True of all the guys. All the admirals, that is. Okay, so we're done with that. Moving on. Now we continue our quest to fuck Kaido. Gib?
Well, yeah.
I missed something?
The whole thing with the plan on Dressrosa was to destroy the Smile Fruit factory.
That's right.
And during that process, they were forced to split the team, the crew into 2 teams.
Good point. Right, so on Punk Hazard, they made SAD, which is an ingredient in the Smile artificial devil fruits. On Dressrosa, they take the SAD and they make the actual Smile artificial devil fruits. And those are carried on to other places, to Kaido and wherever else they want to sell them to. So yes, they had to destroy the factory where those are made, which they did. So they really fucked up the whole operation there. And
it was Big Mom coming to attack because of what Luffy had done on Fishman Island, I think.
I don't think Big Mom showed up in Dressrosa.
No, she did. That was the reason. They had to get half the crew on the Thousand Sunny to draw Big Mom away so they could continue to destroy the factory and to defeat Don Flamingo.
That's right. He's completely correct. Big Mom, looking to kill them and all that stuff, showed up on Dressrosa, so half the crew just left so that they could continue their plan in peace. Right. Which leads us to the separation. So half the crew finished up the fight on Dressrosa, while the other half went on to this place, Zo. Zo, an important place. So we're moving on to our next island here. We've still got our same crew, all good things happening. The first crew gets to Zo. Zo is a giant walking elephant. That is what Zo is, that just walks around on really long legs on the bottom of the fucking ocean.
Oh my god.
Yeah, it's real mysterious. It's very strange. And on top of the back of Zo, or Zushina is the name of the elephant, is the city of the minks. The minks. What the minks are like they're kind of like fishmen, but for like every other animal. They're like there's like a rabbit girl, there's like a dog girl, there's all kinds of human animal hybrid things, but they're like their own race in their they have their own distinct culture and stuff. So when the first crew got there, unfortunately, a big fucking attack happened by this guy Jack. Jack is one of the 3 calamities that works for Kaido. So now we're actually interacting with Kaido's actual crew. One of his big boys just fucking ransacked Zo because they were looking for this guy. Or this might have been before the Straw Hats got there. They found the place in disrepair because Jack was looking for a ninja named Raizo. He was looking for a ninja named Raizo. That's right.
Well, back in ninja?
Yes,
what?
That's right. Jack's here. Jack shows up, says, I'm looking for a ninja named Raizo. I know he's here. Where is he?
I thought this was a pirate thing. We got ninjas now, too?
The ninjas are beloved as well by the pirates. Everybody loves them.
Now I'm definitely reading this.
Excellent. So
it's only like 800 chapters in. Yeah,
we're at like 976 or something right now. Yeah.
Sweet. I only have like
almost
1,000 chapters before I can get to the part I actually care about.
So what happens here is just. So Jack, he nukes the place. They use all this, horrible toxic gas. These guys are weapons dealers and stuff, Kaido's crew. They just don't give a fuck. But the Minks put up a pretty good fight. They eventually drive them off. And like the whole time they're like, we don't have Raizo. You don't understand. We can't give you Raizo. We don't have Raizo. We don't know who you're talking about. Please leave. Why are you murdering us? We don't have what you need. Jack he's like, you might have him. I'll just kill you anyway. So maybe they'll make you talk. So eventually Jack is driven off, and Sanji and the boys show up, and they, like, with Chopper's help, who's the doctor and all that stuff, they manage to like save most of the population of Zou. So that's pretty good. Then, let me see, I believe what happens then is that another one of the 11 supernovas, Capone Gang Beige, shows up on Zou and says, hey, Sanji, because Sanji's there, I've been looking for you on behalf of the Big Mom Pirates. We need you to come with us for secret reasons. Oh, there's a weird development that happened with Sanji a little bit earlier, which is after one of these islands or something, wanted posters go up and people's bounties are continually going up throughout the series. Sanji got one that said, most of them say wanted dead or alive. Sanji got one that said Sanji wanted alive. It did not say dead, only alive, which was very interesting. So weird things are going on here. Sanji's being taken away for some reason we don't know yet by some of these guys. And so that's that. So like the rest of the crew finally catches up and they're like, oh God, we're back together. Oh, what's that? Sanji's been taken? Oh shit, that's not good. And they arrive with Kinemon and Momonosuke in tow, the samurai and the kid. And the Minks, all of a sudden, bow in a big way to Kinemon and Momonosuke. They're like, holy shit, you guys are here. They're like, what? What is this about? I don't understand. And by the way, Kinemon at this point admits, okay, I'm just a samurai. Just so you know, Momonosuke's not my actual son. I was lying about that. It was just a cover story. So now, the Minks on top of Zou are like, we're glad you're here. We have something to show you. They bring him into a secret location where it turns out Momonosuke's name is, what's the name of the clan? Kaba Heba Kozaki? Kozuki.
Yeah.
That's right. Okay, sorry. His name is Kozuki Momonosuke. Momonosuke is the son of the shogun, basically the prince of the land of Wano, the Japan equivalent of One Piece. And the Minks have been allies of theirs, like their vassals, for like a long, long time. Hundreds of years, perhaps. They got poneglyphs and shit in there. And they also say that the poneglyph they have is very, very special. Oh, actually, sorry, before we get to the poneglyph, actually turns out they did have Raizo the whole fucking time. Damn, they said they didn't, but they actually did, though. Fucking epic. So they just let like their whole society be like absolutely devastated because they will not one fucking person in the whole Mink society was willing to say that Raizo was there because Raizo is another vassal of the Kozukis that they have allegiance to. So it's pretty good shit. All right, anyway, important things that happen here. Boom. Talking about road poneglyphs up here, we just learned about, this is where we learn everything about how to actually win One Piece. Turns out there are 4 road poneglyphs that exist. If you have 4, boom, you can X marks the spot, find your way to Raftel at the end of the goddamn Grand Line. So, this is a big deal. They have one here in Zou. Turns out, and the others are elsewhere. And this is how we win One Piece now. We now know how to win One Piece. I was going to say before, we use the log pose to get from island to island. We kind of have given up on that for the most part. Now we use like eternal poses basically, because we have very like plot relevant places to get to now. It would be very convenient if the log pose happened to point to the place we need to go next. So now it's like eternal poses are used. So, that all being said, we now know how to win One Piece. There are 4 poneglyphs to find, and we can get to the end of this thing. And we can get to the end of this lecture as well. So, they have like an etching one. They know where one is, I believe. They know that Big Mom has one, and they know that Big Mom has Sanji. They need to go and get Sanji back. So this is what they're going to do. So again, half the crew splits off to go get Sanji. Half the crew continues on to Wano, with Kinemon and Momonosuke to like prepare the war effort because Kaido is based in Wano, and this is where this is the ultimate goal of their entire quest, to fuck with all the supply lines and all this shit so they can finally defeat Kaido there, and they want Momonosuke and Kinemon to go begin the war effort so they can get there, destroy the man, win, all that good stuff, continue the quest. So that's what's happening. So the other half of the crew heads to Big Mom's home base, Totland, or Tato Land. Totland is a land filled with, it's like an archipelago. There's like just tons of millions of little islands here and there. And in the center of it is Whole Cake Island, where Big Mom lives. Whole Cake Island. Digi.
This is like right where the podcast starts, right?
The podcast begins like right at the end of Zoe, like right after Whole Cake begins, I think. So like all this we started afterward. We're like this much is what the podcast.
For like 2 or 3 years.
Yeah.
We've only started back like right there.
Compared to 23. So we've got our work cut out for us. We've been thinking maybe of going back and doing more, but we'll see. So they get to Totoland. So here's the fun thing about Totoland. Every island is like themed differently around a different like food or confection or something. So there's like a pudding island, and there's like a jelly island, there's like a donut island, and there's like a chocolate island, and all kinds of stuff.
Let's stay here.
There's like the ocean is literally like made of like fruit juice in places because they just make that shit so much. It's dope. And also for the record, so here's another interesting thing about Totland. Big Mom herself is a freak. She is a monster, which she should be, as one of the Yonko. She has eaten a devil fruit called the Soul Fruit. The Soul Fruit is a insane devil fruit. Here's what it lets you do. You can steal soul energy from people. I can steal it from you if you like fear me, or I can just like devour you and get it that way if I want to. And Big Mom is very, very strong, so that works for her pretty well too. She can then like emit soul energy in a variety of forms. So for example, if there was like an inferno here right now, she can condense the big fire down, put soul energy into it, and she's just given birth to like a little happy little sun guy. And now like that guy just is alive, and he just is a living creature. She could, she could give life to this tree. She could give life to this board. This is like the power of the soul fruit. So this is just a really fucked up power that you can use in all kinds of crazy ways. Mostly she just has like a weird sun and like a thundercloud follow her that will zap you and blast you if you fuck with it.
Weird sun?
It's his name is Prometheus. He is a ball of flames, and he's like
sun, S-U-N.
S-U in this case, yeah.
He also has a lot of weird sun.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, and also her hat is alive. His name is Napoleon.
Hey!
And she takes him off, and he pulls a big fucking sword out of his face, and he's got a big happy face on him. So
classic Napoleon.
Classic Napoleon. That's just what he would do.
To be alive, just to be her sword.
I don't know. Maybe so he could retract and extend, which is somewhat convenient. I don't know. But it is really cool, is the good news. And so the other thing about Big Mom, she has like something like 80 children, something like that. And she's 60, 70 years old, something like that.
In the prime of her life.
Well, again, in One Piece, humans live longer. But yes, she's basically in the prime of her life because she is a baby-making machine.
Yeah.
She is just churning them out. Like, most of all these islands are, like, each one is, like, ruled by one of her children, basically, who, among their other duties, is obligated to, like, make that particular food because she wants to eat all the sweets all the time. This is what she does. And I'll just give you right now the little skinny on my favorite character in all of One Piece is this guy, Katakuri. Katakuri is a badass motherfucker who's got observation hockey so good he can see the future, but that's not what makes him cool. What makes him cool is that everybody loves him in Totland. He's like the strongest son of Big Mom. He's basically the first mate in essence. Everybody depends on him. But actually, he's got very deep insecurities inside, and he loves to eat donuts and be really gross, but he doesn't want anyone to watch him do it. So he feels very shy about these things. And when it's revealed that like his crew, because they're all cutthroat, this is a monstrous organization. Like they all would kill each other and backstab and fuck each other because their mom is an amoral monster who will kill and eat you if you fuck with her even a little bit. Like Katakuri is just like treated so badly, even though he puts in so much effort for his family and friends, and is so disrespected at like the slightest fuck up even one time that he comes to respect people like Luffy, who are like honest adversaries more than like the conniving, fucked up little machinations of the crew. Anyway, read One Piece. I love you, Katakuri. You're the best character ever. Oh, also, other thing about Katakuri, him and Luffy have the big fight at the end of the arc. Luffy is a rubber man. Katakuri is a mochi man. Mochi is a stretchy rice-based dough that people eat in Japan. It's stretchy just like rubber, so they have a literal mirror match where there's two stretchy, silly boys fighting each other. It is by far the sickest fucking fight in like all of One Piece. I can't even fucking believe how dope it is. And despite Luffy being outclassed in every single capacity, by sheer force of will, Luffy manages to come out on top. Munchie.
Wait, so you're saying stuff like favorite character, favorite fight. This is all
just
like,
for me, just in my opinion.
Well, sure, but this is like recent stuff. One Piece
That's
is
correct.
Still good.
One Piece is still good. Miraculously, One Piece is still good. Unlike so many series, I'll tell you, I was not expecting anything this good to happen in One Piece a few years ago, but it did. Totland blew it out of the water. And let me give you Big Mom's backstory real quick, just because it's also one of the best writing in recent years. It's that Big Mom was a young freak who was abandoned by her parents for being too strong and eating too much shit. All right, she was raised by this lady, Mother Caramel, who ran an orphanage. What she actually did was she would raise children and sell them to the world government as like slaves. So she was a fucked up person. And also, Mother Caramel had the soul fruit. She would like make this, Big Mom's fruit or whatever. So what happened was, one day, they were all having a good time. Big Mom was getting ready, Mother Caramel was getting ready to sell off Big Mom. Big Mom went a little crazy eating stuff. By the way, she had previously, as like a 5-year-old, had like easily killed giants just with like a swing of her hand. So she's a true freak. She gets in a feeding frenzy. She's eating this croquembouche that's in front of her, this big, crazy confectionery thing. And we go to a weird, a cut to a strange different scene where she seems to be eating like happy little croquembouches. Like she's just going to absolute frenzy. She loses track of time. We cut to, it's like later that day, all her friends are gone. Her entire friends and family at this orphanage has disappeared, and she now has the power of the soul fruit. The implication is crystal clear that Big Mom just devoured every single friend and family that she has ever known and has like obtained their soul powers in herself. It's one of the most fucked up scenes of all time, and it was an absolute 10 out of 10. I mean, just fantastic job characterizing Big Mom as like such an intimidating character. Truly fucked up. But for our purposes now, Big Mom is just a really strong foe that the Straw Hats need to sneak in, and they got 2 goals right now. They're not here to kill Big Mom. They're here to, 1, steal a printing of the Road Poneglyph that they need to win One Piece, and 2, get Sanji back. Long story short, they succeed at both of those things. There are some amazing moments. Read One Piece, but I won't go into it. Brook, my skeleton boy, is like an 80-year-old man, technically older than Big Mom. He gets some sick one-liners about, oh, young lady, I'm gonna fucking dab on you right here real quick. Fucking sick, did you?
You never said why they took Sanji.
Oh, great point. Turns out Sanji is actually named Vinsmoke Sanji. The Vinsmokes, he had a last name? Apparently so. The Vinsmokes used to literally rule the entire North Blue. They ruled this entire fucking ocean over here. A while back, they just got deposed, but they're still like a really powerful family. Sanji was the prince, was one of 4 princes of them. I won't go into the full backstory, but basically, as a political marriage of convenience to solidify a union between the Big Mom pirates and the Vinsmokes, he was just going to be the tool that was used to arrange that connection. Via marriage, that's correct. So Sanji, Vinsmoke Sanji, was going to be married to Charlotte. So Charlotte Linlin is Big Mom, to her daughter Charlotte Pudding. And they were going to get married, and like neither of them really wanted to, but they got together and they kind of liked each other. They had a little budding romance sort of thing. But turns out that Pudding was actually a sociopathic monster and was just manipulating Sanji, and they were actually planning to kill not only Sanji, but his whole family at the wedding, just to like steal their technology. The alliance was a complete fraud. So we don't need all these details. Read One Piece. It's all good stuff. But that didn't happen. They win. They save. Sanji's family does not get murdered. Sanji's family is also weird. Like he turns out Sanji is like a genetic engineering failure from his parents to make like an ubermensch super god. His brothers are successful engineered super gods with like, his one brother has like light-based powers just because he was bred that way. Another has like lightning powers. His sister has poison powers. This is just due to like genetic experimentation. And Sanji's cooking, Chopper's doctoring, yeah. Although, there's...
Sanji just failed, it just came out normal.
I'll tell you one horrifying thought, I think. Now, his brother, Vinsmoke Nichiji, is like the red one. I figured, he's going to be the fire guy. He's not the fire guy. He has light powers. And it haunts me at night. I sometimes think that, oh God, no. Remember what we said before about that delightful tidbit about how Sanji spins real fast, heats up his foot, and he doesn't get burned because his soul burns hotter. What if Oda's working on a retcon right now that's actually because he's got like fire powers? Ooh, please.
He's already got fire powers. You've just described to us his fire powers.
Well, that's different from genetically engineering like the ability to make lightning. Okay, whatever, it doesn't matter. Yes. Right, so Totland is basically done. So Luffy and the gang, they've saved Sanji from this like assassination attempt. It's a whole big thing. There's a lot of other characters involved, but they don't matter. Now, there is one important thing that happens here. There is one character beyond all others who is very important that was at the wedding. And so they invited, Big Mom has a lot of connections in the world. One of them, or a lot of business connections. There's all these business moguls. But there's one above all. I'm talking about the one, the only, Big News Morgan. Big News Morgan looks like Big Bird and runs the newspaper of the world of One Piece. I think it's called the World Times. I'm not sure. He's fucking sick. He's just after that story, man. He's hungry for it.
He's after the big scoop.
He just wants to report the big scoop. It's what he craves more than everything else. And he's here looking for the big scoop. He needs those pictures of Spider-Man right now.
Is he a man who looks like Big Bird?
He is a big bird. He's a bird. Munchie.
Tell me, what do you want to do? I want to chart the world. Sanji, what do you want to do? I want to find all blue. Mr. News Guy, what do you want to do? Find the big scoop.
He wants that big scoop. And he is not, he's great. Like, he's not afraid to just take bribes and print lies sometimes. Whatever, man. But then
could be a big scoop.
On another, true, I'll report on another day, he'll be like, no, today is a day for, like, true journalism or whatever. He just doesn't give a fuck. It's great.
The more lies he tells, the more he can potentially be the big scoop if it all comes tumbling down.
Very true, very true. So the implications of this are, at the end of Whole Cake Island, all kinds of fucked shit happens. But at the end, when Sanji, or Luffy and the gang have successfully escaped from Big Mom. Now this is like a miracle. This is a fucking Yonko, but they managed to do it. One of the reasons why is because Jinbei, during the escape from Whole Cake Island, from Totland, there was a little thing where Jinbei, who's kind of been around, the fishman guy, he was a former Shichibukai. Do we like this guy? Do we not like him? He's pretty cool. Jinbei is officially invited into the crew and technically joins as a 10th member of the Straw Hat. So he technically is a member. It's very weird because to date, he has not reappeared in the story, and it's been like years. And like the last thing we saw him do was like leave to go with his old crew of like the Sun Pirates, and it's a little strange the way he's been handled. But technically, there are 10 members of the Straw Hat Pirates, which is what Luffy was looking for wherever I wrote it so long ago. So, yay, I think we did it. I don't know.
Feels not right.
It doesn't feel right, no. Look, the only other important thing I want to say to go back is that after Dressrosa, remember I said during the Colosseum fight, there were all these world leaders who gathered. Because Luffy saved them all, they all became allies of Luffy. So Luffy technically, at the end of it, has what's called the Straw Hat Grand Fleet, where there are there's something like 7, 8, 9 pirate crews that are directly we are part of the Straw Hat Grand Fleet. We don't directly work for Luffy, but we're part of that organization or whatever. Luffy didn't even invite them, they just invited themselves. It seems to me like Jinbei should have been one of those guys, as opposed to a full crew member, but it doesn't matter. It is what it is. It's kind of weird to feel, we haven't really gotten a feel for him as a crew member, even though it's just been stated as such by the characters, so I don't know. We'll see where it goes.
It's weird too, because he's been allied to Luffy for many years since he met him in Impel Down.
If you don't...
And the moment he joins the crew is still not a moment he actually joins the crew.
It's so true. He's been ally zoned in a big way, and it's so hard to convert from being ally zoned to crew member zoned. You know what I'm talking about? It's tough. It's tough. So it's a little awkward, but it is what it is. So we are finally arriving now at the final island in our journey so far. the land of Wano. Now, as we said, this is where Kaido is right now, another one of the Yonko. I'm sorry, we're getting there, but like as Luffy is leaving, they get another newspaper on their way to Wano. So what Big News Morgan got up to was after Luffy miraculously escaped from Totland and defeated the Katakuri, the top Big Mom pirate except for Big Mom herself, with an over 1 billion berry bounty. Luffy has now proved himself like a serious fucking force in the political machinations of the world. Remember when he was just a little baby boy back here? He's grown so much in power and influence. And he has now been declared by Big News Morgan himself, making the scoop, just prints in paper, Luffy, 5th Emperor of the Sea? So like everyone's like, oh my god, Luffy is like a big dick boy. He's just as strong as Whitebeard or Shanks or, you know, any of these guys. Now, that's definitely an exaggeration in the narrative, but it's important because it just makes the world take more notice and take him seriously, because we're deep in political shit now in One Piece. These things now matter for allies and crew members, because one of the things that Oda has said is that, or that's expected, is that there will be a giant war at the end of One Piece whenever we get there in a few years. So all those allies, all the friends and enemies he's made will probably come back and be shown in some capacity at the end of One Piece. So, now that being said, now also Luffy's bounty went up to like 1.5 billion, so pretty good. Tom.
Luffy has not met Shanks at any point in the story yet, right?
Oh, you know, this isn't particularly important, but during Marineford was going on and things were getting totally fucked up. There was going to be like a massacre as the Marines were like destroying every single pirate. At the end of the war, at the end of that battle, Shanks and the whole red-haired pirates, as Luffy was unconscious and passed out already from the damage he took, Shanks shows up and just says, like, the fight's over, no more fighting, everybody. If you want to fight, like, you can just fight us. And nobody wanted to fight the red-haired pirates because they just showed up and they were totally fresh. So that's when everybody left off and went. So they were like there, but like they made sure like to not look at each other, and he didn't like give the hat back or anything like that. So yes, it's still very much like a thing of Luffy and Shanks meeting. Hasn't really happened yet, and we all look forward to it one of these days. And it could be fairly soon. It better be. Series and then a couple years. So Wano, here we go. As we said, the Samurai Boys are already here because we had split off from Totland. Luffy and Nami and Sanji is back, and Brook and Chopper, I think, were the guys who went to Totland. They're meeting up with the rest of the crew back in Wano now. So Kinemon and Momonosuke are back here organizing things, arranging. There's several other Samurai Boys we've met here and there. Doesn't particularly matter. Now is the time. We are here. This is what's currently happening in One Piece at this very, very moment. Oh, but by the way, Big Mom and her crew are chasing Luffy after escaping. So the Big Mom boys, they're popping up here and there as well. Now, while this arc is going on, there is one other important thing happening else in the world, and that is the event called Reverie. What Reverie is it's a gathering of all the world leaders. There's like 170 countries in the world government. What they do is they all gather together in Marie-Joie, and they basically decide like the policy for like the next block of years, 4 years, I think it is, and they decide what like their international cooperation policy is going to be. So they have some influence over the government. So it's actually shown to be like fairly democratic. Everybody gets along pretty well. Now there are like kings and queens, so it's not like democracy in each individual country, but in terms of the net policy here, it sort of is. And so there's the Gorosei, the 5 Elder Stars, that control the world government, but here's the opportunity of the people to kind of give voice to what they want things to be. So there's some give and take here. And the whole point here is that we're shown the empty throne in Marie-Joie at this point, which is a throne that is symbolically there to be empty, with like the swords of the original 20 founders in front of it or whatever, to represent how it was founded, how no one man should have all that power, because that would be bad. And they want to be like a democratic institution and have some accountability to the people, all that good stuff. At this particular moment, hard cut to a mysterious figure in Marie-Joie who is a very tall, thin individual wearing some sort of very big crown, who walks into an underground bunker, opens a vault, which appears to be frozen. We see what appears to be a giant frozen straw hat from probably many, many years ago. The implications of what this straw hat could mean that like prophecy shit is happening. Is the straw hat important? Oh, did I mention, by the way, we said that Shanks was on Gold Roger's crew. Shanks had gotten his straw hat from Gold Roger. And then Gold Roger gave it to Shanks, Shanks gave it to Luffy, inherited will. So this is a very strange thing. We still don't know what this means, but probably some prophecy bullshit. But Eam leaves that, and he goes upstairs, and this person's name is Eam. He goes and he sits on the empty throne that is supposed to be empty. And the 5 Gorosei, the leaders of the government, they all kneel before him and say, Eam-sama, tell us what the fuck you want us to do. So the implication is, this is supposed to be a democratic system where no one's in charge and there's like a council that decides on things and it's more reasonable. But in actuality, it is all being puppeted seemingly by one individual, Eam, who we do not know who they are or anything about them yet. But it's incredibly mysterious. And this is one of the big deals happening right now. Right, so, in conclusion, and after this meeting, by the way, the Goro say, like, oh, that was a nice meeting with Eam, let's go have lunch. But before that, they have a meeting. Who shows up at Marijois to talk to him? Red Hair Shanks himself. One of the Yonko, Luffy's mentor, appears in Marijois. They willingly meet with him. No one knows what this means, what the implications are for this. But Eam was looking at posters of like Luffy and Shirahoshi and Nami and like the Straw Hats, so weird things are happening. This is all where we're at right now. We all just have to guess what all this means. So back in Wano, in short, Luffy and the gang are here. They are discovering the history of Momonosuke's clan, what happened to oust Momonosuke's family, the Kozugis, from power, how the current shogun Orochi is in power, and what he has done to the country. There's lots of stories and details about Momonosuke's father, Kozuki Odin, who was a member of the Gold Roger pirates. And by the way, remember how Gold Roger in Skypiea was able to write in poneglyph language? No one's supposed to know how to do that. The reason he could is because he had Momonosuke's father with him. Because the Kozuki clan, going back in history, was the clan that made the poneglyphs. So all those years ago, it was the Kozuki clan that made the poneglyphs out of the Void Century. An important note, we've said that most countries are part of the world government. Wano is very distinctive and has been clearly shown to be a very different vessel because Wano is one of the very few countries that is not controlled by the world government. There are no Marines. They have no influence on what goes on there. And this is definitely related to like the secrets of the poneglyphs. Like Wano is where the poneglyphs came from. There is deep lore shit about the Void Century here, no doubt. And one other fascinating detail is that actually Momonosuke's mother is actually a time traveler from the past who just came to the future from the literal Void Century. She is from the time that we all want to know about, so she could definitely have some information that would be very useful for all of us to know what the fuck is going on with One Piece, the Void Century, etc. And right now, the battle to fight Kaido is begun. They are launching. They've done everything they can to acquire allies to prepare themselves for the fight, and they are getting ready to go fight Kaido at this very moment in the series. So that's where you'll be if you're all caught up. And the only other thing of importance is that recently, during Odin's flashback, where we learned about Momonosuke's dad, Odin, there has been very, very important reveals about what One Piece is. Because as part of Odin's flashback, we just followed Gold Roger's crew for like a good long while. And what we actually see Gold Roger make it all the way to Raftel, having conquered the Grand Line. And here's the big reveal about what this means. This was spoiled a little bit by some of the movies and stuff, but in the manga, it's preserved in all its glory. So again, spoilers, you can still leave. Here's what happened. They get to Raftel. Gold Roger stands there in front of what appears to be whatever secret's there. We have no idea what it is. And he simply laughs. The whole Gold Roger crew, they all burst into laughter at whatever it is on this final island, which is where it gets its name, as Gold Roger coined it, the final island, not as Raftel, because that was a mistranslation for 20 fucking years of our lives. It is Laugh Tale. The name of the island is Laugh Tale, where the secrets of the world are waiting for everybody. And this is what, if we think back to what Rayleigh said when we got to Shabondi, he said, would Robin, as a scholar, interpret what was there when they learned the secret of the world and the all the secrets of the Void Century and stuff differently? They were pirates. They're rough and noble boys. They all laughed. Would Robin laugh? Will we laugh when we read it? What does it mean? It's apparently some message left by Joy Boy who is also the man who left Noah behind. So we're talking about deep prophecy shit.
I think I know what it is.
Yeah?
That made everyone laugh.
What's that?
It was the Muppet who says,
"But Dead Tom's always been dead. That's why he's called Dead Tom."
Makes me laugh every time. Ugh. Well, that pretty much brings us to the end of the story. So what's going to happen right now in One Piece is our boys are going to attempt to defeat Kaido here. They're going to move on, try to collect the last, I believe, after this point, there will only be one more road poneglyph that the Straw Hats will need in order to know how to get to Raftel at the end, theoretically. We know that, or it's very strongly theorized that Elbaf, the land of the giants, the Viking land, will be somewhere up ahead. And we know that the last island that you can get to without having all the road poneglyphs is something called Lodestar Island, which may or may not show up in the narrative. Gib?
Interesting recent development on Wano is that Big Mom, having chased the Straw Hats all the way to Wano, met up with Kaido, who apparently she knew from being on a crew with him before.
Let's talk about that, yeah.
And they got drunk together, and they decided to team up.
Remember how we said Big Mom was following us to Wano? She followed everybody all the way to Wano, and yeah, the two hung out for a bit. And in fact, they declared an alliance. To Yonko declaring an alliance is like a cataclysmic event for the world. This is a huge implications just because they got drunk and hung out together. That's why being a pirate is so much cooler than being in the world government. You just don't have to give a fuck.
How long before we end up with a 60th baby on our hands? Big Mom.
It is strongly theorized that some of the babies are already Kaido's. There's at least one, this guy named Oven, who looks just like Kaido. Also, he's one of triplets, actually. Katakuri is one of those triplets, actually. So it's possible. Munchie?
Since we're forward-facing now, I want to know, what thread are you most excited to see closed as One Piece winds down?
Closed. It's hard to think of anything.
There's a lot of stuff set up, right?
Yeah.
So it's like,
it's really hard to think of anything. I mean, to choose something other than what is One Piece is a hard stretch. I want to see Luffy win a particular. I don't care. I don't give a shit. I want to see him find One Piece. God damn it. I mean, I want to see every member of the crew complete their own personal goals and stuff. And here's another fun thing: if the Straw Hats reverse Mountain Boom came all this way and jumped all the way around, they're just a stone's throw away from Laboon, who's been waiting for Brook for 1,000,000 years. So that'll be a big coup if that happens. Most of the world has already been mapped out. So this will be Nami's opportunity to complete her world map. Maybe as part of the war that happens, we create all blue so Sanji is happy. I think, I can't remember. Chopper's goal was to create a perfect medicine that could heal all wounds. I don't know if that's realistic, but maybe other things can happen. But going back just for one little bit, I did want to say on Gibbs' point that the current big thread that's going on. Oh, actually, of course, Blackbeard. What is Blackbeard's plan? What does he know that we don't know? What is the Devil Fruit? What is the Will of D? All questions I'm dying to know the answer to. And that I have faith we'll have reasonably satisfying answers. We've gotten a good number of hints. So on Gibbs' point about Kaido and Big Mom forming an alliance, only other point about that is, so they're getting back together after having known each other when they were young. The story behind that is that there was an alliance of Big Mom, Kaido, also Whitebeard, several other important notable pirates, like this guy, the Golden Lion, who's in one of the movies, Strong World, and a bunch of other guys. Long ago, those guys all formed a crew together when they were young, called the Rocks Pirates, around this guy named Zebek D. Rock, I think. His name is Zebek, and he has a D in his name, 90% sure. And that guy somehow put together this crew, and they were by far the most powerful crew on the face of the fucking earth. But in one instance, they got defeated by Gold Roger and Garp, the Marine, who teamed up and finally beat them and just smashed the crew and seemingly sent them flying. And Zebek, their leader, hasn't been heard from in a long time. So right now, as part of Reverie, there is lots of chatter about something about the Rocks Pirates coming back together. What that means exactly is unclear, but it's very likely that their leader Zebek is part of that. And the correlation between like what Zebek's doing and Blackbeard seems really intentional and really strong. So it's very likely that Zebek had some sort of similar goal in mind to whatever Blackbeard's doing right now. Especially because, I kind of forget, but there's the name of Blackbeard's ship is like thematically linked to the name Zebek in some way. Oh, it's called the Sword of Zebek, if I remember correctly. So it appears to just be straight named after that guy. So Blackbeard links seem very strong. So we'll see what that turns out to be. That seems to be the sort of end game boss that's being set up right now for the finale. Yeah.
That's what I was just gonna ask. Like, do you think Blackbeard will be like the main bad guy in the end?
People theorize about how that'll go.
Just because he is Blackbeard, the most famous pirate.
That alone really sets him up to be like the true final boss. And we know he's on a ability hunt right now. Right now we just know that Blackbeard was able to use 2 devil fruits. Does it have to stop at 2? We have no idea. Like how much more power personally he can acquire.
Fruit that lets him absorb other devil fruits.
Why do you think a man like Blackbeard would have waited decade after decade after decade for one particular devil fruit if there wasn't something real special about that devil fruit? And if that meant that that's the one that lets you consume multiple devil fruits, sure seems like it would line up to me. We don't know that, but that's a very strong possibility. So, in short, I think we've pretty much covered everything we need to know about the story of One Piece. Our boys are going to finish up at Wano, continue on, find another, there's kind of been no like Shanks arc yet, so there's got to be some resolution with like Shanks and Mihawk and these guys. And we're getting into the last several years that this thing's going to be running. But that's pretty much the story. I urge everybody to go read One Piece. It is worth your time, and you will not be disappointed. And unlike other series, we touched on this before, unlike other series, it really has maintained its quality throughout. And at some points, Katsukuri is my favorite character in all of One Piece. And he was introduced here in the narrative. Just the writing, the ability to convey it in like a shonen setting, absolutely phenomenal, incredible. Now, things have changed. It is not the kind of happy-go-lucky, like, exploration kind of thing that we had at the beginning. So, even in myself, I felt something of like, I kind of missed the old days of what One Piece was. But the fact of the matter is, the series has matured and changed. So, it's not 100% the same the whole time, but it's just as much of a happy-go-lucky, lighthearted romp about freedom, adventure, and about not letting anybody tell you what the fuck you gotta do with your life. That is what One Piece is really about at its core. So ahoy, mateys! Yo ho ho, yo ho ho, yo ho ho, yo ho ho ho. See you in One Piece 102 when it ends, everybody. Bye! Yeah!
I like Naruto more.
Yeah, me too. Me too.
Dead Tom's dead! Oh,
but Dead Tom's always been dead. That's why he's called Dead Tom.
Oh.